The story kicks off with Kyle Selterian, well, technically Lee Hyun-woo, waking up in a world that's way too familiar. He's inside Fantasy Defense, the hit VR game known for crushing players' souls. But here's the kicker. He's not the hero, not the villain, not even a supporting character. He's an extra. Specifically, the youngest son of the prestigious Selterian family, famous for their sword skills and pivotal roles in the main plot. Sounds exciting? Not for Hyun-woo. Because Kyle Selterian's claim to fame, getting annihilated in legendary fashion. During a major story arc, the guy gets wiped out in one hit by a villain's summoned creature. No glory, no last stand. Just boom, gone. Now imagine waking up and realizing you're that guy. Lee Hyun-woo, a top-tier gamer, stares at his reflection. The snowy white hair, the icy blue eyes. They're cool and all, but it's hard to appreciate good looks when you know this body's destined for humiliation. He gives his cheek a solid pinch. Ouch. Yep, it's real. He's not dreaming. He's stuck. Let's back it up for a second. Hyun-woo isn't just any player. He was the #1 ranked gamer in Fantasy Defense. The best of the best. The legend at the top of the leaderboards. And now, he's the guy players barely remember. The one who dies before the real action even begins. Naturally, he loses it. Wouldn't you? 1 minute you're the apex predator. The next you're game fodder. Now, if you're not familiar, Fantasy Defense isn't your average VR game. It's a beast. By 2030, it's become the gold standard in immersive gaming and a nightmare to play. Its difficulty is the stuff of legends. In 10 whole years, no one has managed to beat it. Not once. Still, players flock to it. The impossible quests, the brutal gameplay, the rare loot, it all kept them coming back. Climbing the global rankings became a badge of honor, a way to prove you survived the game's wrath. And now, the king of those rankings is trapped in the body of the game's biggest joke. So the question is, can Lee Hyun-woo rewrite Kyle Selterian's fate and carve out a new legend from the ruins of a forgotten NPC? Back in the real world, Lee Hyun-woo was a force to be reckoned with, a straight-up gaming prodigy who ruled Fantasy Defense like it was his personal playground. He'd mastered everything. Rare-tier magic circles, broken crafting combos, flawless strategies. If it existed, he'd already figured it out. With a score of 950,000, he wasn't just ranked #1 globally. He was the benchmark. Clad in epic armor and wielding a sword that most players only dreamed of, Lee Hyun-woo didn't just play the game. He defined it. But now, things have taken a nosedive. He's no longer the legend everyone admired. He's Kyle Selterian, the background character no one remembers until he gets deleted from the story. It's a brutal fall from grace. Going from invincible to invisible? Yeah, he's not exactly thrilled. Slumped on the bed, he lets out a frustrated groan, the reality of his situation hitting harder than any raid boss ever could. Worse still, he knows what's coming. As the former top player, Hyun-woo's memorized every storyline, every twist, and Kyle's arc is as grim as they come. No redemption, no power-up, no miraculous comeback. Just a short, pitiful chapter that ends with him being erased from the board. Here's how it all unravels. The main objective of Fantasy Defense is to stop the dark forces threatening humanity. Straightforward, right? Not exactly. The true origin of the darkness? Adolf Selterian, Kyle's older brother. The second-born of the Selterian family, Adolf plunges into forbidden power in a bid to dethrone the family head. His betrayal turns their homeland into a breeding ground for corruption, unleashing horrors across the continent. And Kyle? He's a footnote in that chaos. No big role, no impact, just another casualty in Adolf's rampage. Weak and powerless, Kyle doesn't even get a dramatic send-off. He's just gone. Hyun-woo's first instinct? Get out. Run as far away as possible before the rebellion starts. It's the only plan that makes sense. But just as he collapses onto the bed, wallowing in self-pity, something even worse creeps into his mind. Something he'd nearly forgotten. Kyle isn't just weak. He's cursed. Enter Hermamu, a rare, fatal condition that blocks mana flow entirely. In this world, mana is more than just spell fuel. It's the lifeblood of anyone who uses magic or aura. And Hermamu? It shuts that lifeblood down. No mana absorption, no survival. Most people with it don't make it past 20. Kyle? He's already deep in the danger zone. Now, Hyun-woo might be stuck in a nightmare, but he's no fool. He remembers the game's obscure lore, especially the cure. The only way to survive Hermamu is to force natural mana directly into the body. Sounds easy, except the block channels make that nearly impossible. In short, this curse is a ticking time bomb, and Kyle's running out of time. Perched on the edge of the bed, Hyunwoo stares at his hands, lost in thought. No matter how he slices it, things look grim. If the rebellion doesn't wipe him out, the disease will. It's a lose-lose situation. The question hanging in the air, can the top-ranked player in the world actually change the fate of a character this doomed? He thinks back to Kyle Saltirian's original story arc, and yeah, it's a train wreck. Diagnosed with a terminal illness as a kid, Kyle crumbled under the weight of it all. Fear, despair, and the harsh reality of a ticking clock tore him apart from the inside. And all that pain, it didn't fade quietly. It warped him. What came next wasn't just sadness. It was anger, resentment, and pure hostility. Kyle turned bitter. He lashed out at everyone, servants, family, anyone within reach. He became arrogant, cruel, and reckless. Eventually, his father, the powerful and prideful head of the Saltirian family, stepped in, ordering Kyle to stay locked in his room to reflect. Yeah, that didn't help. Stuck in isolation, Kyle's bitterness only deepened. He convinced himself the entire world saw him as a joke. And in a particularly dark moment, Kyle snapped, raging through the annex, destroying furniture, screaming, cursing his family, and wishing death on them all. That breakdown said it all. Kyle wasn't just broken, he'd given up. Snapping back to the present, Hyunwoo lets out a sharp sigh. Of all the characters he could have ended up as, why this one? Even back when he was just a player, Kyle seemed like a lost cause. And now that he's in Kyle's shoes, that hopelessness feels way too real. Trying to make sense of this disaster, Hyunwoo starts listing out the damage. 1. Kyle's the youngest in a family heading straight for collapse. 2. He's got zero affinity for swords or magic. Literally nothing. 3. His terminal illness means he might not make it past 20. 4. His personality? A nightmare. Everyone hates him. 5. His own father's already locked him away like a disgrace. Hyunwoo rubs his temples, feeling the stress piling on. This isn't just a bad draw. It's a full-blown catastrophe. No strength, no support, no future. Whether he stays or runs, the chances of surviving are next to none. This has to be a joke, he mutters under his breath. You get ice guide into a game, and you don't even get cheat skill? No stat screen? No system? Nothing. But nope, there's nothing. No magic window. No overpowered skills. No secret class or miracle item. Just Kyle Saltirian's miserable stats, and a destiny that's all but sealed. Hyunwoo slams his back onto the bed with a loud groan, frustration written all over him. This is seriously messed up, he mutters. But just as he's about to spiral into another round of sulking, something strange happens. A sudden glow lights up the room behind him. Startled, he bolts upright and whips around. What he sees nearly knocks the breath out of him. Floating in midair are several glowing orbs, pulsing softly with light. Something totally foreign, even to someone who's clocked thousands of hours in fantasy defense. His eyes widen. What is this? Instinct kicks in. This isn't something from any version of the game he's ever played. Curiosity surging, he cautiously reaches out and taps one of the orbs. The moment his fingers graze it, the sphere bursts into light, shooting rays across the room and flooding it with an electric energy that sends him stumbling backward. Before he can recover, a window materializes right in front of his eyes. It reads, "You have awakened." Hyunwoo barely has time to react before another line follows. 2 new talents have been granted to you. Then comes the last message. Status window unlocked. Insight activated. He freezes, then breaks into a stunned laugh. No way, he breathes. After all that complaining, the thing he'd been waiting for, the one element every Ice Guy dream starts with, just appeared. A system. A cheat. Something. Still half in shock, he drops back down onto the bed and fixes his eyes on the status window, now hovering in front of him. It's all there. His name, his age 13, apparently, and 2 newly unlocked talents. Mana-sensitive insight. Body without a pathway. For the first time since waking up in Kyle's cursed life, Hyunwoo feels a spark of real hope. Maybe this isn't game over after all. But then, something else catches his eye. One more entry in the window. Mana pathways. His brow furrows. What's this? He's never seen this talent in the original game. Ever. And he knows every inch of fantasy defense. The top-tier magic ability back then was Mana Companion, a rare, broken skill that only the elite could ever dream of getting. But Mana Pathways? That's new. And by the sound of it, it might be even better. A grin spreads across his face as he leans back, eyes still locked on the screen. This has to be high tier, he mutters. No way the devs would add something like this unless it was big. For the first time, he's not just reacting, he's planning. Kyle Salterian might actually have a shot. And Lee Hyun-woo, he's ready to take it. Fueled by curiosity and determination, Hyun-woo dives headfirst into experimenting. The glowing energy from the orbs begins to drift toward his palm, and to his astonishment, it doesn't just hover, it seeps straight into him. The moment it enters his bones, a strange yet invigorating sensation washes over him. He's speechless. This is pure mana, he thinks wide-eyed. Back when he had the mana companion talent, nothing ever felt like this. This isn't just some upgraded skill. It's something on a completely different level. Mana pathways isn't just rare. It's unheard of. Emboldened, Hyun-woo focuses. He commands one of the floating lights to release its energy. Instantly, it reacts, surging toward his arm. In a flash, a radiant blue ring materializes around his forearm, glowing with raw power. He stares, stunned. If I can't control this, really master it, the idea lights a fire inside him. He might actually be able to do what the original Kyle Salterian never even came close to, break free of his limits. Testing further, he gives another command, move. And just like that, the mana obeys, traveling up his arm with perfect precision. The control is unreal, like the energy is hardwired to respond only to him. He pushes it further, commanding the energy to pierce through his body. It reacts instantly. Then comes the big leap. He envisions the mana forming a drill, sharp, focused, spinning. The energy twists, reshapes, and then begins to rotate like a power tool straight out of a sci-fi flick. It works. It actually works. He lets out a breathless laugh. The impossible just became reality. Sure, the energy only travels up to his elbow for now, but that doesn't matter. He's found something no one in the original story ever discovered. And more than that, he's doing it effortlessly. A grin spreads across his face. I'm not dying like this, he says, the words sharp and certain. For the first time since landing in this game turned reality, he feels it. Real, solid hope. Meanwhile, across the manor, life continues as usual, or well, almost. In the grand dining hall, the household maids are bustling around. One of them, Urgel, carefully sets down a steaming plate of food. It's ready, she announces, already heading toward Kyle's room. But she doesn't get far. Don't bother, a green-haired maid says with a smug grin. We're not serving him. Wait, seriously? Turns out the maids have had enough of Kyle's past tantrums. They've cooked up their own little rebellion. Operation Starve the Brat. Their brilliant plan? Let the young master go a few days without food. Maybe, just maybe, hunger will knock some sense into him. Urgel, with her gentle nature and jet-black hair, looks completely stunned. You're going to starve a 13-year-old boy? Are you actually serious? That's just cruel. But the other maids, especially the green-haired one leading the charge, don't budge. Cruel or not, it's what he needs, she says flatly, arms crossed. The blue-haired maid beside her nods along, not quite as vocal, but clearly in agreement. Urgel shakes her head, refusing to let them sway her. You do what you want, she says firmly, but I'm not ignoring my responsibility. That's when everything takes a turn. With a flash of anger, the green-haired maid smacks the tray right out of Urgel's hands. The plate crashes to the floor, shattering into pieces as food splatters everywhere. Urgel freezes. Her bright orange eyes go wide with shock, staring at the mess now littering the floor. Still playing the noble act? The green-haired maid sneers. What? Think you're better than the rest of us? Then she twists the knife even deeper. You're just a washed-up noble with nothing left. Your family's gone. You're no better than a servant now. The words hit like a slap. Urgel doesn't speak. She can't. The humiliation is raw, burning just beneath the surface. Even the blue-haired maid looks uncomfortable now, reaching out as if to calm her friend, but the damage is already done. Urgel slowly kneels to clean up the broken pieces, still silent, her eyes glistening. She doesn't argue, doesn't fight back, just quietly gathers what's left, holding her emotions together by a thread. The green-haired maid, seeing the silence as defiance, takes another step forward. Oh, now you're ignoring me, she scoffs, her voice sharp. Without hesitation, she raises her hand, aiming to slap Urgel across the face. But before her hand can land, a cold voice cuts through the air like a blade. What is going on in here? Every sound dies at once. Standing at the entrance is Sir Leon Hart. Tall, sharp-featured, and commanding, his piercing green eyes sweep the room, taking in the spilled food, the shattered tray, and the raised hand. The green-haired maid freezes, her arm stiff in the air before she slowly lowers it, realizing just how badly she's messed up. The blue-haired one? She's trembling, backing away like she wishes she could vanish on the spot. Leon Hart, with his blonde hair and no-nonsense presence, is the last person they expected to walk in. We were just, Sir Leon Hart. There's been a misunderstanding. The blue-haired maid stammers, trying to talk her way out of it. But one look from him silences her instantly. He doesn't need their excuses. One glance at Urgel, still kneeling on the floor, still trying to clean up while holding back tears, tells him everything. "You were bothering her again," Leon Hart says, voice low but cutting through the tension like steel. The accusation hits hard. No shouting needed. Just his tone alone makes the entire room feel colder. And the meal is late. That's unacceptable. The green-haired maid shrinks under the weight of his glare. No excuses, no backtalk, just silence. Turning toward Urgel, his voice softens slightly, though the authority remains. "Clean this up and prepare the meal again. Deliver it to Kyle immediately." Urgel doesn't hesitate. She nods quickly, grateful for the command, and hurries back into the kitchen. Anything to get out of that room. Once she's gone, Leon Hart turns back to the other two. His gaze sharpens into something colder than ice. Neither of them dares to speak. They know it's over. They pushed too far. And now they're standing face to face with someone who doesn't tolerate cruelty or incompetence. Back upstairs, completely unaware of the drama downstairs, Kyle is lost in his own whirlwind of progress. Insight and mana manipulation. Just those two alone are already changing the game. This isn't just about staying alive anymore. This is about rewriting everything. His story, his fate, even the fall of the Celterian name. Having spent over a decade mastering fantasy defense, Hyunwoo knows this world like a second skin. Systems, mechanics, hidden lore, he's got all memorized. And now that he's inside it, it feels like he's holding a cheat sheet to survival. Plus, being born into the Celterian Marquis family, that's no small perk. Wealth, status, land, those things act like armor, protecting him from immediate threats. And since the territory is far from the political center, he doesn't have to worry about noble games or backroom betrayal. At least not yet. Still, he's no fool. Luck and a noble title won't carry him far. If he's going to make it, he needs a plan, and fast. So he breaks it down into 3 main objectives. First, break through the Hermamu barrier and unlock his mana flow. If he can master magic, he'll gain a serious edge. Knights are strong, sure, but mages bend the battlefield to their will. If mana is the key, then magic is the weapon. Second, protect the Celterian household. If the family falls, so does he. Keeping them strong means keeping his resources, his allies, and his position. Third, recruit talent. The most critical part. Strength in numbers isn't just a phrase, it's survival. Using insight, he can spot those with hidden potential and build a team powerful enough to take on anything, even the looming threat of the dark forces. He tosses a handful of chess pieces onto his bed, watching them scatter. "A battlefield," he mutters, lips curling into a smirk. Every piece matters. His gaze sharpens. Step 1, start at home. The strongest allies are the ones already within reach. Unbeknownst to him, his first real piece, the one with untapped potential, may already be closer than he thinks. Kyle knows that if he's going to survive, and more importantly, win, he needs allies. Real ones. People he can rely on when the world starts falling apart. Naturally, his first pick is a no-brainer, Sir Leon Hart. In the original game, the man was a tanky powerhouse and a key NPC in multiple major arcs. If I'm building a team, Kyle mutters, Leon Hart's got to be my cornerstone. But before he can dive deeper into planning, there's a quiet knock at the door. "It's me, Urgel. I've brought your meal," comes a soft, hesitant voice. Kyle blinks. Urgel, the quiet maid who never makes a fuss? He calls out a quick, "Come in," still half distracted. But as she enters, something shifts. There's a strange pull, an instinctual feeling that makes him sit up straighter. He racks his brain, trying to remember her details from the game, but comes up blank. Nothing rings a bell. Urgel silently sets the tray down on the table, her movements careful and precise. Kyle watches her, trying to place the weird feeling in his gut, and then it hits. Insight activated. Suddenly, a flood of data rushes into his mind. A system window appears, glowing in front of his eyes. Target: low-rank character. Name: Urgel. Age: 12. Traits: diligent, calm under pressure. Talents: household chores, eternal friend of spirits. Kyle's jaw nearly unhinges. Eternal friend of spirits? His thoughts screech to a halt. That isn't just rare, it's elite tier. The kind of ability only the best spirit summoners ever get. And she has no idea. He stares, stunned. How is a talent like this just lying around in the annex? A top-tier spirit summoner, working as a maid? He's reeling. If she's trained right, she could become a cornerstone of his entire strategy against the coming darkness. This isn't luck. This is fate handing him a power play. But Urgel, feeling his gaze locked on her, fidgets nervously. She clears her throat gently. Enjoy your meal. Kyle snaps out of his trance, realizing he's been staring like a total creep. Yeah, thanks, he mumbles, grabbing a spoon to pretend like he wasn't just mentally drafting a recruitment plan. Urgel bows politely, then turns to leave. As she walks away, Kyle can't stop thinking. A girl with a talent like that, buried in a place like this? Something doesn't add up. Was she just never told what she was capable of? Or worse, was someone deliberately keeping her in the dark? Whatever the reason, one thing's clear. She's not staying in the shadows much longer. We jump to a flashback, 1 year earlier. A lavish masquerade is in full swing, the grand hall glowing with golden chandeliers and the scent of expensive perfume. Guests in ornate masks sip wine and trade whispers, but all eyes are on the main stage. This isn't your typical noble gathering. It's the setup for an underground auction, and the host has promised something unforgettable. At the center of it all stands a man in a flamboyant red mask, exuding confidence as he addresses the crowd. Tonight's offering is one of a kind, he says with a smirk, milking the suspense. A prize so rare, we nearly failed to obtain it. Gasps ripple through the room. Interest spikes. Toward the middle of the audience sits a young Kyle Celterian, arms folded, face flat with boredom. His expression makes it clear he doesn't want to be here. Sitting beside him is Sir Leon Hart, upright and vigilant, clearly uneasy with how the night is unfolding. Finally, the host decides to drop the curtain, literally. And when he does, a young girl is revealed on stage. She is the third daughter of the fallen Helheim barony, Red Mask announces, his voice dripping with fake sympathy. Born noble, now available to serve any house lucky enough to claim her. Educated, obedient, and charming. The crowd eats it up. Urgel stands center stage, barely holding herself together. Eyes wide, shoulders tense. Her fear is obvious even behind her best attempt at composure. She doesn't flinch, but she's trembling. 50 gold. 70. 90. The bids come in fast, sharp, and without hesitation. The room buzzes like a pit of hungry wolves. No one sees a person, they see property. Kyle leans back in his chair, unimpressed, barely paying attention. Leon Hart leans toward him and whispers, voice tight, "Let's go. This isn't worth our time." But before he can even finish the sentence, Kyle cuts through the chaos. 300 gold. The words hit like a shockwave. The room falls into absolute silence. The auctioneer freezes. Even Leon Hart turns toward Kyle, completely stunned. What? 300. Red Mask's eyes sparkle behind his mask. 300 gold. Do I hear more? Nothing. Not a sound. No one dares top that bid. Bang. The gavel hits the podium. Sold. To Lord Kyle Celterian, the host announces triumphantly. Just like that, the girl becomes part of the Celterian household. Her fate changed in an instant. Her name etched into Kyle's story far earlier than he even realized. Leon Hart grabbed Kyle's shoulder, his voice low and urgent. "Are you out of your mind? You just bought a slave. Your father's going to lose it." Kyle shrugged him off without a second thought, eyes cold. "He doesn't care what I do. Why should I care what he thinks?" Leon Hart stared, stunned, but Kyle was already on his feet. As he made his way toward the stage, the crowd parted like water around him. This 12-year-old boy who had just silenced a room full of nobles with one outrageous bid. Up on the stage, Urgel stood frozen, chains around her wrists, eyes brimming with tears. She looked at him, scared, unsure of what came next. Kyle stepped up to her, leaned in, and spoke in a voice that could chill steel. "You belong to me now. Understand." Urgel flinched, her whole body shaking under the weight of those words. Leon Hart remained in the background, jaw clenched, unsure whether to intervene or stay silent. The scene was already spiraling into something he couldn't quite grasp. Then the memory cuts forward, outside the auction house. The air is cold, the night heavy. No more masks. No more performances. Just the quiet crunch of footsteps and the distant echo of closing doors. And then Kyle does something no one expects. Without a word, he kneels beside Urgel and undoes the chains around her wrists. The cuffs hit the ground with a dull clang. Urgel doesn't move. Her wide eyes stay fixed on her freed hands, trying to make sense of it. She opens and closes her fingers slowly, as if expecting the chains to snap back into place. You're not a slave anymore, Kyle says flatly. I bought you, and now I'm letting you go. Do whatever you want. Leon Hart, standing a few steps behind, watches quietly. For once, a flicker of pride crosses his usually rigid expression. Kyle doesn't wait for a reaction. He turns his back and starts walking into the night, leaving Urgel standing alone in the empty street, her heart pounding. Free. The word repeats in her mind like a drumbeat. But freedom comes with fear. Where would she go? Who would take her in? What did she possibly do? Then his words echo back. You belong to me. That cold sentence, sharp and final, clings to her like a shadow. She doesn't know why, but it pulls at her, lodges itself deep in her chest. Her legs move before her mind catches up. Wait. Kyle stops and glances over his shoulder. She runs to him, grabbing the edge of his sleeve with both hands. Her voice shakes as she whispers. You said, I belong to you. Kyle's green eyes lock onto her. She looks like she's about to break, terrified, directionless, and holding on to the only thing that feels real right now. Him. His instinct is to tell her to leave, to go back. But when he sees the desperation in her eyes, he changes his mind. He offers the only thing he can. Do whatever you want. She doesn't hesitate. I'll follow you. Kyle doesn't object. He's clearly not thrilled about it, but he turns and walks on, leaving her answer as it is. Watching from nearby, Sir Leon Hart says nothing. Maybe he already saw this coming. And just like that, Urgel became part of the Celterian estate. Now, back in the present, our main character processes everything he's just seen. This wasn't just some random act of kindness. Urgel's loyalty, her refusal to join in with the scheming maids, goes all the way back to that night. Kyle had been the one person to reach out when she was at her lowest. That one gesture, as small as it might have seemed, meant everything. But that's not all. There's a realization forming. He's not just stepping into Kyle's Celterian shoes. Their lives are starting to blend. The emotions, the memories, the isolation Kyle once felt, it's all hitting close to home. Lost in thought, Kyle is snapped back to reality by a surprisingly empty plate. The food Urgel brought him, gone before he realized. He looks up, curiosity getting the better of him. Did you make this yourself? Urgel freezes. Her eyes flick to the plate, then back to him. Why, yes. Is something wrong with it? Kyle sets the plate down, clearly satisfied. And then, something unexpected, he compliments her. That was good. You're a great cook. The words hit her like a sudden gust of wind. She blinks, totally stunned. Thank you, she stammers, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Completely unaware of her flustered state, Kyle continues. Make it again next time. That throws her even more off balance. She nods quickly, trying to keep her composure. Compliments? Requests? She's not used to any of this. Just then, Kyle's insight kicks in. He notices it. Her affection meter ticks up from 30 to 35. A small bump, but it's something. Still, the protagonist can't help but feel a little underwhelmed. Only 35, he thinks. After everything between them, he expected more. Then again, given how cold Kyle used to be, it's a wonder she even likes him at all. That's when it hits him. Something big. In Fantasy Defense original storyline, Urgel never had the chance to become a spirit mage. She was taken out early, lost in the chaos of the Marquis family's power struggle, long before anyone realized what she was capable of. But Kyle isn't about to let that happen again. Not this time. I won't let her potential go to waste, he decides. With a clear goal in mind, he turns to her. Urgel, he says, cutting through the silence. Have you ever considered learning spirit magic? The question throws her. Spirit magic? She repeats, confused and unsure. Kyle nods. I think you've got a gift for it. She stares at him, stunned. Me? Spirit magic? I never thought I'd be suited for anything like that. He raises a brow. Not even when you were at home with your family? She quickly shakes her head. Spirit magic wasn't even an option for her. It was a luxury, something only higher-ranking nobles could afford. Her family never had that kind of wealth. Hearing this only steels Kyle's determination. If no one ever gave you the chance, he says firmly, then I will. He leans in slightly. Start thinking about it. Because you're going to learn it. Urgel looks hesitant. I am not sure I can. You don't get to say no. Kyle cuts her off, stepping closer. His tone softens, but his words are firm. You're mine now, Urgel. You follow my lead. Her eyes widen, caught off guard. In that brief moment, Kyle sees it. Her affection level ticks up. Not a tiny nudge this time. Straight from 35 to 50. Still nervous, she slowly nods. Okay, she whispers. But Kyle's momentum hits a new wall just a few days later. Sir Leon Hart. Inside his room, the tension's thick. Kyle stares down the night, standing firm in his doorway. Arms crossed and unmoving. Get out of my way, Kyle growls, clearly fed up. Leon Hart doesn't flinch. No, your father's orders stand. You're still under room confinement. Kyle clenches his fists. I have things to take care of. Important things. Leon Hart remains calm. Then they'll have to wait. Their eyes lock, a silent standoff sparking between them. Neither blinks. The room feels like it might crack under the pressure. Kyle shifts, leaning on the edge of the bed with a glare sharp enough to cut. How long am I supposed to stay locked up like this? He snaps. It's been days. What now? You planning to keep me in here forever? Leon Hart, unbothered as ever, replies without missing a beat. Until the master says otherwise. This is where I belong. Kyle lets out an exaggerated groan, dragging his hands down his face in frustration. He knows exactly why he's stuck in this mess. His reckless behavior had finally pushed Marquis Celterion past the breaking point. Now he was stuck, cut off from the world, his punishment less about confinement and more about keeping the household sane. But Kyle's got no time to waste anymore. He's not the same aimless troublemaker. He needs mana, real mana, to open his channels wider. Whatever he's managing to absorb in this room is barely anything. Like licking breadcrumbs off a plate. I need to go outside, Kyle says, standing up with purpose. Just for a bit. I won't even go far. Leon Hart doesn't budge. No, Kyle presses on. I just want to stretch my legs. Take a quick walk around the mansion. Leon Hart raises an eyebrow, clearly amused. The idea of Kyle voluntarily exercising is laughable. Exercise, he repeats, the disbelief plain in his voice. Kyle's eyes narrow. What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm making it up? Leon Hart gives a slight shrug. Just unusual. First time I've heard you give a halfway decent reason for anything. The jab hits home. Kyle's pride takes the blow full force. What do you take me for? He snaps, arms crossed, voice rising with irritation, before he catches himself and exhales, annoyed with his own outburst. Leon Hart watches the outburst with the calm patience of someone watching a child throw a fit. But it's enough to make something click for Kyle. This is what people think of me, he realizes. No one takes me seriously. Why would they? It's a harsh truth, but it's also a wake-up call. Kyle draws a slow breath and tries a different tactic. Listen, Leon Hart, he says more calmly. I'm serious. I need to go out. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. Leon Hart doesn't flinch. You're still grounded. Orders are orders. Kyle glares. Why are you even wasting your time here? Someone like you shouldn't be stuck babysitting me. Leon Hart's stance shifts ever so slightly at Kyle's remark. You got a problem with me being your bodyguard? He asks, calm, but edged with warning. Then ding. A notification flashes across Kyle's mind. Leon Hart's affection level has dropped by 60. Kyle's stomach drops. Wait, hold on. That's not what I meant, he blurts, scrambling to undo the damage. I'm saying you're way too skilled for this. You shouldn't be stuck on babysitting duty, that's all. Leon Hart watches him for a moment, then slowly eases. The tension in his shoulders relaxes just a touch. I'm here because the master ordered it, he replies plainly. Kyle lets out a breath. So your loyalty's to my father, not me. The silence that follows says it all. It stings more than Kyle expected, but adds up. Why would anyone willingly follow the old Kyle Celterion? Not after the mess he used to be. Still, Kyle doesn't back down. Then talk to him, he says firmly. Get him to lift the confinement. Leon Hart studies him, something flickering behind that steady green gaze. There's a shift in Kyle today, and Leon Hart can feel it, but he can't quite name it. Meanwhile, Kyle's already thinking several steps ahead. Leon Hart isn't just some side character. He's his next major target. A frontline powerhouse with balanced stats, insane potential, and loyalty that runs deep, if you earn it. In the game, he was captain material. But here, he's been downgraded to glorified hall monitor. That won't do. If I can win him over, he's mine. Kyle thinks, eyes locked on his would-be ally. He's not just an NPC. He's a core piece of my future team. For now, though, they remain in a deadlock. Kyle pacing mentally, Leon Hart holding the line. Kyle finally breaks the silence with a more direct plea. Come on, just this once. Help me out. I'm being real with you. Leon Hart squints, the sudden shift in Kyle's tone making him wary. This isn't the usual whining. This sounds almost genuine. He narrows his eyes. What are you plotting? Kyle freezes for a split second. That question, what are you scheming? Hits harder than it should. It's a reminder of just how little anyone trusts him. But this time, he's not giving up. I'm not planning anything, he blurts. I've just had time to think being cooped up in here. Leon Hart's skeptical gaze doesn't waver. Kyle can see it plain as day. He still doesn't believe him. So Kyle plays his trump card. I want to live a long life. The words land heavy in the silence. Even Leon Hart, always unreadable, blinks in surprise. You want to live a long life. Coming from Kyle, it's a shock. The boy everyone had given up on. The one with no motivation, no ambition, and a terminal illness hanging over his head, was now declaring he wanted to fight for his future. Leon Hart remembers what the Marquis said when he first assigned him to this post. Kyle was a lost cause. No skills, no potential, and no time left. Just someone to be protected until the inevitable happened. But now, Kyle's standing there with conviction in his eyes. A complete reversal from the apathetic boy Leon Hart once knew. I need to stay active if I want to survive, Kyle says, doubling down. A short walk, that's all I'm asking. If you explain it to my father that way, he'll understand. Leon Hart's face hardens. Then train in your room. That's the final straw. Kyle's patience snaps. Move. Aside. Leon Hart. He growls, locking eyes with him. Something shifts. Leon Hart straightens up, sensing the change immediately. The energy coming off Kyle now, it's serious. There's weight behind his words, something sharper than before. But Leon Hart isn't rattled. Orders are orders, he says coldly. If you want out, you'll have to get through me. A flicker of tension hangs between them. Then suddenly, Kyle feels it. A wave of killing intent crashes down on him. The kind of pressure that could bring grown men to their knees. And he's just 13. But he doesn't budge. Wow, Kyle says flatly, arms crossed. Trying to scare a kid? If I were normal, I'd be crying right now. And with that, he grins. A pulse of energy surges beneath his feet. In a blink, he casts a teleportation spell and vanishes from the room. He reappears outside in the cool night air, triumphant. Better luck next time, Leon Hart, he calls over his shoulder, walking off like he owns the place. The garden greets him like an old friend. Mana particles shimmer in the air, glowing like stars. Kyle breathes it all in, eyes wide as wonder takes over. Finally, he whispers, a smile tugging at his lips. Without wasting a second, he starts hopping through the garden like a kid on a treasure hunt, gathering mana, one glimmer at a time. Leon Hart stands at a distance, completely thrown off. From his point of view, Kyle just looks like a hyperactive kid having too much fun outdoors. He can't sense mana, so he has no clue what's really going on. What truly stuns him, though, is the way Kyle suddenly appeared behind him. The boy has no training in magic or aura, so how did he manage that? And then there's the killing intent. Leon Hart's no rookie. His killing intent alone has sent experienced fighters running. But Kyle? He shrugged it off like it was nothing. Leon Hart narrows his eyes, unsettled. Who is this kid? What he doesn't know is that Kyle's composure was forged in the brutal world of fantasy defense. Years of survival, endless battles, and relentless pressure made threats like killing intent feel like child's play. After soaking in mana for the night, Kyle gets ready to head back inside, only to find Leon Hart already waiting for him, stone-faced. I'll have to report this to the Marquis, Leon Hart says flatly. I used killing intent on you. That was a mistake. Kyle looks at him, slightly surprised by the knight's unexpected sense of accountability. You don't need to do that, he says casually. But if you're going to, make sure he knows I don't want you punished. Deal. Leon Hart pauses, then nods. Later, standing before Marquis Remton Celterion, Leon Hart delivers his report. The Marquis is stunned. He told you not to punish me, he repeats, clearly taken aback. Leon Hart nods, still trying to wrap his head around it himself. And there's more. He didn't flinch when I released killing intent. He just stood there calm. I've never seen anything like it. The Marquis leans back, hand on his chin. What was he doing out there afterward? Leon Hart hesitates. Meditating. Sitting in lotus position, totally focused. The scene cuts back to earlier that night. Kyle sits quietly in the garden, cross-legged, completely still, with Leon Hart watching from nearby. The night, still trying to make sense of Kyle's strange behavior, slowly approaches. Gone is the unpredictable, temperamental child he's used to. This Kyle is quiet, centered, unrecognizable. What's he doing now? Leon Hart mutters. But as he steps closer, Kyle's eyes suddenly open, clear and alert, like he'd sensed Leon Hart coming all along. My father taught me this, Kyle says calmly, his voice carrying a distant, reflective note. Leon Hart blinks, momentarily thrown. You learn meditation? Kyle gives a small nod. My father included it in my sword training. It was part of the routine. He pauses, something heavy flickering behind his words. Didn't last long, though. Turns out, swordsmanship wasn't for me. I didn't have the talent. Leon Hart doesn't respond. The image of Kyle training with his sword, meditating, even feels surreal like a story from another world. Kyle snaps him out of it with a blunt remark. I don't like being interrupted while I'm meditating. Throws everything off. Leon Hart gets the message. Without another word, he steps back, choosing to observe from a distance, still trying to make sense of this unfamiliar side of the boy. The flashback fades, returning to Leon Hart reporting back to Marquis Remton Celterion. He sat there for 6 hours? Remton repeats, baffled. Yes, my lord, Leon Hart says firmly. Not minutes, hours. And he didn't move once. Remton stares, stunned. 6 hours? Kyle, are you sure we're talking about my son? Yes, my lord. Silence settles between them as the Marquis is pulled back into an old memory, one he'd buried deep. Back when Kyle was much younger, Remton had tried to teach him his sword. As a Celterion, the blade wasn't just tradition, it was survival. And maybe, just maybe, the training would help Kyle beat the Hermamu disease. But the reality was harsh. Kyle could barely stay on his feet. Every stance wobbled, every move failed. He'd collapse again and again, tears falling as he gasped for air. I can't do it, the boy cried, voice cracking under the weight of his own frustration. My legs, they won't move right. Remton, consumed by disappointment, looked down at his son with ice in his eyes. Stand up, he shouted. No one in our bloodline has ever been weak, and that won't start with you. But Kyle didn't rise. He stayed on the ground, shivering from exhaustion and shame. Eventually, the Marquis turned away, his anger giving way to bitter finality. No strength, no drive, no hope, he thought as he walked off, leaving the broken boy behind. Now, back in the present, Remton stares into space, trying to bridge the gap between that memory and the story Leon Hart just told. 6 hours of meditation. He mumbles, more to himself than anyone else. What happened to that boy? Did he fall and hit his head? Leon Hart, still nearby, speaks up with a more grounded theory. I checked everything he ate, my lord. Nothing strange. If you ask me, this change in Kyle is real. The Marquis' frown deepens as he thinks it over. Leon Hart goes on, his voice more reflective now. It's not just his willpower. The way he looks at me now, it's different. There's something in his eyes. Focused. Sharp. Remton stays silent, piecing it all together. He's not ready to believe it outright, but he also can't ignore what he's hearing. After a moment, he exhales and leans back in his chair. Maybe he's just starting to grow up. That wouldn't be the worst thing. With Leon Hart's full report laid out before him, Remton comes to a decision. We'll let this go, he says carefully, but I want you to keep an eye on him. Don't let anything slip past you. Leon Hart nods. Understood, my lord. Back in the garden, Kyle remains seated, deep in meditation. The night is quiet, but inside him, mana surges like a flood. Then the system's voice chimes in. Mana is overflowing. Kyle's eyes narrow as another prompt appears. Skill upgrade. Sharp perception. You can now analyze your body's internal condition. Huh, that'll come in handy, he mutters with a grin. And just like that, a new plan starts to take shape. I'll clear the mana channel straight to the heart. He thinks, his gaze steady. He concentrates, guiding the mana carefully. First, the energy bursts through his arm channels, blazing a path forward. Then it spreads into his shoulders, unlocking new routes. The spine follows, each point lighting up in sequence as the flow intensifies. Finally, the last channel's open. Mana pours into his chest, and when he checks internally, flames dance around his heart, proof that it worked. The flames begin to settle, and Kyle lets out a quiet breath. I did it, he whispers, clenching his fists. The path is clear now. With mana reaching his heart, he's finally ready to use magic. The system's earlier message echoes in his mind. To use magic, form a circle near the heart. The principle is straightforward, but the difficulty lies in doing it right. Higher tier spells demand more circles and more time. Kyle knows the real test is just beginning. Kyle thinks back to what he knows of this world's magic system. Kids usually start learning between the ages of 5 and 8. By 12, they're expected to have formed their first mana circle. He's 13. I'm already behind, he mutters, frowning. For anyone else, that might be the end of the road. But Kyle's not just anyone anymore. Back then, I was nothing more than a failed NPC, he reminds himself. Now, I've got the mind and skills of a veteran player. His gaze shifts to the status window, pulling up his current traits and talents. What he sees is less than inspiring. Talents: mana delay, sharp perception. Traits: blocked channels, alcoholism, weak mind, scrawny behavior. Kyle stares at the list, somewhere between laughing and groaning. This is a disaster, he says flatly. These were the traits of the original Kyle Celterian, an unlucky kid whose fate was practically doomed from the start. But that's all in the past. With mana delay now functioning and his heart channels cleared, Kyle finally has a shot at magic. All that's left is creating the first mana circle. There's just one problem. How do I even do that? He wonders out loud, rubbing his temples. Should I try it the same way I did in Fantasy Defense? In the game, forming circles was simple. Press a few buttons, follow the visuals, done. But here, there's no interface, no shortcut, just instinct and memory. Still deep in thought, Kyle sits in his room, trying to figure it out when a knock interrupts him. He looks up to see Leon Hart standing at the door. Good news, the knight says. Your father has lifted your confinement. Kyle blinks. Seriously, he gasps. I'm free to go outside. Leon Hart nods, but quickly adds, with conditions. Kyle perks up, eager to hear them. First, I'll be with you at all times. You're free to walk the mansion and the garden, but you're not allowed to leave the estate. That's final. Kyle pauses, then grins wide. That's fine by me, he shouts, practically bouncing in place. The garden is his training ground now. This is more than enough. Leon Hart watches him, trying to make sense of the sudden excitement. Kyle, meanwhile, pulls up his status window again and notices something strange. Leon Hart's affection, -20. Kyle freezes mid-jump. Hold on, he says, squinting. Wasn't that at -50 before? Leon Hart catches the sudden shift in Kyle's expression. What's on your mind? He asks, watching the boy carefully. Kyle doesn't answer right away. Instead, he's piecing things together. So his affection went up. Must be from that meditation session. 6 hours of silent effort? Yeah, that tracks. Kyle pictures Leon Hart as the kind of guy who'd tear up at a motivational sports montage. Probably sees discipline as the highest virtue. He grins and finally looks up. Perfect timing. I've got a place I want you to take me. Leon Hart crosses his arms. Where exactly? Kyle smirks. You'll find out soon enough. That afternoon, the two make their way through the mansion, heading to Kyle's chosen destination. As they pass through the corridor, a red-haired maid rounds the corner and freezes the moment she sees him. Oh, Lord Kyle, she gasps, her voice cracking. Kyle raises a brow, amused by her terrified expression. She looks like she's seen a ghost. Her thoughts spiral into panic. He's supposed to be locked up. What's he doing out here? She rushes up to Leon Hart, her voice trembling. Sir Leon Hart, what's happening? Why is he out? Leon Hart, calm as ever, gives a short reply. The Marquis lifted his confinement. He's free to move around the mansion under my watch. The maid stares at him, horrified. He's free, she whispers like she's repeating a death sentence. Her mind snaps back to the moment everything changed. The day Kyle got banned from the library. She remembers it in chilling detail. There he was, surrounded by a mess of torn pages and destroyed covers. Priceless books lay in ruins at his feet, one of them a rare manuscript she had personally gone through hell to bring from the Empire. Lord Kyle, she'd screamed, rushing toward him. Stop. That book is priceless. Do you know what you're doing? Kyle had barely glanced up. It's just paper, he said, casually tearing out another page like it meant nothing. She tried to stop him, her voice cracking with desperation. Please, that book can't be replaced. Kyle had cut her off, his voice cold and indifferent. You won't be able to read it when you're dead. So what's the point? Then, without another word, he shredded what was left of the book while she stood there, helpless and sobbing. That moment sealed it. The Marquis had immediately barred Kyle from ever stepping foot in the library again. Back in the present, the librarian shudders as the memory replays in her mind. She glances at Kyle, smiling like butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, and feels a pit form in her stomach. He's going to destroy the library again, she mutters under her breath. Still visibly shaken, she grips Leon Hart's arm like a lifeline. Sir Leon Hart, you know what he did. He should never be allowed back in there, ever. Leon Hart stands still, listening carefully as she pleads her case. Kyle, meanwhile, is frozen in place. He hadn't realized the full extent of what his past self had done, but now the pieces click into place. The panic, the dread, the fear in her voice. Yikes, he thinks. The old me was a complete menace. The librarian's voice rises slightly, her fear pushing her to recount the infamous incident again. Kyle cringes internally, feeling the weight of that legacy pressing down. Finally, he steps forward, clearing his throat to cut through the tension. Miss Librarian, he says, calm but assertive, I'm not here to wreck the place or scare you again. Her eyes flick toward him, still guarded. I'm here to read, Kyle says plainly. That's it. Shouldn't you be at your desk? The question catches her off guard. She falters, unsure how to respond. Before she can come up with anything, Kyle continues. I'm looking for books on magic. Specifically, how to form mana circles. The librarian blinks. Magic books? She repeats, clearly thrown. But you don't have magical talent. Why would you even? Kyle shrugs. Doesn't matter. Just point me to the beginner section. Still full of doubt, she hesitates before finally admitting. The Celterian library focuses mostly on swordsmanship. We only have a few children's books on basic magic. That's fine, Kyle says with a wave of his hand. Anything that covers the fundamentals will do. Muttering under her breath about how she's probably making a huge mistake, the librarian reluctantly heads off. A short while later, Kyle sits at a library table with a heavy, dust-covered book cracked open in front of him. The pages are aged and packed with dense writing. The first section begins with a sweeping statement. Mana is the origin of all creation, an unseen force discovered and named by the scholar Joshua centuries ago. The text goes on, long-winded and overly formal, laying the groundwork for how mana functions. Kyle leans forward, eyes scanning the page. He's not here for flowery philosophy. He's here to figure out how to make it work. Kyle groans and drops his head into his hands. Why is this so complicated? Just skip to the part that matters already, he grumbles. He flips to the next page, only to be met with another endless wall of text. More like a research thesis than a children's manual. He stares at it in disbelief. How do 7-year-olds even read this? He mutters, frustration bubbling over. Back in fantasy defense, learning a new skill was practically spoon-fed. Status windows, tutorials, auto-unlock features. But here, he actually has to study, with real reading, and real effort. For a moment, he seriously considers giving up. Do I really need to go through all of this? He groans, one step away from losing it completely. Then ding. A notification blinks into view. Spiritual vision skill activated. Kyle blinks, confused. Another prompt follows. This is a low-level book. The text will now be automatically translated. Before he can even process what that means, the words on the page begin to shimmer and shift, rearranging themselves. Within seconds, the bloated academic jargon melts away, replaced with clean, simple explanations, direct, easy to follow, and exactly what Kyle was hoping for. His jaw drops. You gotta be kidding me. Another message appears. First module of the introductory book is now optimized for quick comprehension. Kyle stares at the now glowing book, completely in awe. So, this is what spiritual vision can do. It translates to, relief washes over him. No more decoding ancient wizard speak. With renewed focus, he dives into the book, soaking up the information like a sponge. Excited, he looks up and calls out, Hey, Miss Librarian, Alice, right? Bring me every beginner book you've got on magic circles. I'm taking them all to my room. Alice hesitates, clearly still unsure if this is a good idea. But after a moment, she starts gathering whatever books she can find. Soon, Leon Hart finds himself acting as Kyle's personal delivery system. Back and forth, trip after trip, he hauls piles of books into Kyle's room. By the time the final stack hits the table, he's visibly drained. That's the last of them, he says with a sigh. Kyle doesn't even look up. Good job. Without missing a beat, he dives back into reading, flipping pages like a man possessed. His eyes are sharp, his focus unshakable. Leon Hart stands off to the side, quietly observing. The boy before him doesn't resemble the Kyle he used to know. This one is driven. Changed. After a long pause, Leon Hart finally breaks the silence. Think all these books will be enough for you. Kyle glances up, puzzled. What do you mean by that? Leon Hart crosses his arms, his expression somewhere between concerned and resigned. Alice is worried sick. She begged me to make sure those books come back in one piece, he explains, apparently Some of them are so rare, she said not even selling her entire estate could replace them. Kyle smirks, recalling how Alice had nervously pleaded with him earlier. She'd half-joked about keeping a fire extinguisher nearby, just in case he got any bright ideas about burning the books. He'd promised to be careful, but even then, she didn't look convinced. Leon Hart lets out a small sigh. Honestly, it's not just how many books you took. It's the fact that you're reading it all. You used to hate it. Kyle doesn't respond. He keeps his eyes on the pages, pretending not to hear the comment. Let Leon Hart think what he wants. He's far more focused on unlocking the secrets of mana and mastering circle formation. For a while, silence settles over the room, until Leon Hart speaks again, more cautiously this time. You know, Hermamu disease blocks mana flow. People with your condition can't circulate mana or aura properly. Learning magic might not even be possible. Kyle freezes for a second, mind racing. He doesn't know I've already opened most of my channels. Best not to reveal too much. Instead, he shoots Leon Hart a dramatic look. Wow, appreciate the encouragement, he says, sarcasm dripping from every word. Leon Hart's eyes widen. That's not what I meant. I wasn't trying to. Kyle cuts him off with a dismissive wave. Relax. I get it. And honestly, you're not wrong. Everyone in this house thinks the same thing. He leans back in his chair, arms folded. It's weird, right? Me reading books. Try to learn magic. But I'm a youngest Celterian. I'm supposed to be a little strange. Leon Hart doesn't respond right away. He's clearly unsure how to handle the version of Kyle standing before him. Kyle's voice softens. You think I'll fail again? That I'll break down like before? I get it. You've seen it happen. He turns a page, then glances back up. But that's not who I am anymore. I told you. I'm not planning to die young. I've got something I want to do, and I'm going to make it happen. Leon Hart stares, caught off guard. There's a clarity in Kyle's tone, a conviction he's never heard from the boy before. As Kyle dives back into his reading, Leon Hart lingers quietly, deep in thought. His mind drifts to a memory of the past. A much smaller Kyle, collapsed on the training ground, tears streaming down his face after yet another failure, his father's cold eyes watching in silence. Back then, Kyle had been a mess, sobbing, hopeless, convinced his father had given up on him for good. Leon Hart had done what he could, offering words of comfort, but nothing reached the boy. That raw despair had burned itself into his memory. But now, the Kyle sitting across from him is a whole different person. Calm, determined, focused in a way that feels almost unrecognizable. As Leon Hart watches him, a new notification flashes in Kyle's view. Leon Hart's affection level plus 30. Current level 0. Kyle blinks. Wait, what? He mutters under his breath. It had just been in the negatives, now it's at 0? How'd it go up by 30 points? He glances over at Leon Hart, who's still silently observing him. Kyle narrows his eyes. What's going through that guy's head? Leon Hart steps forward and grabs one of the books from the pile. His tall, imposing frame makes Kyle instinctively scoot to the other side of the bed, putting a little space between them. But Leon Hart simply places the book down and straightens up. I'll be outside, he says evenly. Call me if you need anything. Once the door closes, Kyle lets out a breath. Finally, he mutters, relieved to be alone again. Still, his mind drifts back to the affection boost. What changed? He retraces the events in his head. It didn't happen in the library, so it must have been after. Maybe it's because I didn't give up, he guesses. He seems like the type who respects effort. Reading through dense magical theory without complaining, that's the kind of persistence someone like Leon Hart would notice. That must be it. Man's got weird priorities, Kyle says with a shrug. But with Leon Hart gone, it's time to stop thinking and start grinding. He plants himself cross-legged in the middle of the book pile and activates his insight skill. Immediately, the words begin to shift. Lines of tangled theory and confusing language reorganize into crisp, easy-to-understand summaries. What should have taken hours to read flies by in seconds. One by one, the books light up with notifications. Principles of circle formation fully decoded. File stored. Then another. Understanding of circle formation increased. Decoding speed enhanced. Within moments, every single book in the room has been processed. Kyle stares at the status window, eyes wide. That was fast, he says, a grin spreading across his face. With all the knowledge now stored and processed, Kyle knows exactly what comes next. It's time to put theory into practice. He loads the data on circle formation into the system. A moment later, a notification appears. Complete understanding of circle formation principles achieved. You're now able to form your first magic circle. A jolt of excitement rushes through him. I actually did it, he whispers, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He's officially met the baseline to begin using magic. Without wasting another second, Kyle closes his eyes and concentrates. Before him, a golden path unfolds, an internal visualization of how mana should flow. It pulses gently, guiding him forward. He commands the mana to move, and it answers. Energy begins swirling through his body, following the golden thread with precise, fluid motion. At first it's smooth, too smooth. The mana flows like water, lighting up the path as it travels closer to his heart. But then the resistance hits. A sharp, burning pain erupts in his chest. Kyle clenches his fists, groaning through gritted teeth. The mana now feels like molten fire, searing through his insides. He knows this is the tipping point. If he breaks concentration now, the mana will backfire, and the damage could be irreversible. Just a little longer, he mutters, voice tight. Sweat trickles down his brow as he forces himself to stay focused. The energy surges, testing his limits, but he doesn't budge. He keeps pushing, guiding the mana as it spirals along the golden path, inching closer to full completion. The room is silent. Only the sound of his steady breathing fills the air. The glow intensifies, one last push. Kyle's lips curl into a strained but confident smile. This is it. My first step toward real power. My first step toward changing everything. He pushes through the final moment, fighting past the burning sensation that radiates from deep within his chest. Then silence. He opens his eyes, heart pounding, chest heaving. Did it work? He whispers, unsure. Just as doubt starts to crawl in. Congratulations. You have successfully formed your first magic circle. Kyle stares at the message, wide-eyed. Another notification follows. Blocked channels weakened. Mana stagnation intensified. Refined mana can now be stored within your magic circle. Looking ahead, Kyle sees it, spheres of mana, floating and glowing faintly, their energy held steady by the circle now formed inside him. The sight is surreal. A grin breaks across his face. I can finally use magic, he says, the words laced with joy and disbelief. For the first time, the impossible feels within reach. For a fleeting moment, Kyle allows himself to bask in the victory. But the rush of accomplishment quickly fades as a crushing wave of fatigue slams into him. Morning sunlight pours through the window, and that's when it hits him. He stayed up all night. The reading might have gone fast thanks to his skills, but forming that magic circle had taken hours of mental strain and raw focus. He groans, knowing full well the storm is coming. Urgel's going to flip, and Leon Hart's not going to let it slide either. Still, even with the lectures looming, he can't bring himself to feel an ounce of regret. Totally worth it, he mutters, smiling to himself before collapsing into the pile of books, out cold. Moments later, Urgel walks in, balancing a tray of breakfast. Lord Kyle, I brought your. She stops mid-sentence. Her eyes go wide as she sees him sprawled across the floor, surrounded by a chaotic avalanche of open books. Panic kicks in instantly. She drops the tray onto a nearby table and rushes to his side. Lord Kyle, she cries, shaking him by the shoulders. What happened? Wake up. But Kyle's gone, deep in a well-earned sleep, too drained to hear a thing. Urgel's hands tremble as she scans the mess. What in the world did he do all night? She whispers, clearly alarmed. What she doesn't realize is that, while the rest of the estate slept peacefully, Kyle had been locked in a silent battle, pushing himself to the brink and beyond to create his first magic circle. A new chapter had begun. Kyle Salterian, once a weak and discarded noble, was now a mage in the making. Meanwhile, back in the library, Alice is a pacing storm of anxiety. She mutters to herself, wringing her hands. Why did I give him all those books? What if he set them on fire? What if? Her thoughts are interrupted as Leon Hart walks in, calm as ever, carrying a heavy stack of books in his arms. The moment Alice spots the volumes, she bolts over. Are they okay? She gasps, her eyes darting to the spines like she's checking on wounded soldiers. Leon Hart raises an eyebrow. Relax. They're fine. Alice doesn't trust it until she's scanned every cover. You're sure? She asks, hovering like a hawk. Positive, Leon Hart replies evenly. Not a page out of place. Alice exhales, tension easing slightly, though her hands still hover near the books like she's ready to shield them from danger. Thank the heavens. Back in his room, Kyle finally stirs. Rested and recharged, he sits up to find Urgel setting breakfast before him. He blinks at the sight. A feast so luxurious it looks fit for a king. He stares in disbelief. Wait, you made this? He asks, clearly impressed. Urgel gave a modest nod, a light blush coloring her cheeks. Yes, young master. Kyle dug in without hesitation, immediately praising her. This is amazing. Just what I'd expect from you. Urgel's face flushed deeper as she offered a quiet, I'm happy it suits you. While Kyle continued his meal, the scene faded into a memory from earlier that morning. Urgel had been making her way upstairs with his breakfast when a group of maids blocked her path. The green-haired one stepped forward, feigning kindness. Why don't we take that up to Lord Kyle? You must be tired. Let us handle it. Urgel held the tray tighter, eyeing them coolly. What's with the sudden kindness? The green-haired maid dropped the act, her smile turning smug. You were just a stand-in. Now that Kyle's back to acting like a real young master, things are going back to normal. Sally is his assigned maid. Not you. Urgel didn't even flinch. If you've got a problem with your duties, take it up with Lord Kyle, she said flatly. She strode past them without another glance, her words leaving them frozen. The green-haired maid reached out, trying to stop her, but Urgel didn't even acknowledge her. She moved on, focused and unbothered. At the door, a senior maid stepped aside and let her through, which only stirred more jealousy in Sally. Do you think you're special or something? She shouted after her. The senior maid glanced at Sally, then turned her attention back to Urgel, clearly intrigued. Back in the present, Kyle finished the last bite of his breakfast. That was exceptional, he said, setting his fork down. You've really stepped it up. Urgel lit up at the praise, explaining she'd been training daily and learning new dishes from a head chef. Kyle gave a satisfied nod. Our work looks good on you. Keep it up. But then his tone shifted, the air growing more serious. How's your spirit magic coming along? Urgel stiffened, caught off guard. Kyle noticed and leaned in slightly. Go get the book I gave you. She hurried off and returned with the worn volume. Kyle flipped through it, noting how far she'd gotten. How much have you read? About halfway, she said, unsure. Kyle raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. The condition of the book said it all. She'd been studying seriously. Not bad. For someone her age, and from a noble family at that, she's making fast progress. Still, his thoughts drifted to the real threat ahead. In just 2 months, Doomsday would arrive, exactly as foretold in the original fantasy defense plot. The Salterian heir ceremony would trigger Adolf's coup. If Kyle did nothing, Urgel wouldn't survive the chaos. Kyle shut the book with a loud thud, his voice sharp and commanding. Urgel, this isn't fast enough. You need to grow stronger, immediately. Urgel's eyes went wide, startled by the sudden shift in his tone. He didn't spell out everything that was at stake, but his message was clear. From today on, stop cooking. Put all your focus into mastering spirit magic. Her face fell instantly. The pain in her expression didn't go unnoticed. What is it? Kyle asked, seeing her hesitate. She spoke quickly, voice trembling. Please, young master, let me do both. I'll keep studying, I promise. But please, let me keep cooking for you. Don't let anyone else take that from me. Her words hit him harder than expected. He hadn't realized just how much it mattered to her. She wasn't just asking. She was pleading. Her orange eyes shone with determination. Kyle paused, caught off guard. He never imagined Urgel would hold on to this role so tightly. For the first time, it dawned on him how much she wanted to stay by his side. Taking a slow breath, Kyle studied her anxious expression. It made sense now. Everything in her life had fallen apart. Once a baron's daughter, now a maid under someone else's roof. Cut off from her family, her title, her past. Of course she clung to this. It wasn't just about the work. Being his maid was the one thing giving her purpose and stability in a world that had taken everything else away. Kyle felt a pang of guilt. He meant well, but his push had come across like a threat. Like he was about to take away the only thing she had left. He softened his tone. Urgel, do you remember what I told you when I brought you here? I said you're mine, and I don't abandon the people I care about. I never will. Her eyes widened, the emotion behind his words sinking in. You've been amazing, he continued. Your cooking, your service, everything. Keep this up, and you'll probably be head maid someday. A hint of a smile flickered across her lips, but Urgel, Kyle said, his voice calm but firm, there are other maids here. Any of them could take over your tasks. She looked like she was about to protest, but Kyle reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder. That stopped her. But becoming a spirit mage? That's something no one else can do like you can. Spirit mages are rare. Respected. Admired. People revere them. He looked straight into her eyes. And you? You're not just promising. I believe you can become the strongest one of them all. Urgel's breath caught in her throat. Her gaze locked on him, searching for any hint of doubt. She found none. Kyle gave her a warm smile. You're going to stand above everyone else. No one will ever take your place. Urgel stared at him, the impact of his words settling deep. Her voice came out barely above a whisper. That sounds wonderful, but what if I fail? Kyle's expression turned resolute. You won't, he said without hesitation. I believe in you. Completely. He handed her the spirit magic book, locking eyes with her. You can do this, Urgel. I know you can. She took the book, her fingers trembling, but there was a newfound strength in her grip. Thank you, young master. I won't let you down. I promise I'll give it my all. A soft chime echoed in Kyle's mind. Affection plus 60, current level. He smiled, pleased with the result. Good. To support her growth, Kyle made a bold decision. He officially named Urgel his personal maid, putting her in charge of all his personal affairs. On top of that, he had her moved out of the shared maid quarters and into a private room near his own. When he showed her the room, Urgel stood frozen, stunned into silence. It was simple but cozy, and just steps away from Kyle's. This is yours now, Kyle explained. It'll be easier for you to study here, and you won't have to deal with any jealousy from the others. Urgel's cheeks flushed as she looked around. Thank you. I love it, especially since it's so close to your room. Kyle blinked, caught off guard. She actually likes being near me? He thought, amused. She might be a little obsessed. Still, it worked in his favor, so he smiled. Then let's both give our best. We're getting through this. Together. She didn't fully grasp the weight of his words, but her eyes sparkled with determination. She wanted to make him proud, and as time passed, that desire began to deepen into something more. Slowly but surely, her feelings for him started to grow. Elsewhere in the mansion, a different scene unfolded. The blue-haired headmaid, a hidden agent loyal to Kyle's older brother Adolf, had been keeping a close eye on him. Late at night, she delivered her report directly to Adolf, the mastermind behind the looming rebellion. Lord Adolf, she said, giving a short bow. Your younger brother has changed. Adolf raised an eyebrow. Oh, in what way? The maid listed everything she'd seen. Kyle was training regularly, building muscle, diving deep into his studies on magic, and perhaps most unexpectedly, he no longer snapped at the servants. His entire demeanor had shifted. Adolf listened quietly, the smirk on his face growing with every detail. So, my foolish little brother is finally stepping up, he murmured, amusement glinting in his eyes. The head maid gave a respectful nod. It appears so, my lord. Adolf leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled, eyes alight with something dangerous. Then it's about time I paid him a visit. A few days later, fresh off his progress with the magic circle, Kyle took a walk through the estate alongside Leon Hart. The air was calm, the mood relaxed, until Urgel spotted them from across the lawn and waved with a bright smile. Kyle's expression softened as he returned the wave, a small spark of happiness flickering through his chest. Then, turning back to Leon Hart, his tone shifted. I need you to take me somewhere quiet. Open space, out of sight. Leon Hart gave him a curious look. What for, young master? A magic experiment. That response caught Leon Hart off guard. Magic experiment? From a boy who could barely handle mana without collapsing just weeks ago? Still, Kyle's expression left no room for doubt. There's a clearing near the edge of the estate, Leon Hart said finally. Thick woods. No eyes on it from outside. Should be private enough. Kyle nodded, satisfied. Perfect. Let's go. When they arrived, Kyle surveyed the area. Trees surrounded the clearing, muffling the outside world. It was quiet, isolated, just what he needed. This'll work, he said, already brimming with energy. Leon Hart leaned back against a tree, arms crossed. I'll keep watch. Just don't blow anything or anyone up. Kyle grinned. No promises. As Leon Hart settled in, his gaze drifted to Kyle. Watching him step into position, preparing his mana, was like seeing a different person. Not long ago, Kyle had been chained by Hermamu's disease, unable to train in sword or spell. And now he stood in the middle of a field, calm and confident, like he belonged there. Still, Leon Hart had his doubts. A few books and some determination didn't erase a lifetime of limitations. But Kyle had defied expectations before. Taking a deep breath, Kyle closed his eyes. He focused inward, channeling mana into his palm. The image of the golden path from the magic circle burned bright in his mind, guiding him step by step. He molded the mana carefully, just as he'd studied. Then, with one fluid motion, he released it. A bright magic missile shot forward, slamming into a tree with a thunderous boom, bark exploding on impact. The tree split clean down the middle, splinters flying in every direction. Whoa, Kyle shouted, adrenaline kicking in. Think anyone heard that? Leon Hart stood frozen, mouth slightly open. What the hell just? He snapped back to his senses and instantly masked the sound with aura, blanketing the area. You're lucky I'm around, he muttered. Kyle let out a breath. Nice save, but Leon Hart wasn't done. His eyes narrowed. When did you form a magic circle? Kyle shrugged like it was no big deal. Not that long ago. Just followed what the book said. Pretty straightforward, honestly. Leon Hart's gaze sharpened. Then, you've beaten Hermamu's disease? Kyle didn't answer. Instead, he raised his hand, letting a soft, glowing orb of magic pulse in his palm. Leon Hart stared, mind racing back to something Kyle had said before. I don't plan to die young. Back then, it had sounded like determination. Now, it felt like a declaration. He let a rare smile slip. Congratulations, young master. Kyle grinned. Just then, a new message blinked into view. Affection plus 20 Leon Hart, 10. He chuckled under his breath. Knew it. Guy's a sucker for perseverance. Leon Hart turned his focus to the destruction behind them. That was a magic missile, right? He asked, pointing at the obliterated tree. Yep, Kyle confirmed. First circle magic. Pretty basic. Leon Hart shook his head. Basic? That blast had the force of a fourth circle spell. A standard magic missile is like getting punched by an adult. You split a tree in half. Kyle's eyes widened. Wait, seriously? You're still a first circle mage, Leon Hart continued, still processing what he saw. So how did you unleash that much power? Kyle frowned. I don't know. It was impressive, but also dangerous. If word got out, he'd have more than just admiration coming his way. This kind of power is going to draw too much attention, he muttered. His thoughts spun, reviewing everything he'd learned so far. The insight skill had let him crack first circle spells in a single day, something that normally took months of study. But magic in this world wasn't behaving the way it had in the game. Something's off, Kyle thought. Why is my magic output this different? Leon Hart kept his eyes on him, caught between admiration and uncertainty. If this is how he's starting, he thought, what kind of monster is this kid going to become? Magic had once been a nightmare of complexity. Back in the day, you had to draw a magic circle like you were drafting blueprints, do insane mana calculations, and pray you didn't blow yourself up. But now, things were changing and fast. In Kyle's world, magic is supposed to be simple. Draw a circle, pour in some mana, and boom, you've got spell power at your fingertips. So, naturally he tries it out. The result? Boom. What comes out is so wildly overpowered, Kyle's pretty sure it could flatten a mountain. Instantly, he knows he's overdone it. Yeah, the world's probably not ready for this, he mutters to himself. Turning to Leon Hart, who just watched his little magic test go nuclear, Kyle tries to play it cool. Let's, keep this between us. But Leon Hart, not amused. Instead of nodding or brushing it off, his favorability score tanks hard. Leon Hart affection minus 50, current level, minus 40. Kyle's jaw practically hits the ground. Wait, what? Trying to salvage the moment, Kyle jumps in with an explanation. But Leon Hart's not letting it slide. The bodyguard crosses his arms, demanding answers. Why the secrecy? Why hide power that intense? Cornered, Kyle finally lays it out. In 2 months, the Salterian family's heir succession ceremony will take place. It's not just a family gathering, it's the event. The next head isn't chosen by birth order. No, here you earn it. Through strength, wisdom, leadership, and the loyalty of those who stand with you. And right now, the battle for that title is down to 2 candidates. First, there's Abel Salterian, the oldest, a textbook heir, polished, calm, and trained for the role since birth. He's respected, well-liked, and practically walks around with a spotlight over his head. Then there's Adolf Salterian, the younger brother. He used to be the forgettable one, quiet, overshadowed, but somewhere along the way, he flipped the script. His skills skyrocketed, his confidence surged, and now he's surrounded by an aggressive group of young knights who treat him more like a rising warlord than noble. Meanwhile, back at the main mansion, tensions are boiling. The 2 brothers meet again after a long break. Abel is surrounded by guests, playing the perfect host, smiling and shaking hands. But in all his charm and fanfare, he completely ignores Adolf. Adolf isn't having it. He calls Abel out, loud enough for the guests to hear. Abel tries to laugh it off, claiming he just didn't notice him. Adolf scoffs. You could sense aura at 5 years old, and now you can't even recognize your own brother? The guests fall silent. All eyes turn to Abel. He fumbles, says it was a one-time thing, a fluke. He clearly wants to drop it, but the crowd? They're buzzing. Isn't it amazing Abel had aura at 5? One noble whispers. Sure, another says, but my son couldn't do it until he was 10. I thought he was a lost cause. The room hums with murmurs, and just like that, the spotlight shifts. Adolf supporters catch wind of the whispers and don't take it lightly. Rage flares, and they start threatening the guests, barely holding themselves back from a full-blown scene. But before things spiral, Adolf raises a hand. His voice cuts through the tension. Stand down. We're in the main house, my father's domain. That's all it takes. The knights instantly fall silent, stepping back in line. Abel watches it all unfold and offers a polite smile. Impressive. You've really grown, Adolf. A true contender for the heir. But Adolf doesn't see it as praise. He closes the distance, eyes locked with Abel's. Don't act like you respect me, he growls. You won't be smiling for long. And with that, He turns on his heel and walks out, his knights following in silence. Abel says nothing, left staring after him. Meanwhile, Calcelterian sits down for breakfast, but the food might as well not exist. His mind is fully occupied with one thing: the succession ceremony, now only 2 months away. Here's how things work in the Celterian family. Lineage means nothing. The title of family head goes to the strongest. Blood alone doesn't cut it. You need to prove yourself with your blade, your magic, your mind, and your followers. Well, unless you're Kyle. Thanks to his past illness, Kyle was ruled out from the start. No duels, no trials, just quietly swept off the board. And he's not the only one. His older brother Duke was also disqualified early on. But for Kyle, even if he were healthy, the truth stings. He just didn't have the strength or skill to compete. While the rest of his brothers sharpen their skills for the upcoming showdown, Kyle's been benched. And it eats at him. Across the table, Leon Hart starts to bring up the drama between Abel and Adolf, but Kyle cuts him off. He's already ahead of the gossip. Apparently, a duel's coming. Abel and Adolf are about to go head-to-head for early dominance before the real competition begins. And that's when Kyle has a spark of an idea. Right now, both brothers are laser-focused on each other. If someone unexpected, say, the useless little brother, suddenly revealed real power, what would happen? 2 scenarios pop into Kyle's mind. 1. One brother might try to pull him into their camp. 2. Or they'd see him as a threat and take him out before he could rise. He spells it all out, laying his thoughts on the table. Across from him, Leon Hart and Urgel freeze, exchanging wide-eyed glances like Kyle's just sprouted horns. After a pause, Leon Hart speaks up. That's a bit extreme, don't you think? But Kyle doesn't flinch. History says otherwise. He reminds them, succession in the Celterian family has always been a blood-stained road. Abel might seem noble, sure, but Adolf? He's the type who would eliminate a threat before it even breathes. Hearing that, Leon Hart stiffens. The concern on his face says everything. But Kyle already has a solution. He's not going to show off his strength. Not yet. No, his plan is simple. Stay hidden. Keep his power a secret. Until the time is right. Here's Kyle's logic. Wizards who want to survive? They keep their powers low-key. Flashy magic equals unwanted attention and potential enemies. So Kyle's plan is simple. Pretend he's still a magical newbie. That way, he can attend the ceremony without painting a giant target on his back. Leon Hart takes a moment to consider, then nods. It's a smart move. But there's a catch. He makes one thing clear. Once the ceremony's over, he's reporting everything to the head of the family. No exceptions. For now, though, the secret's safe. Kyle breathes easier, knowing he's got some breathing room. Still, in a family like the Celterians, where chaos is practically a tradition, something's bound to mess things up. Now, Kyle and Leon Hart's relationship? It's a never-ending game of, are we allies or just barely tolerating each other? After laying out the plan, Kyle nervously glances at his bodyguard. So, you're with me on this, right? Leon Hart agrees, but that familiar chime rings out in Kyle's head. Leon Hart affection -10, current level, -50. Seriously? Again, Kyle thinks, exasperated. It's like Leon Hart's got an invisible scoreboard that dings him every time he says something even mildly suspicious. To top it off, Leon Hart reminds him, my loyalty is to the head of the family, not you. Oof. But hey, it's not a rejection, so Kyle takes it as a partial win. Sure, he hasn't won Leon Hart over yet, but he's determined to get there. Grinning, Kyle locks eyes with him. You'll come around eventually. Leon Hart stiffens, an uneasy chill running down his spine. That was the kind of promise that came with schemes, trouble, and headaches. Before the awkwardness could thicken, Leon Hart hit him with a serious question. You're really set on becoming a wizard? Kyle blinked. Why wouldn't I be? He shot back, slightly offended. Think about it. Everyone in this family is sword obsessed. Wouldn't it be cool to have a powerful mage in a mix for once? That answer actually earns him a rare reaction. Leon Hart cracks a small smile. You know, the head of the family might actually like that. Leon Hart affection +20 current level, -30. Kyle stares. This guy's mood swings are insane. Just as Kyle's trying to process the emotional whiplash, Leon Hart shifts his attention toward Urgel, who had been standing quietly nearby the whole time. With a genuine smile, he nods in appreciation. By the way, your steak? That was amazing. Urgel looked down modestly. It was nothing special, she replied softly, but offered a polite thanks. Watching Leon Hart and Urgel interact, a light bulb flicks on in Kyle's head. Wait a second, was that a favorability boost from food? He replays the moment. Leon Hart complimented the steak, smiled, and boom, more affection points. That's when it hits him. Food is the key. A secret stat-boosting mechanic hidden in plain sight. Grinning like he's discovered a cheat code, Kyle blurts out, from now on, let's all eat together in my room. Leon Hart gives him a sharp side-eye. Suspicious doesn't even begin to cover it. Why, he asks flatly. Kyle's answer? Because I said so. No sugarcoating, no persuasion, just pure, unapologetic command. Leon Hart blinks, then sighs. He knows that tone. There's no talking Kyle out of it now. Fine. The air grows tense, but Urgel breaks it with a gentle nod. If that's what the young master wishes. Crisis averted. Sort of. Later that night, while the rest of the mansion is fast asleep, Kyle's quarters are lit up like a scholar's war room. Books stacked like towers, scrolls unrolled across the floor, quills flying over paper. He's deep in study mode. No longer a sideline noble. Kyle is a man on a mission. Not just to survive, but to excel. He scribbles unfamiliar runes and circles, muttering calculations under his breath. The goal? Create a new hybrid magic activation method. One that combines the speed and instinct-based casting of his old game world with the stable, controlled spells of this one. It's a risky idea. On one hand, the traditional method is safe, but painfully slow. On the other, his instinct-based game magic? Explosively powerful, and just as explosive, period. Still, the idea of fusing them together lights a spark in his mind. What if he could get the best of both? Driven by equal parts genius and madness, he starts drafting the hybrid formula. But just as he's about to trigger it, a system window pops up. Warning, high risk of explosion. Proceed. Kyle stares. Explosion? That wasn't part of the plan. Sure, he expected a surge of energy, but not a full-blown magical meltdown. The warning isn't your usual pop-up either. This one's flashing red with a bold danger alert. Definitely not the friendly tutorial kind. He hesitates. Logic tells him to stop. But then, that familiar voice creeps in. You'll never beat sword prodigies by playing it safe. High risk, high reward. Gritting his teeth, Kyle slams the yes button. The room instantly goes berserk. Pages fly like shrapnel. The air crackles with magic, and gusts of raw mana spiral out of control. The system starts spitting out more alerts, practically yelling turn back in bold, flashing letters. Too late. Kyle's magical experiment is live, and chaos has officially entered the chat. Warning, high instability detected. Explosion imminent. The system is practically screaming at him, but Kyle's already past the point of no return. He's locked in, eyes blazing with determination. This isn't just a spell test anymore. This is an all-out attempt to break the magic system itself. As the energy swirls violently around him, the system kicks into overdrive, analyzing his body and the fusion of two activation methods. Tension rises. The whole room feels like it's holding its breath. Kyle doesn't even blink. This is what it takes to be great. And just when it feels like the air itself might snap, the system finishes its analysis. Success. A rush of data floods his vision. His understanding of magic missile is now on another level. The system even charts out an optimized path for his hybrid casting method. Even better, nothing explodes. Not even a spark. Kyle stares at the golden sphere of pure, controlled magic floating in his palm, absolutely beaming. I did it. This wasn't just a successful experiment. This was a breakthrough. He's not just bending the rules anymore. He's rewriting them. But of course this is Kyle. And Kyle doesn't stop at done. What if I tweak the flow rate? Maybe shift the energy balance a bit, he mutters, already fiddling with his spell like it's a new toy. That's when the system throws out another warning. Caution, explosion risk remains high. Kyle nods, this time actually acknowledging the risk. Okay, I'll dial it down a bit. Unfortunately, Kyle's version of a bit still qualifies as reckless genius. A few minor adjustments later, boom, the explosion rocks the room. In the chamber next door, Urgel jolts upright at the thunderous blast. Heart racing, she bolts for Kyle's room. She slams the door open and finds total chaos. Books everywhere, smoke filling the air, a gaping hole in the wall, and right in the middle of it all is Kyle, bruised, singed, and laughing like a maniac. What happened? She yells. Kyle, sitting in the wreckage like it's just another Tuesday, grins up at her. Relax. I was just practicing magic. Urgel doesn't even blink. Her eyes scan the crater that used to be a bedroom wall, and it's clear she's not convinced. Seeing her genuine concern, Kyle chuckles awkwardly and scratches his head. Okay, maybe I should have done this outside. He looks around at the absolute disaster he's created and sighs. So this is what the warning meant by explosion. Note to self, next time, build a real magic lab, with actual walls meant to survive a blast or two. Before Kyle can even think about round 2 of his magical chaos, Leon Hart bursts through the door, panting like he sprinted across the estate. His eyes lock onto the destruction. What's left of a wall, the scorched floor, books scattered like confetti, and Kyle sitting smack in the middle, dust-covered, still clutching the glowing remains of his magic orb. Leon Hart opens his mouth, ready to unload a storm of questions. But Kyle beats him to it, completely deadpan. Can you help me clean this up? Leon Hart just stares. Clean? Clean. That's the first thing out of his mouth. Kyle, unbothered, shrugs. It's better to clean first and think later. Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, Urgel is deep in stew mode. She lifts a spoon for a taste, frowns, then tastes again. Still off. It's bland. Empty. The flavor just isn't there. Panic bubbles up. She pictures Kyle, tasting it with that maddening calmness and saying, "It's a bit plain, don't you think?" That thought alone is enough to send her into a full-blown culinary spiral. Just as she's about to dump the whole pot and start over, in walks Daisy, the ever-smiling senior maid with bright blue hair and an aura that could melt snow. She spots Urgel and chuckles. "You're seriously dedicated, huh?" Urgel, not looking up, replies softly, "I'm just doing my job." But Daisy isn't going anywhere. She watches Urgel work with near surgical precision, then casually leans in and offers a tip. If it's tasting flat, try a pinch of nutmeg. Works wonders for depth. Urgel pauses. "Nutmeg? That seems unexpected." Daisy catches the hesitation and grins. "Just trust me. A tiny pinch." After a brief mental tug-of-war, Urgel gives in. She sprinkles the nutmeg, stirs, and tastes again. Boom. Flavor explosion. Her eyes widen. It's like the stew evolved into something else entirely. Warm, rich, perfectly layered. She stares into the pot like it just performed a magic trick. Daisy watched Urgel's reaction with a proud low grin. "Told you so," she said, clearly delighted her tip paid off. Urgel stood there for a second, still stunned. Then, turning to Daisy, she asked the obvious, "Are you good at cooking?" Daisy chuckled, the answer already written on her face. Encouraged, Urgel took a leap. "Can you teach me how to cook like this?" The question caught Daisy off guard for a moment. Her eyes widened slightly before softening into a warm, genuine smile. "Of course," she said. "I'd love to." For now, though, the two finished preparing the meal together. With the stew perfected and ready, Urgel gave a sincere thank you, her voice steady with new confidence. Daisy waved it off with her usual cheer, but deep down, she couldn't help but feel proud. One little pinch of nutmeg had turned a shaky cook into someone ready to learn more. Maybe, she thought, Urgel will be crafting full-course meals before long. With the tray in hand, Daisy followed Urgel through the hall toward Kyle's room. As they walked, Daisy struck up conversation in her usual chatty tone. "So, how's Lord Kyle been lately?" she asked casually. "I've heard he's been way more polite than he used to be." Urgel remained quiet, listening as Daisy continued. "Honestly, I was kind of worried when I found out you were assigned as his personal maid. He wasn't exactly known for being easy to deal with." After a pause, Urgel answered plainly, "There's nothing to worry about. Lord Kyle treats me well." Daisy blinked, clearly surprised but relieved. "That's good," she said, her voice softening. She went on to share some of the talk floating around the mansion. Apparently, Kyle was waking up early, training, studying, basically doing everything he used to avoid like the plague. The change was shocking, even to her. Urgel said nothing, but inside, she knew it was true. She'd seen it all with her own eyes. This was no longer the careless boy she had expected to serve. Kyle was changing, and quickly. When they finally stepped into Kyle's room, Urgel set the tray down carefully and looked at him. "Daisy was asking about you earlier." Kyle, who'd been lost in thought, blinked. "She was..." Urgel nodded and recounted the conversation. "She asked about what you've been doing, who you've been spending time with." Kyle raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "And what did you tell her?" Urgel met his gaze calmly. "I said I didn't know, because I didn't think it was right to talk about you." Kyle's grin spreads as he leans back in his chair. "Good call," he says, voice low but approving. "You handle that well." Urgel straightens slightly, clearly relieved by the praise. But Kyle adds with a thoughtful look, "Next time, don't shut down completely. If you're too guarded, people might get suspicious. Just say a little, enough to seem normal." Urgel nods. "Understood. I'll be more careful." As he eats, Kyle's thoughts spiral into motion. The questions, the sudden interest, Daisy's well-timed visit. It all adds up. This is Adolf's doing. Kyle chuckles to himself. Of course. His second brother had always been the type to act fast, too fast. It's not surprising that word of Kyle's improvement has reached him already. And now, he's testing the waters, sending in spies. And who better than Daisy? Always cheerful, always smiling. The perfect cover. But Kyle doesn't feel threatened. If anything, he's impressed. Bold move, brother, but sloppy. Adolf was already making plays, already showing his hand. And that impatience? That'll be his downfall. As Kyle chews, he calmly plots. He's not just along for the ride anymore. He's got his own board, his own pieces, and a strategy Adolf won't see coming. Later that night, far from Kyle's quarters, a different kind of storm brews in the Celterian estate. Inside the grand, shadow-draped office of Marquis Remton, the family patriarch sits frozen. For once, the unshakable man is completely thrown off. Across from him stands Leon Hart, his usual sharp posture softened by the weight of the news he just delivered. "Kyle," he says carefully, has overcome her. The Marquis doesn't move. He's healthy now, and he started learning magic. On his own, still no response. Leon Hart hesitates, debating whether to share the rest. How Kyle already created his first magic circle in record time. How his control might exceed what's expected of even a third circle mage. But one glance at the Marquis is enough. The man looks like he's just been struck by lightning. That kind of detail can wait. Slowly, the Marquis leans back in his chair. He looks past Leon Hart, his gaze distant. The image in his mind is a memory, one that still haunts him. A frail, pale boy in bed, struggling to breathe, too weak to hold a spoon, let alone a sword. And him, his younger self, standing at the bedside, frustration boiling over into cruel words. You're a burden, a disgrace to this house. The shame of that moment returns like a slap to the face. Kyle snaps, his voice sharp and shaking. I never asked to be born this way. Then, with a bitterness he can't hold back, he shouts, You should have just ended it the day I was born. Those words cut deep, setting the Marquis off. His fury explodes. You miserable child, he growls. From this day on, I'll act like I have no son at all. Without another glance, he gives the order. Kyle is to be locked in his room, cut off from the world, from everyone. Kyle drops to his knees, broken. Tears stream down as his father turns and leaves. That day marked the beginning of Kyle's isolation, not just behind walls, but within a growing emptiness inside him. Now, in the present, that memory returns to the Marquis, like a punch to the gut. The guilt he buried for years comes surging back. He'd cast Kyle aside, punished him for something beyond his control. Yet somehow Kyle survived. He didn't just make it. He grew stronger. Stronger than anyone thought possible. Lost in thought, the Marquis breaks the silence with a quiet question. How old is Kyle now? Leon Hart doesn't hesitate. He just turned 13. The Marquis stiffens. 13? That can't be right. Based on everything he knows, defeating Hermamu is a feat for gifted prodigies. Kids who show promise at 5, maybe 6 years old. But Kyle? He pulled off the impossible, and far later than anyone believed was possible. The Marquis' disbelief only grows. Has there ever been anyone else like him? He asks, clinging to some kind of explanation. Leon Hart shakes his head. No, not that I've heard. But I know what I saw. Kyle beat Hermamu. I was there. The Marquis goes quiet, stunned. His youngest son, the one he had written off, had done the unthinkable. And now, the future seems wide open for the boy he never gave chance. Everything's changed. As night settles over Marquis Rempton's office, the conversation takes another unexpected turn. Leon Hart, calm and certain, drops one more revelation. He's seen Kyle wield first circle magic with his own eyes. The Marquis is floored. Overcoming Hermamu was one thing. But magic? First circle mastery? It's beyond anything he could have imagined. And yet, under all the shock and awe, a heavier question settles in. What now? The past between him and Kyle casts a long shadow. Unsure of what kind of reception he'd even get. The Marquis turns to Leon Hart and asks, almost unsure of himself, Do you think I should speak with him? Leon Hart doesn't give a direct answer. Instead, he turns the question around. Do you not want to see him? He asks calmly. The Marquis falters. His composure cracks as years of regret start to rise. I don't know if I can, he finally says. After how I treated him, after everything I said, that child must hate me. That response catches Leon Hart off guard. Hey, that's not what he's seen in Kyle at all. A memory flashes back, one from just a few days ago in the garden. Kyle had been sitting quietly when Leon Hart casually asked if there was anything he wanted to pass along to his father. Kyle didn't hesitate. No, he said firmly. I want to talk to him face to face. Leon Hart reminded him gently. You're still confined to the annex. You can't go anywhere unless the Marquis allows it. Kyle gave a sly little smile. That's why I'm telling you now. Leon Hart still looked unsure, so Kyle spelled it out. Tell him I really want to see him. His tone was steady, his expression unwavering. It was a rare moment of vulnerability. Leon Hart remembered feeling uneasy under the weight of Kyle's gaze. And just when he thought the conversation was over, Kyle suddenly switched tactics, his voice softening, his demeanor shifting. Please, Leon Hart, he said sweetly, putting on his best innocent look. Just this once. Caught off guard by the sudden charm offensive, and unable to resist, Leon Hart finally gave in. The way Kyle's face lit up after that was unforgettable. Back in the present, Leon Hart clears his throat. The Marquis' assumption couldn't be further from the truth. He doesn't hate you, Leon Hart says, voice steady. Actually, he wants to meet with you. The Marquis' eyes widen. He does? Leon Hart nods. Lord Kyle said he wants to speak with you directly. The room goes still. The weight of the past hangs in the air. But now, there's something else. Something new. A chance. Kyle, energized by the news, quickly changes clothes and heads toward the main house. But just as he's passing through the grand hall, he halts. There it is. A towering portrait of his father, staring down at him like a reminder etched in oil and canvas. Kyle's body reacts before his mind can catch up. His hands tremble, nerves fraying under the weight of old scars. He grabs one wrist, trying to steady himself. But no matter how much he wills it away, the truth is undeniable. His body remembers. Fear, anger, pain. They crash over him like a wave, dragging him back to a place he thought he'd buried. Suddenly, we're in the past, back at the training grounds. A younger Kyle stands frozen, swordless, in front of a seething Marquis. Why aren't you holding your sword? Are you even a Celterian? His father roars. The pressure is suffocating. Kyle drops to his knees, tears streaking down his face. I can't. It's too hard. But those words only ignite more fury. The Marquis glares down at him, voice sharp and unforgiving. You're worthless to this family. Too weak to be my son. The words hit like a slap. Kyle doesn't move. Can't. In that moment, something inside him fractures. He's never felt smaller. And as the weight of his illness and inability to wield sword aura settles over him, the cruel judgment starts to feel like truth. He reaches out, pleading, desperate. Don't leave me, please. But his father says nothing, just turns and walks away, leaving the boy in the dirt. Now, in the present, Kyle stands frozen in front of the portrait, no longer that same helpless child, but the pain still lingers. Because those memories, they aren't just the old Kyles anymore. They're his. That's when it hits him. He's not just Kyle. He's Lee Hyun-woo, an adult soul living in this young body. And unlike the boy who was crushed under his father's shadow, this version of Kyle isn't here to beg for scraps of approval. He straightens his spine. This conversation won't be between a scared child and a towering figure of power. It'll be a talk between two men, one shaped by suffering and the other who caused it. And in that moment, Kyle makes a silent vow. I'll prove my worth, not as the son you rejected, but as who I am now. Finally, the doors open. Kyle steps into his father's office. Marquis Rimtun looks up from a pile of paperwork. His face is stern, unreadable. The room holds its breath. The Marquis sets his pen down without hesitation, locking eyes with Kyle. You said you had something to say? Yes, Marquis. Kyle replies, crisp and direct. That title, Marquis, lands like a slap. It's not just formality. It's distance. Once, Kyle called him father. Now, it's as if they're nothing more than strangers. For a moment, the Marquis hesitates, thrown off by the shift. But the unease settles into suspicion. This meeting isn't casual. Kyle has a plan. Pushing his discomfort aside, the Marquis takes control of the conversation. You are under strict orders not to leave your room without permission, he reminds him flatly. You've been using the library, which I allowed under certain conditions. He narrows his eyes. But don't mistake that for leniency. Step out of line again, and house arrest will be the least of your concerns. Am I clear? Kyle doesn't flinch. Instead, he offers a slight, almost mocking smile. Calm, unreadable. Inside, though, his body reacts. The chill in the Marquis's voice. The pressure of old memories. His hands want to shake, but he keeps them still. He knows what this man is capable of. He's not just a noble. He's a sword master. One of only 5 on the continent. Kyle tries to peek behind the mask, activating his insight skill. But it's no use. The results are frustratingly vague. Just a name, an age, and one ominous line. A formidable opponent. Further details inaccessible. Kyle swallows the irritation and changes his approach. If force or manipulation won't work, it's time to talk. He breathes in, voice even and deliberate. That's why I asked for this meeting through Leon Hart. The Marquis raises an eyebrow. The tone, the structure, the discipline. It's unexpected. Kyle continues. I know I've been difficult. I've made things harder for you. I don't deny it. He pauses, not for effect, but to let the truth settle. I've had time to think, and I want to do better. The Marquis stares, almost in disbelief. This wasn't the boy who used to scream, argue, or lash out. This was someone new, someone focused, measured, someone growing into a man. To Kyle, the stunned look on his father's face is almost entertaining. A son owning up to his mistakes? Talking like a grown man? It has to feel surreal. But Kyle's just getting started. He stands a little taller, eyes locked with the Marquis. I'd like to make a deal with you, he says clearly. That gets the Marquis' attention. His brow lifts, surprised and curious. A deal? From Kyle? This wasn't a plea. It wasn't desperation. It was a negotiation. Rimtun Celterian, veteran of war, master of the blade, ruthless decision-maker, finds himself at a loss. His youngest son has just made him an offer, and he's not backing down. He finally speaks, voice low. A deal, huh? He sounds more intrigued than dismissive. Kyle doesn't waver. Yes, and a start. What Leon Hart told you is true. I've overcome Hermamu. That draws a visible reaction. The Marquis leans back slightly, absorbing the words. He did tell me, he admits, but hearing it and believing it are two different things. Hermamu isn't something people survive. That's not how the world works. Kyle responds without a hint of hesitation. He simply raises one hand. A small flame bursts to life in his palm. Controlled, steady, undeniable. Mana pulses through the room, and for the first time, the Marquis feels it for himself. No tricks, no exaggeration, just pure elemental proof. His eyes narrow. His mind, used to dissecting battlefields and bloodlines, struggles to process what's right in front of him. His sickly, dying son is a first circle mage. Kyle lets the flame vanish and speaks firmly. And this is just the beginning. I'll only grow stronger from here. He doesn't wait for permission to continue. You know what it means when someone with Hermamu awakens. It's rare, but when it happens, their potential is unmatched. It didn't take me long to reach the first circle, and I'm confident I'll rise even faster from now on. He keeps his tone level measured. Every word has purpose. A mage in the Celterian family line would be revolutionary. One powerful mage is said to rival an entire knight's order in value. The logic is simple. 4 generations, the Celterians have ruled with the sword. But with both sword and sorcery in their hands, they become unstoppable. Kyle meets his father's gaze without blinking. I'm offering that to you. I'll use my power to strengthen this family, but only if you support me in return. Back me, and I'll become more than just your son. I'll become the family's greatest asset. For a long moment, silence fills the room. The Marquis doesn't speak, doesn't move. He just stares at Kyle, trying to piece together the boy in front of him with the one he thought he knew. This isn't the same child who screamed for attention through chaos and tantrums. This Kyle is different, controlled, deliberate, and dangerous in a way that commands respect. The Marquis feels something he hasn't felt toward his youngest son before. Pressure. Kyle hasn't appealed to emotion, hasn't begged for recognition or love. He's made a proposition, one rooted in legacy, power, and gain. It's everything Remton Celterian values. And that's what shakes him most. He wipes the sweat from his brow, listening to Kyle's pitch echo in his mind. The logic is airtight. The ambition? Clear. The risk? Practically non-existent. And the real kicker? Kyle delivered all of this like a noble born to command. Across the room, Kyle watches his father closely, a quiet pride building behind his calm exterior. He knows he's hitting the right notes. The old Kyle tried to provoke reactions. He thought rage equaled attention. But this new approach? It speaks the Marquis' language, strategy, power, legacy. Kyle no longer needs his father's approval. He's offering something better, value. The Marquis shifts uncomfortably in his chair, trapped by the flawless logic and the subtle reminder that this once-ignored boy has grown into something far more significant. Saying no now would be foolish, possibly even detrimental to the family's standing. Finally, he breaks the silence. Fine, he says, voice low but firm. You'll have the resources. Magic stones, equipment, whatever's necessary. But if you want to keep them, you'll prove your worth. To me, to the Celterian name. Kyle's smile deepens, measured, confident. I will, he says simply, and he means every word. Because this time, he's not chasing his father's shadow. He's building something entirely his own. Just a few days later, Kyle stands proudly in the center of his brand-new magic workshop, grinning from ear to ear. Beside him are Hart and Urgel, both completely speechless as they take in the impressive setup. The workshop is something out of a mage's dream, reinforced with a barrier artifact to prevent any magical mishaps. No more blowing holes through walls, as Kyle is quick to point out. It's stocked with potion tools, magical instruments, and neat rows of materials lined up like soldiers. No more holes in the walls, Kyle declares, puffing out his chest like a kid showing off a new toy. Hart finally speaks, still scanning the room. This must have cost a fortune, he mutters, eyeing the craftsmanship. Where did you get the money? Kyle flashes a mischievous smile. My father paid for it. I charmed him into handing over the gold without blinking. Hart and Urgel exchange a glance. Charm doesn't quite track. They don't believe a word of it. Kyle notices their doubt and decides not to press the issue. Instead, he gestures for Urgel to follow him into the next room. She looks nervous. Is there something I can do for you? She asks softly. Kyle waves it off. Not exactly. He opens the door, revealing a soundproof, vibration-proof chamber lined with spirit magic seals. The space is serene, perfect for focus practice. I made this for you, Kyle says. Now you can train freely, without worrying about making noise or damaging anything. Urgel blinks, stunned. But it's right next to your workshop. It's yours, Kyle says firmly. Use it however much you want. Then he looks her straight in the eyes. I told you, I don't want you to just be my maid. I want you to become someone irreplaceable. My right hand, a true spirit user. Urgel's eyes well up instantly. Her voice catches in her throat, and within seconds, she's sobbing, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'll work hard, she promises between hiccups. I'll study every day. I'll learn it all so I can help you. Ding. A system alert pops up in Kyle's mind. Urgel's favorability, plus 70. Kyle can't help but smile. It's working. Slowly but surely, the people around him are starting to believe in his vision. But just as the atmosphere warms, something strange begins to happen. The air shifts. Mana pulses through the room, soft and glowing, until the very air seems to shimmer with power. Swirling lights begin to dance through the space, filling it with a strange, almost celestial energy. Kyle's eyes narrow. Urgel, did you just use spirit arts? She shakes her head quickly. No, I didn't do anything. The magic intensifies, spiraling around them in soft waves of light. And then, out of thin air, a small creature appears. It's glowing, winged, and almost too cute to be real. The energy around it feels sacred, like it stepped out of another realm entirely. The room goes silent. The creature flutters in place for a moment before zipping forward and, without hesitation, latches right onto Urgel. Kyle watches the scene with growing interest. The little glowing creature still clings to Urgel, and though she looks like she might faint, he's already piecing things together. You summoned it, he says plainly, even if you don't realize it. Urgel stares down at the chubby, floating spirit in her arms, still in shock. Is this the spirit? She whispers. Kyle nods. It's perfect for you, especially with your affinity as one blessed with the friend of spirits trait. Urgel shakes her head, trying to deny it. But I didn't do anything. Kyle smiles, unfazed. That's the thing. Spirit summoning isn't like magic. It doesn't rely on chance or formulas. It's about connection, soul to soul. My guess? The spirit stone in the workshop responded to your emotions. She turns her head, and sure enough, the spirit stone that once glowed with energy is now dimmed and lifeless. I used it up. Urgel murmurs, horror creeping into her voice. But Kyle waves it off. It was yours to begin with. Don't worry about it. Still, he hadn't expected this outcome. Summoning a spirit was already impressive. Doing it on instinct was something else entirely. Curious, he checks the system to learn more about the creature. But all he gets is one frustrating line. High-rank spirit. Data restricted. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, then looks at Urgel. Do you know what kind of spirit it is? Urgel glances at the creature, then softly begins speaking in a strange, melodious tongue. The spirit responds with chirps and shimmering pulses of light. After a moment, she turns back to Kyle and Leon Hart, her expression pale. It said its name is Ash Iris, she says slowly. An ancient spirit of light. Both Kyle and Leon Hart freeze. Ancient spirit? Summoning one of those is the kind of miracle most spirit users dream of but never achieve, even after burning through piles of spirit stones and months of rituals. And Urgel just did it, on accident. Kyle squints at the tiny creature floating around her head. That's an ancient spirit? It looks like a baby bird that rolled through glitter. Before anyone can react, the spirit darts forward and smacks Kyle squarely on the forehead. Thud! Kyle stumbles back, rubbing his forehead with a groan. Okay, I get it. Urgel, flustered, tries to explain. This isn't Ashiri's true form. If it showed its real body, the entire mansion would probably be reduced to rubble. Kyle freezes. Let's definitely not do that. The spirit then speaks again, this time only to Urgel. She looks to Kyle, uncertain. It wants to know what to do next. Kyle straightens up, brushing the dust off his shoulder. It's asking for a contract. That means it wants to officially bond with you, to recognize you as its summoner. Urgel hesitates, but then nods. She takes a deep breath and speaks with steady resolve. I make the truest contract with the ancient spirit of light, Ash Iris. The spirit glows brighter in response. Its voice rings out, confirming that her name will now be etched into its eternal memory. Then it leans close and asks something unexpected. Can you give me a name? Kyle doesn't miss a beat. Flappy, he declares. Urgel blinks. Too overwhelmed to argue, she nods. Okay, Flappy it is. The glowing creature beams, somehow visibly pleased, and the pact seals itself with a burst of radiant light. Flappy twirls mid-air, then happily nestles into Urgel's arms as she gently hugs it close, tears glinting in her eyes. Thank you, she whispers, cradling the ancient spirit like it's the most precious thing in the world. Kyle watches the scene unfold, a quiet satisfaction blooming across his face. This talent development project, he murmurs, is going even better than I planned. A few days pass. Kyle lounges in his room, sipping warm tea, when the door opens to reveal a guest he's been expecting, his older brother, Adolf. Sharp as ever in both dress and demeanor, Adolf steps inside with practiced elegance. I haven't been paying enough attention to you, little brother, he says smoothly. Kyle smiles faintly. Of course you haven't. And now, you suddenly show up? He sets his cup down and thinks, I probably should have visited him first. But with Adolf, nothing's ever coincidence. They sit across from each other at the table, tension threading through the quiet space like a drawn bowstring. Urgel moves gracefully between them, pouring tea. Adolf's eyes follow her every step, not out of politeness, but with something sharper. Calculating. She finishes and bows politely. Will that be all, young lords? Adolf doesn't answer. Cal picks up the slack. You've been working really hard lately, Urgel. Go rest. She gives him a grateful nod and exits the room. Adolf's gaze, however, stays locked on the door even after it closes. Then, finally he speaks. That girl. His voice is slow, laced with intent. She's the one you bought from the slave market, isn't she? Cal doesn't respond. He simply waits. Adolf leans back with a smug smirk. She's quite pretty. I've been meaning to bring on a new maid. Why don't you send her to me? The request isn't really a request. It's bait. Kyle sips his tea slowly, masking his irritation. So that's how you want to play this. He knows what kind of hell Urgel would face under Adolf's thumb. A direct refusal would spark conflict, and Kyle isn't ready to throw punches just yet. So, he chooses a different angle. I can arrange for another maid if you'd like, he says politely. But I'm afraid I can't give you Urgel. Adolf's smirk tightens. His eyes narrow. Time for phase 2. Kyle lowers his gaze, his fingers twitching slightly as he fidgets, voice dropping into a quiet murmur. It's just that. I really like her. The shift is flawless. Awkward, nervous, entirely believable. Exactly what Adolf would expect from his formerly pathetic little brother. Adolf stared at him for a beat, then suddenly burst into laughter. I get it now. So you've already fallen for her. He waved his hand like he was brushing away the idea. Relax, little brother. I was only teasing. I'm not the type to snatch away someone you're interested in. He kept laughing, playing it off like a harmless joke. But beneath that easy laughter, his mind was ticking. He hadn't lost interest in Urgel. Far from it. Her beauty and uniqueness still pulled at him. But for now, crossing Kyle wasn't worth it. Letting that topic drop, Adolf pivoted, steering the conversation to what he really came for. Leaning in slightly, his voice turned casual, almost friendly. You're more entertaining than I expected, he said with a crooked grin. If I knew you had this side to you, I might have tried getting close sooner. Kyle gave a polite smile, not buying the sudden warmth for a second. Adolf pressed on. Your body's looking stronger these days. Kyle nodded. Yeah, nothing serious lately. I'm managing just fine. Adolf's smile stretched wider. Not bad. But Hermamu, you haven't completely kicked it, right? Kyle shook his head. Still there, but it's getting better day by day. Adolf took it all in, storing every word. This new version of Kyle might not be the same weakling he remembered, but he wasn't out of reach either. Temptations, girls, comfort, or even misplaced trust could be all it took to lead him off course. As Adolf let out another amused chuckle, calling Kyle quite the curious little brother, Kyle stayed silent, watching. He knew full well this wasn't just a chat. Adolf's smile masked sharp intentions. Every word carried weight. The game had begun, and both of them felt it. The question now was, who'd make the next move? Adolf leaned back, just a little, his gaze narrowing. Something didn't add up. Kyle's story about not being fully healed didn't match what he'd heard. Kyle noticed. Hermamu doesn't vanish overnight, he said, voice calm. It's a long process, but I'm improving steadily. Then, as if to prove it, Kyle raised a hand and summoned a small flame, flickering bright in the dim space. Adolf's brows lifted slightly. It's a spell I recently developed, Kyle said, letting the flame hover in the air. About 1.5 times stronger than standard magic. There was a flicker of pride in Kyle's voice. He wasn't afraid to show his progress, even with Adolf watching. Adolf's eyes didn't leave the flame, his smile curling with quiet intrigue. Impressive, he said, almost sounding sincere. You've made quite the leap, little brother. Kyle gave a courteous thank you, though he wasn't fooled. His brother's praise meant little. Meanwhile, Adolf was putting the pieces together. Kyle's control over magic was real, his demeanor more confident, and his growth undeniably fast. Still, he claimed to be recovering, not fully healed. Something didn't quite add up. Adolf recalled the report Daisy had sent, calling Kyle a prodigy, a monster in the making. Now, seeing him up close, Adolf began to doubt it. The kid had talent, sure, but threatening? Not yet. He settled on his own conclusion. Kyle was just a promising 13-year-old, nothing to fear. At least, not immediately. And that made things easier. If Kyle had potential, then that potential could be used. Let him grow under me, Adolf thought. Then, when he's no longer useful, I'll cast him aside. With his plan forming, Adolf leaned in and asked the question he'd been building toward. Kyle, how about joining my side in the succession race? Kyle blinked, playing up the act perfectly. Join you? I never really thought about that. Exactly the reaction he wanted to show. Surprised, unsure, harmless. But inside, Kyle was far from surprised. He'd predicted this. His brothers would eventually come sniffing around once they realized he wasn't the same weakling from before. So he'd revealed just enough to spark interest without raising alarms. Now, Adolf had taken a bait. They exchanged a few more words before Adolf stood to leave. At the door, he threw one last grin over his shoulder. I'll talk to father. If he agrees, you'll be on my team. Don't let me down, little brother. Kyle gave a gracious nod, keeping up the polite front. Thank you for trusting me. As Adolf stepped out, he came face to face with Leon Hart, who stood calm and unshaken. Good evening, young Master Adolf, Leon Hart said evenly. Have a safe journey home. Adolf's smile twitched. The sight of Leon Hart always soured his mood. The man's unwavering loyalty to Kyle, his refusal to bend, was an infuriating obstacle. He tried more than once to win Leon Hart over, but nothing worked. Even Adolf had to admit, he'd rather see Leon Hart serve Kyle than fall into Abel's hands. At least with Kyle, Adolf figured the knight's strength would be wasted, buried under the command of a mere child. Clenching back his irritation, Adolf replied with a sharp edge in his voice, I'm sure you'll take excellent care of my little brother, Leon Hart. Leon Hart stood stone still, his face a blank slate. He gave Adolf nothing, not a flinch, not a word. Adolf's jaw tightened as he turned and left the annex in silence. Adolf couldn't resist a final jab. He turned to Leon Hart with a sneer. You look awful, he said. Leon Hart, once the knight's shining star, now just a glorified babysitter. How far you fallen? With that, he turned on his heel and walked off, leaving Leon Hart standing stiffly in the hallway, caught off guard and clearly stung by the words. A moment later, Kyle's voice called out, cutting through the lingering tension. Leon Hart, come in. Inside, Kyle sat calm and composed, as though Adolf's cruel remarks were nothing more than background noise. He wasted no time getting to the point. Adolf officially invited me to join the subjugation team, he said. It's a combat unit, real missions, real danger. He added that Viscount Jerome would likely be part of the group, one of Adolf's most trusted men from the 5th Legion. This wasn't some friendly offer. It was a trial. This is my first real mission, Kyle said. A chance to prove I'm loyal and maybe win back the family's acknowledgement. Leon Hart's expression darkened. This wasn't just a mission. It was a trap waiting to be sprung. And Kyle walking into it without him, it was unthinkable. If you're going, Leon Hart said sharply, then I'm going too. But Kyle immediately shook his head. You can't. Leon Hart's eyes widened. What? If I bring someone tied to father, Adolf will never accept me, Kyle explained. He's testing me. If I show any hesitation or protection, I'll fail before I even begin. Leon Hart's voice rose slightly, tight with concern. This isn't a simple task. It could be an ambush. Kyle nodded. It probably is, and that's exactly why I have to do it. He laid it out plainly. Adolf wanted loyalty and strength. If Kyle appeared weak, if he clung to protection, he'd lose everything he'd worked to build. Leon Hart clenched his jaw. Every instinct told him to shield the boy from harm, but Kyle's decision was made. He wouldn't back down. Kyle offered a calm smile. Don't worry about me, he said. I know the risks, but I can handle myself. Leon Hart opened his mouth to argue, but Kyle lifted a hand to cut him off. Besides, he added, I won't be going all out. I plan to keep a low profile. Leon Hart still looked unsettled when Kyle suddenly changed the subject. Hey, he said casually, have you ever heard of the Urgel function? Leon Hart blinked. The what? Kyle leaned back, an almost playful glint in his eyes. Whatever it was, he clearly had something brewing, and Leon Hart, despite his worry, now found himself pulled into a new layer of Kyle's plan. The scene shifts, deep into the lush, monster-infested forests of Tron territory. This wasn't just any woodland. It was a known hotspot, regularly purged by the Salterian family to keep the threat under control. Today, the subjugation team had set up camp and prepared their weapons. Among the group was a new member, young Master Kyle Salterian. Dressed for battle and wielding a large mage's staff, Kyle certainly looked the part. But inside, he was still figuring things out. What exactly am I supposed to be doing here? He wondered. Before he could ponder further, a man rode up and dismounted with a smile. Viscount Jerome, one of Adolf's key subordinates, and Kyle's assigned mission partner. Young Master Kyle, I presume? Jerome called out, eyes gleaming. Lord Adolf speaks very highly of you. I'll be working alongside you on this mission. Kyle put on a shy smile. Thank you, Viscount Jerome. This is my first actual combat assignment, so I'm counting on you. Jerome puffed his chest proudly. Leave it to me. I'll keep you safe. Kyle nodded politely, but internally, he wasn't worried about safety. Still, as Jerome went on about protecting him, something odd happened. Kyle noticed a drop in the Viscount's favorability. 40 points? He thought, stunned. Already? He quickly pieced it together. Jerome didn't see him as an asset. To him, Kyle was dead weight, a sickly noble kid with no real use on the battlefield. The realization annoyed Kyle, but he kept his composure. It was better not to push back. For now, staying away from Jerome seemed like the smarter move. As he stepped aside, Kyle glanced back and caught the shift in Jerome's face. The friendly act faded, replaced by cold indifference. Kyle didn't need further proof. The Viscount wasn't here to help. He was here on orders from Adolf to watch. Adolf's trust in Kyle was thin at best, and Jerome knew it. His orders were clear. Watch the boy, measure his true strength, and above all, make sure he doesn't die. But from where Jerome stood, the task felt impossible. Babysitting a sickly kid with a chronic illness? What a nightmare, he thought, already dreading every minute of the mission. To him, Kyle wasn't just useless, he was a liability. All Jerome could hope for was that the boy stayed out of the way once things got dangerous. That hope didn't last long. It wasn't even an hour before the team encountered their first threat, a snarling swarm of goblins bursting from the undergrowth, teeth bared and weapons raised. Jerome instinctively reached for his sword, but before anyone could make a move, Kyle calmly stepped forward. Raising his staff, Kyle unleashed a lightning spell with stunning speed and precision. In a single blast, the entire goblin horde was vaporized, leaving behind only smoke and silence. The forest went still. The team stood frozen. Jerome's mouth hung open. What was that? Kyle lowered his staff like it was nothing, a quiet smirk tugging at his lips. Jerome blinked, then lit up like a child in a candy shop. Unbelievable, he shouted, rushing over. That was insane. I had no idea you were this strong. The rest of the team joined in, echoing Jerome's excitement. Cheers, applause, and praise came flooding in. Kyle, once seen as a fragile extra, had become the group's golden hero in an instant. As Jerome's favorability meter shot up by 50 points, Kyle quietly observed the shift, hiding his amusement behind a humble smile. What a flip. This guy's ridiculously easy to win over, Kyle mused, keeping his expression composed. Jerome, now fully on board, couldn't stop gushing. Easiest subjugation I've ever been part of. Lord Adolf is going to be thrilled when he hears this. For Kyle, it was another win. He'd earned their respect in a single move, and now they were all looking at him differently. Not as a burden, but as an asset. Night fell, and the group gathered around a roaring campfire. The air buzzed with laughter, drinks, and constant chatter about one thing: young Master Kyle. Sitting by the flames, Kyle wore a modest smile, but inside, the attention was starting to wear on him. You're being too generous, he said softly. I didn't do anything that amazing. Jerome nearly dropped his cup. What are you talking about? That magic was insane. The others jumped in, nodding and raising their mugs in agreement. As the celebration carried on, the men began opening up, admitting their earlier doubts, their assumptions about Kyle's illness, and how they'd all underestimated him. Honestly, we figured you'd be dead weight, one of the men admits, rubbing the back of his neck with an awkward chuckle. You're still so young, and while we've heard about your condition, another soldier joins in. Yeah, and being cooped up in a manor all your life? We figured you'd be hopeless out here. Combat, camping didn't think it'd suit you. Kyle listens quietly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. But you totally flipped the script, a third man says with a grin. You took initiative, didn't flinch in battle, and not a single complaint, not even about the food. The praise pours in, genuine and steady. These men who had once dismissed him now looked at him with real respect. Even Kyle, usually so measured, felt a flicker of warmth from their words. When he finally speaks, his tone is thoughtful. I just didn't want to come across like some pampered noble. He pauses briefly, then adds, my brother probably lived like this every time he went out on mission. I wanted to do the same. The words hit hard. Around the fire, the men go quiet, exchanging glances. Something in Kyle's voice had struck a chord. Jerome's eyes widen, the emotion clear on his face. To him, this was more than just admiration. It was a touching tribute to Lord Adolf from a younger brother trying to follow in his footsteps. Lord Adolf is going to be so proud. Jerome says, nearly choked up. I'll be sure to tell him everything. What Jerome didn't know, what none of them knew, was that Kyle had chosen every word with care. He played the moment perfectly, and now the entire team was on his side. Jerome's favorability surged again, and the rest of the group was already planning how to report Kyle's remarkable progress to the family. From his seat by the fire, Kyle hid a subtle grin. Too easy. Later that night, with the fire burned to glowing embers and most of the team asleep, Kyle stayed awake. Only a lone guard remained on duty, stifling the occasional yawn. Kyle strolled over. I'm going to stretch my legs a bit, he said casually. You've been up a while. Get some rest. The guard looked hesitant, but eventually nodded. Don't wander too far, he muttered, settling down. Kyle gave a simple nod and slipped quietly into the woods. But he wasn't out for air. The soft rhythm of the camp, snores, shifting armor, murmurs in sleep, faded behind him. A smile crept across his face as he disappeared into the trees. Too easy, he thought again. Everyone had let their guard down, just the way he wanted it. Kyle knew better than to join in their celebration. They're getting careless, he muttered under his breath. Goblins were one thing, manageable, predictable. But ogres? That was a whole different game. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small glass vial. Inside, the liquid shimmered faintly, swirling with an eerie glow. This was no ordinary potion. It was ogre perfume, a concoction of his own design. Its scent could lure ogres from up to 10 kilometers away. Kyle let out a soft chuckle, remembering how, in the game, this perfume was used to farm experience points. But here, it was a weapon, a trigger for chaos. A flashback flickered in his mind. A conversation with Leon Hart. Ogre perfume? Leon Hart had said, frowning in disbelief. I've never heard of that before. Because I made it, Kyle replied, smirking. He'd gone on to explain how the perfume's scent acted like a beacon, calling ogres from far and wide. Leon Hart had listened, visibly unsettled, as Kyle described the potion's top-tier performance. But Leon Hart had pushed back. Young master, this mission is about goblins. Ogres are another level entirely. If they show up, people could die. Kyle's voice was calm, deliberate. That's exactly the point. He laid out his logic. The subjugation team was made up of 12 elite knights and a handful of foot soldiers from the 5th Legion. While they could handle goblins with ease, ogres would test them, expose their real limits. Kyle had no illusions about the 5th Legion. In his eyes, they were little more than mind-warped street rats, twisted by Adolf's influence in a blind followers. They're loyal to Adolf, sure, he mused, but take away that loyalty, and what are they? Average. Weak. Still, they become key to Adolf's growing power. Turning criminals into devoted soldiers had been a masterstroke, one that made Adolf seem capable of forging order from chaos, but also made him dangerous. If Adolf were to make a move during the succession ceremony, the 5th Legion would act without hesitation. And if that happened, Kyle knew the results would be catastrophic. That's why he couldn't just watch from the sidelines. They need to be broken before it's too late. And tonight, he would start that process. His plan was simple. Unleash the ogre perfume, draw in powerful monsters, and let the battle play out. Either the knights proved themselves, or they failed, exposing their weakness. Either way, Kyle would win. He looked down at the bottle one last time. No guilt, no second thoughts. The 5th Legion needs to be dismantled, he thought coldly. With a single flick, he popped the cork. A sharp, pungent scent filled the night air, slipping into the breeze and spreading across the forest like a curse. The first move had been made, and whatever happened next, the subjugation team would never be the same. Leon Hart hadn't said much when Kyle first unveiled his plan. His expression was unreadable, but the single bead of sweat trailing down his cheek had said more than enough. The boy scared him. Kyle, unfazed, had wrapped up his explanation with chilling certainty. Don't worry. I'll survive the battle and come back as the hero who slayed the ogres. Now, that moment was here. The forest trembled as the scent of the perfume did its work, drawing in a massive, two-headed ogre. The beast crashed through the trees, both heads snarling as it stormed toward the camp like a living earthquake. It didn't stop to hesitate. The moment it reached the tents, it smashed through them like they were made of paper. The camp exploded into chaos. Startled awake, the knights scrambled from their beds in a frenzy. Panic spread faster than fire. Most didn't think, didn't fight, just ran. But one tried. He planted his feet, turned back, and shouted, "Don't run. We're knights of Celterion. It's just a mere ogre." The others stared at him, stunned. A mere ogre? One whispered in disbelief. The knight never got a second chance. The ogre's massive foot came crashing down, crushing him in an instant, blood and bones spraying like mud beneath a boot. What little courage remained snapped in half. The rest of the team scattered in all directions, screaming as the beast rampaged through the camp, tossing knights like broken dolls. And then, "What are you all doing?" The voice sliced through the chaos. Everyone turned. There stood Kyle, staff in hand, bathed in moonlight, calm and commanding. "Is this how Celterion knights act in the face of danger?" he called out, voice ringing across the clearing. A few of the knights froze. Some looked back. Others hesitated. Kyle didn't stop. "If we retreat now, the ogres won't stop. They'll charge straight into Celterion territory. We fight here." The two-headed monster roared behind him, still tearing through what was left of the camp. But Kyle's words had struck something. A flicker of resolve. He took out the goblins by himself, one whispered. Maybe he really can pull this off. It wasn't much, but it was enough. One by one, they began to slow their retreat, weapons trembling in their hands. Kyle watched them carefully, then smiled to himself. Perfect. He raised the staff high, voice sharp and clear. "Viscount Jerome, get over here." The game was still unfolding, and Kyle had just moved his next piece into place. Viscount Jerome thundered into the clearing on horseback, eyes scanning the wreckage in a panic, until they locked on Kyle. Relief flooded his face the moment he saw the boy still standing. If Kyle had died out here, Jerome knew Adolf wouldn't just be furious, he'd be unforgiving. "Leave this to me," Jerome shouted, leaping off his horse. "I'm a high-ranking knight. I'll handle the ogre. Men, get Lord Kyle to safety." But before anyone could move, Kyle's voice rang out, strong and unshaken. "I'm not going anywhere." Jerome turned, stunned by the calm defiance in the boy's voice. "I'll fight with you," Kyle continued, eyes locked on his. "I won't abandon my people. Not when they need me most. That's not what a knight would do. That's not honor." The words hit hard. Jerome had expected fear, retreat, anything but this. But here stood a 13-year-old, steady as stone, refusing to back down. Something inside Jerome stirred. This kid, he means it. If we fight together, Jerome thought, we might actually pull this off. Without a word, Kyle raised his staff and cast haste, enveloping Jerome and his horse in a shimmering glow. The effect was instant. His limbs felt weightless, his reflexes razor-sharp. "Incredible," Jerome whispered, glancing at Kyle with newfound respect. Kyle stepped back, already planning the next move. "I'll support you from the rear. You take point." Jerome gave sharp nod. "Got it." Drawing his sword, Jerome surged forward, his blade erupting in flames. The fiery light painted his armor in shades of red and gold as he charged the twin-headed ogre. "Come on, you monster," he bellowed. "Let's see what you're made of." The soldiers stood frozen, eyes wide. Did he just charge a two-headed ogre, alone? One murmured. "No one does that," another replied. "That's suicide." But Jerome's bold move did something unexpected. It ignited a spark. With Kyle standing firm and Jerome charging head-on, the others felt their fear start to fade. "If they're not backing down," one soldier said, gripping his weapon tighter, "then what excuse do we have?" The rest followed, rallying behind their leaders and rushing into the fight. From the rear, Kyle watched it all unfold, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Perfect. The perfume had summoned not just any ogre, but a rare variant. 2 heads, monstrous strength, and unmatched brutality. Even better than expected, Kyle thought, pleased with the outcome. But this was the real test. Getting them a fight was one thing. Surviving this battle was another. He raised his voice again, sharp and commanding. "Hold the line. This is where we prove ourselves, where we defend our home." The 5th Legion, hearts pounding and blades drawn, surged forward with newfound purpose. Kyle, meanwhile, took a single step back, eyes calm, calculating. To them, he was just another fighter, just another brave young noble holding his ground. But deep down, Kyle knew, this is the beginning of the end for them. The clash rages on, but the true victor of this chaos has already been decided, Kyle. The battlefield is a storm of blood and steel. At the center of it all, the twin-headed ogre cuts through the ranks like a scythe through grass. Of the 12 elite knights sent to subdue the creature, only 3 remain. The rest lie scattered and broken, victims of its merciless fury. Amidst the carnage, Viscount Jerome is the last to stand his ground. Even he's being pushed to the brink. The ogre's sheer size and crushing strength make every defense feel like a delay rather than resistance. Gritting his teeth, Jerome shouts toward the monster, voice hoarse with rage, "Face me." Both heads turn, eyes locking onto him. The moment it hesitates, Jerome lunges, flames trailing from his blade as he launches a relentless assault. The creature staggers back, momentarily forced on the defensive. But around him, morale is crumbling. The remaining knights look upon the fallen with growing dread. Are we the only ones left? One of them murmurs, eyes wide with horror. No one answers. The silence says enough. Despair takes root. Their strength isn't enough. They know it now. Watching from the sidelines, Kyle remains still. His gaze sharp, detached, calculating. Perfect, he thinks coldly. Let it finish the job. That's what it's here for. To Kyle, this isn't a battle. It's a purge. Each knight that falls is another fragment of Adolf's taint erased from the world. Back on the field, Jerome pushes forward, but the strain is catching up to him. Blood soaks his armor. His movement's slow. He's running out of time, and he knows it. There's only one choice left. He thinks bitterly, fingers tightening around his hilt. The forbidden power. A memory surfaces, Adolf's voice echoing in his mind. "This power will make you stronger," Adolf had said, voice smooth and threatening. "But if you unleash it fully, you won't go back. You'll become a beast. No mind, no mercy." The warning lingers, heavy as a blade at his throat. If he gives in, his humanity is lost. But if he doesn't, everyone else will be. Just as Jerome steels himself to unleash the dark power, a voice slices through the chaos. "Wait." He spins around, Kyle. "I'll cast a support spell," Kyle says with unwavering calm. "Keep going. We still have a chance." For the first time in what feels like forever, Jerome's grip eases. Hope flickers back to life. If Kyle's in, maybe they're not done yet. Kyle lifts his staff and casts Mental Cleaning, a spell that sweeps through the minds of the remaining knights like a breeze cutting through smoke. Fear fades. Focus returns. Their hearts steady and their bodies seem lighter. One knight exhales sharply, fists tightening around his weapon. We can do this. But Kyle? He has his own agenda. The spell isn't just to help them fight. It's to delay Jerome from turning into something he can't come back from. And it gives the others just enough resolve to keep the ogre busy a little longer. Watching the shift in their eyes, Kyle nods subtly to himself. Good. Let them struggle just a little more. Every second brings me closer. The knights rally behind Jerome, charging the twin-headed ogre with a renewed fury. Blades slice deeper. Blows land harder. For a moment, it feels like they might actually win. From afar, Kyle watches in silence, then begins to count in his mind. Quiet. Precise. Steel clashes against flesh. Roars echo. Blood flies. And then, his countdown ends. Like someone snuffing out a candle, the illusion vanishes. The clarity? Gone. The strength? Faded. The perfect coordination? Unraveled in an instant. Movements become sluggish, attacks lose precision, and fear crashes back in like a wave. Jerome watches helplessly as, one by one, his comrades are torn down. The final elite knight falls, crushed beneath the ogre's fury. He stands alone now, the weight of it crashing down on him. No, he breathes, voice hollow. Everything, every bit of strength, every shred of hope, was a lie. Kyle, still watching, lets the smallest smirk appear. The final piece, he thinks, falls exactly where I wanted it. But Jerome doesn't collapse. He doesn't flee. He lifts his gaze and yells, desperation crackling in his voice. One more spell. Just give me something, anything, to end this. Kyle's smirk deepens. The trap is nearly complete. As you wish, he replies, staff rising once again. Kyle lifts his staff and casts ensnare. Ghostly arms erupt from the ground, wrapping tightly around Jerome and locking him in place. His eyes widen in disbelief. What is this? He yells, thrashing against the invisible grip. But nothing holds him physically. It's all in his mind. A cunning illusion crafted to trap him, to shut him off from reality at the worst possible moment. Then Kyle's voice breaks through the fog. Eyes forward, Viscount. Jerome snaps out of it, just in time to see the ogre looming above, ready to strike. No, he doesn't even have time to raise his sword. The final blow lands with devastating force, and Viscount Jerome falls, lifeless. The regular soldiers nearby freeze, horror etched across their faces. Their strongest warrior just died before their eyes, and now the beast is turning toward them, but never gets the chance. In a sudden flash, fire erupts across the ogre's body. The creature lets out one last thunderous roar before collapsing into the dirt, engulfed in flames. As the smoke clears, the stunned knights stare ahead and see Kyle standing on the ogre's corpse, perfectly composed. It's over now, he says, his voice steady and calm. The silence that follows is heavy, until the realization sinks in. The boy before them, only 13, just took down the monster that wiped out their best. Then, Kyle reaches down, retrieves the high-grade inner core from the ogre's remains, and steps forward to address them. This victory belongs to the 12 knights, and every soldier who fought without hesitation. He begins. Viscount Jerome gave me the chance to strike. His sacrifice, and yours, made this possible. The knights listen, moved beyond words. To them, Kyle isn't just their lord anymore. He's the reason they're alive. As they cheer his name, Kyle smiles modestly, concealing the satisfaction swirling beneath the surface. This isn't admiration, he thinks. It's loyalty, absolute loyalty. Everything has gone exactly as planned. The corrupted knights are gone. The survivors are now bound to him, completely unaware of the role they've played in his quiet conquest. When the group returns from the forest, the official report marks the mission a success. The goblin nest destroyed, the twin-headed ogre slain. But the cost? Immense. And waiting for them at the estate gates is Adolf, his face shadowed with fury. The moment Kyle appears, Adolf steps forward, eyes sharp. Is it true? He demands. Is Viscount Jerome dead? Kyle steps forward, calm and composed. Yes, he says simply. Jerome fell in battle. He fought bravely, but the mutant ogre proved too much. Adolf doesn't wait for details. He storms past Kyle, yanking the tarp off the covered body with one swift motion. He freezes. Jerome's corpse lies untouched by corruption, fully human. No monstrous mutations. No signs of the dark power he was given. Adolf's thoughts spiral. Why didn't he use it? In his final moments, why did Jerome hold back? He clenches his fists, barely keeping it together. Jerome was more than a pawn. He was a trusted asset. And now he's gone. The other elite knights? Also dead. Every one of them infused with Adolf's power, wiped out. His secret faction, the very foundation of his coup, shattered. Frustration boils just beneath the surface. Maybe that ogre can still be salvaged, he thinks desperately. But for now, he masks his fury. Plastering on a smile, he turns to Kyle, voice smooth and measured. At least you made it back safely, he says, almost tender. Defeating that thing, it's no small feat, father will be proud. I'll see to it you're rewarded properly. Kyle responds with a modest chuckle, his tone innocent. Thank you, brother. Adolf's jaw tightens at the sound. He keeps smiling, but the pressure behind it is unbearable. Rage simmers behind his eyes, but he can't let it slip. Not yet. Kyle, meanwhile, studies him closely. Every fake smile, every forced word. To him, it's obvious Adolf bought the performance. Hook, line, and sinker. Another piece falls perfectly into place. Later that night, back in his room, Kyle is greeted by Urgel and Leon Hart. Urgel immediately tends to him, gently cleaning away the grime and blood from the battlefield. As she works, Kyle recounts everything with a grin, pride in his voice. This mission was a masterpiece, he says, smirking. No better. 3 birds with 1 stone. He lays it out. Adolf's 5th Legion gone. The 12 dark-powered knights eliminated. Recognition earned from Adolf himself. And the final bonus? The mutant ogre's core, a rare, powerful treasure, now his. Everything played out just as he planned. Kyle leans back in his chair, a quiet grin tugging at his lips. This wasn't just a win, it was a flawless checkmate. The forest mission may be over, but the real game? It's just getting started. In the comfort of his room, Kyle lounges with Flappy curled in his lap, the creature letting out soft hums as Kyle strokes its head. Across from him, Leon Hart listens closely, still trying to process everything his young master pulled off. I'm just glad you made it out safely, Leon Hart says, relief evident in his voice. That mission was something else. Kyle shrugs, brushing it off with casual ease. Dangerous? Not really. I could have taken down that ogre myself if I wanted to. Leon Hart blinks, stunned. Kyle chuckles, scratching Flappy behind the ears. I was playing weak on purpose. Better they all think I'm harmless. It keeps the real threats off my back. The bodyguard hesitates, then finally asks, So, are you planning to side with Lord Adolf now? Kyle's smile turns sly. Just wait, he says coolly. With the kind of attention I've been getting, it won't be long before Abel makes his move. And that, Kyle thinks, is when things will really get interesting. A few days later, the grand conference room of the Celterian estate buzzes with tension. At the head of the long table sits Marquis Remton, his presence alone commanding silence. To his sides, the family's elite have gathered, and the atmosphere, ice cold, especially between Abel and Adolf, whose locked gazes crackle with silent hostility. The Marquis begins, voice firm and measured. We're here to evaluate the recent subjugation mission and assign proper distribution of the spoils. He pauses, his eyes sweeping across the nobles. And we'll also be discussing Kyle's role in the ogre's defeat. A ripple of murmurs spreads through the room. Nobles glance at each other, some confused, others clearly skeptical. Kyle, the youngest? The quiet one? Adolf straightens slightly, sensing an opportunity. If he plays this right, he could fold Kyle into his faction, secure him as an ally under the guise of recognition. But before he can open his mouth, with all due respect, my lord, a sharp, mocking voice cuts in. The room falls silent. Baron Hemington leans forward, a smug grin plastered across his round face. Isn't it a bit much to credit Kyle with anything significant? Marquis Remton arches a brow, his voice cool but commanding. Speak, Baron. Baron Hemington doesn't miss a beat. His words drip with mockery. I understand your wish to praise your youngest, my lord. But Kyle? He's barely a first-circle mage, a novice who's just started dabbling in magic. Kyle stands quietly beside his father, unmoved, as Hemington keeps going. With his track record, I'd say we're being a bit generous. Surviving one expedition doesn't erase past mistakes. The air tightens. Whispers ripple across the room. Some nobles murmur their agreement, while others glance uncertainly at the Marquis. Kyle doesn't flinch. He stands still, unreadable, already thinking 3 steps ahead. This guy's clueless, Kyle thinks, scanning the room. He's got no idea what's coming. The Marquis remains silent, letting Hemington bask in his moment. The Baron, feeling bold, smirks, convinced he's turned the room. But the tension is only rising, and things aren't exactly going Adolf's way. His well-crafted scheme? Falling apart, thanks to one overly chatty Baron. Hemington's stirring up doubts, questioning Kyle's sudden growth, convinced the whole thing's a charade. At first, the room stays quiet, but then others begin to echo the sentiment. They dig up Kyle's past, because, of course, old dirt is always easy to throw. Hemington leans in, insisting Kyle's more likely to stir up new problems than solve any. Kyle doesn't bite. He just smiles. You can almost see the strategy forming behind his eyes. And then he hits back, hard. He looks straight at Hemington and says, "Don't talk unless you've faced a mutant ogre yourself." Short, sharp, game-changing. Because it's one thing to talk tough, and another to actually survive a monster that could crush you in seconds. The room falls silent. Kyle's only 13, but he just took on a baron like it was nothing. That's when Abel steps in. Calm, composed, he reminds everyone. Even elite knights struggle with regular ogres. Mutants? Whole different league. The fact Kyle came back alive is nothing short of incredible. Kyle braces for more heat, but Abel's words catch him off guard. His older brother just backed him up. That kind of support? Rare. And it changes everything. Hemington tries to backpedal, but instead digs himself a deeper hole. He throws out a brutal fact. 12 elite knights lost their lives protecting Kyle. The room stiffens. That's a heavy hit, but Abel doesn't flinch. He fires back without hesitation. Kyle didn't just survive. He's the one who killed the mutant ogre. And no, it's not gossip. The knights who made it back confirmed it themselves. Abel then adds that it's unfair to judge Kyle by his wild past. The kid's been working hard, training in magic, changing for the better. Before Hemington can fire off another shot, Adolf steps in. Clearly fed up, he cuts the Baron off cold. "That's enough," he says sharply. Just like that, Hemington backs down, forced to apologize and bite his tongue. Game over. It's a win for both older brothers, and Kyle is stunned. He never thought they'd go that far to defend him. And then comes the kicker. Abel formally requests that Kyle be recognized for his accomplishments. He even brings up the 5th Legion's testimony. They saw everything and back Kyle's story. With support from both of his elder brothers, the Marquis finally makes the call. Kyle's probation is over. He's free to move around again. But here's the twist. Kyle doesn't get a single reward from the mutant ogre. Not one gold coin, not a piece of gear, nothing. Inside, Kyle's losing it. Recognition is nice, but no loot? Seriously? After the meeting, he marches up to his father for answers. The Marquis, calm and unreadable, lays it out. Kyle already took the ogre core. Yep, he knows. Caught red-handed, Kyle drops it. At least he's got his freedom. Just as he's about to breathe easy, Adolf steps in, cornering him. He puts on the charm, acting like the caring older brother. Says he's proud that he kept his promise to report Kyle's deeds fairly. But Kyle knows better. This is manipulation, plain and simple. Adolf wants something. While they talk, Abel watches from across the room. He studies them for a moment, then something clicks. Maybe Kyle really has changed. He calls out, "Hey, we need to talk." Cut to Kyle, now sitting across from Abel at a table. It looks like a quiet moment over tea, until Abel drops a bomb. He reveals he has a hidden skill. A powerful one. And get this, no one else knows. Not even their father. Kyle tries to stay cool, but you can tell he's shaken. Who wouldn't be? His overachieving big brother just casually hit him with a massive secret. Kyle lets out a nervous chuckle, caught off guard by how serious things just got. This definitely isn't the casual chat he thought he was walking into. We cut to a quick flashback, right after the family's tense conference. That's when Abel approached him. Imagine it. Abel, the perfect heir, all confidence and charm, strolls over with an easy smile. "You did well out there," he says. The compliment is smooth, natural, like everything Abel does. The kind of praise that carries weight, especially coming from the family's golden boy. He calls Kyle the pride of the family, giving credit where it's due. Kyle tries to brush it off, saying he was just lucky. He's still got a lot to learn. Abel doesn't push, just laughs, and says they should talk before dinner. He wants the full story on what went down during the subjugation. Jump to now, with both brothers at the tea table. At first, Kyle's guard is up. He's used to motives lurking under smiles in this family. But when Abel reveals a hidden skill, one even their father doesn't know about, throws Kyle completely off balance. For a moment, he genuinely believes this isn't some setup, but something still feels off. As the gears turn in his head, Kyle starts connecting the dots. He knows the political storm brewing within the household. Adolf's quiet rebellion isn't just some family squabble. It's dangerous, deadly. And now Abel, of all people, might be trying to pull Kyle into his corner. Makes sense, right? A strategic alliance to counterbalance Adolf's influence. The problem is, Kyle's seen how this plays out. In the original timeline, Adolf's rebellion ends in blood. And Kyle? He doesn't survive. But this time, Abel's support could change everything. If Kyle moves smart. If he picks the right side. Back at the tea table, Kyle leans back and gives his answer carefully. He says maybe it's better if he doesn't know Abel's secret. If even father doesn't know, then maybe I shouldn't either. Abel pauses, unreadable. He takes a slow sip of tea, then looks Kyle dead in the eye. So, you really don't want to know? Kyle tries to play it cool, but the nerves are obvious. He tells Abel it's not that he doesn't want to know the secret. It's just that, well, he's cautious. Understandably so. When the family's golden child suddenly opens up, there's usually a catch. Kyle admits he's worried about getting guilt-tripped into some obligation later on. Abel's expression hardens. For a moment, there's a flicker of disappointment. Then, in a more direct tone, he asks, "Do you really think I'd do that to you?" Kyle tries to defuse the tension with a grin. "That's exactly what I'd expect from you, big brother." Setting his cup down, Kyle gets real. He knows he's not winning any mind games here, so he suggests they cut through the usual back and forth and speak plainly. Then, just like that, he drops a major reveal. He's not actually loyal to Adolf. He might be on the second son's team for now, but he's not bound by it. That throws Abel off. His eyes widen, and for the first time, he looks genuinely surprised. But before he can say anything, Kyle shuts the door on that opportunity too. Calmly, he says he's not planning to join Abel's camp either. Not right now. He's staying neutral for now. Elsewhere on the estate, things are a little less calm. A whirlwind of energy surges through the training grounds. At first glance, it looks like a magical storm, but nope, it's just Adolf having a full-blown rage session. He obliterates a training puppet with raw power, the air crackling with intensity. Just another day in the life of a power-hungry noble. Nearby stands Daisy, silent and watchful. When Adolf snaps at her, asking if Abel went to see Kyle, she confirms it without hesitation. But she also confesses that she couldn't get close. Those escort knights weren't letting anyone near. That does not sit well with Adolf. He wipes the sweat from his brow, trying and failing to mask his frustration. He already knows exactly why Abel met with Kyle, and it's tearing at him. Kyle is crucial to his plans, and the idea of losing him to his older brother? Unacceptable. His thoughts spiral into something darker. Under his breath, he mutters the unthinkable. If Kyle ends up siding with Abel, there might be only one solution: poison. Yeah, things just got real. Daisy, doing her best to stay composed, feels the full weight of the situation pressing down on her. Planted in the annex to spy on Kyle, she's now caught between rising tensions and increasingly dangerous demands. But like it or not, she knows her role, and she knows the risks if she fails. Back in Kyle's room, the air's thick with unspoken tension. Abel's clearly thrown off by Kyle's refusal to join his side. Rejection isn't something he's used to, and it shows. Kyle notices the shift and calmly asks, "Want to know why I said no?" Abel stays silent, but his expression says it all. Kyle takes a breath, then lays it out straight. He can't join Abel because he's too kind. Yeah, that's right. Kindness is the issue. Abel just stares, trying to figure out if he's being praised or insulted. He's completely thrown. Kind? What even is that supposed to mean in this family? He blinks, a bit embarrassed, then quietly sips his tea, letting Kyle's weird reasoning hang in the air. Across from him, Kyle gets curious. He activates his insight skill, hoping to get a deeper read on Abel. Maybe this will clear things up. Nope. Instead of a personality profile, all Kyle sees is an error message. Target level too high. The only info he gets? Abel's name and a favorability score of 0. At first, Kyle's caught off guard. 0? Ouch. But then it clicks. For someone with his reputation, even neutral is a massive improvement. Compared to everyone else who's either suspicious or hostile, Abel's indifference feels downright heartwarming. Kyle can't help but smile. In his head, he thinks, yeah, Abel really is a good guy. Abel notices the odd shift in Kyle's expression. "What's with that look?" he asks, confused. But instead of explaining, Kyle just shrugs it off. Abel takes a pause, then, surprisingly, opens up. He apologizes, says he regrets not being there for Kyle earlier, admits it's been bothering him. Only now is he making an effort, and the guilt's been building. Kyle waves it off with a grin. No need to say sorry. Honestly, if I had a pain-in-the-neck younger brother like me, I'd have buried him in the woods by now. Abel freezes, then cracks up. The tension finally breaks. He laughs harder than he is all day. "You're serious?" He chuckles. "If I'd known you were this entertaining, I might have bonded with you sooner. Heck, I might have even beaten Adolf to the punch." But Abel isn't done yet. He leans in slightly, dropping the next surprise. "Whatever Adolf promised you," he says, "I can offer better." Straight to the point, he ups the stakes. Bigger rewards, better treatment, full support. Then he asks the million gold coin question. "So, any chance you'll change your mind?" Kyle casually sips his tea and fires back with a smooth response. "Right now, I'm humoring your kind-hearted side, big brother," he says coolly. Then he cuts to the chase. Abel might spare him for siding with Adolf, but Adolf? Yeah, not a chance. He spells it out plainly. Adolf's ruthless, the kind of person who sees people as tools. And once those tools outlive their usefulness, he tosses them. Kyle knows he's still just a beginner, a first circle mage. If things go south, he's got no chance of standing against someone like Adolf. Abel listens, stunned into silence, as Kyle calmly breaks it all down. When the words finally sink in, Abel admits it's a unique take. No one in the family's ever put it like that before. Kyle nods and pushes further. "You didn't deny it," he points out. "Not once." Abel stays quiet. That silence says everything. He doesn't argue, just pivots. Instead of defending Adolf, he circles back to the topic he dropped earlier, his secret skill. At last, he reveals it. His big mysterious ability is intuition. Cal just blinks. That's it. Intuition? All this build-up for a gut feeling? But Abel isn't joking. He explains further. It's more than just instinct. Since he was young, he's had this unexplainable sense. A subtle but strong warning that kicks in right before something goes wrong. It's helped him dodge danger more times than he can count. And now, with the succession ceremony drawing near, that ominous feeling is stronger than ever. And all of it, every warning bell, is pointing toward Adolf. He's frustrated, though. There's no solid proof, just feelings. And as careful as he tries to be, he doesn't know how far Adolf might go. Kyle is floored. He didn't expect this level of insight from Abel. He's describing Adolf almost perfectly, and without knowing any of what Kyle remembers from the original storyline. To Kyle, this doesn't sound like just intuition. It feels like low-level precognition, or maybe even a sensitivity to something darker. It's shocking, because in the original game, Abel had none of this. And suddenly, a thought hits him. What if this is part of the ripple effect? Ever since Kyle entered this world, people have started changing. Abel's intuition, Urgel's explosive magical talent, when she was never supposed to be anything more than a forgettable side character. It's a wild theory, but the pieces are starting to line up. Abel leans back, voice low but firm. He reminds Kyle that, at the end of the day, Adolf is still their brother, second in line to inherit the Marquis name. Their father might think Adolf's temper is a problem, sure, but he doesn't believe his son would ever cross a line that can't be uncrossed. Abel's not so confident. That gnawing sense of dread has stuck with him for years, and no matter how rational he tries to be, it won't go away. He's learned to live with it, even if no one else takes him seriously. But Kyle does. Far from brushing it off, he looks Abel in the eye and says exactly what Abel's been afraid to hear out loud. The day Adolf becomes the successor, Kyle says, steady and sure, our family is finished. There's no hesitation in his voice. No doubt. Not even for himself. Especially not for himself. If Adolf takes control, no one is safe. Not even the ones closest to him. Abel is speechless. He didn't expect Kyle to understand, let alone believe it so easily. But Kyle's not done yet. He outlines the plan. Stay close to Adolf. Play the loyal follower. Gain his trust, lower his guard. And when the moment comes, take him down from the inside. Quietly. Completely. Abel takes it all in. Kyle's plan is bold. Dangerous. But it's also brilliant. The kind of thing that could only come from someone who knows exactly what's at stake. Then, Kyle reaches out his hand. He asks Abel to join him. There's a long pause. Abel just stares, caught between admiration and disbelief. But then he nods. How could he say no? He's the oldest, and if his little brother is standing up to a monster, he's not about to leave him to face it alone. Still, Abel sets one condition. He'll help, but from the shadows. It's too risky to act openly. Adolf is watching everything, and Abel knows better than to give him a reason to get suspicious. Kyle agrees without hesitation. But before they seal the deal, Kyle leans in and says there's one more thing he needs, a favor. Something important. But that's a story for another time. One thing is certain. The alliance is set, and this unexpected team is ready to shake the foundation of the Celterian household. Cut to a completely different vibe. Leon Hart is in shock. His jaw practically hits the floor as he stares at Kyle's table. Stacks of platinum coins are piled up like casual pocket change. For context, one platinum coin equals 10 gold, and each one is worth months of Leon Hart's salary. So yeah, he's completely losing it. Still trying to wrap his head around the situation, Leon Hart blurts out the only thing that makes sense to ask. Young master, where in the world did you get this kind of money? Kyle leans back, cool as ever, and flashes a smug grin. Big brother gave it to me. Leon Hart freezes. His brain stalls for a full second before sputtering into full panic mode. Abel gave you this. This is the same Abel who's all logic, rules, and restraint. The picture-perfect heir of the Marquis family. And now he's just handing over a mountain of platinum to a 13-year-old like it's a snack allowance? Leon Hart's mental gears are grinding hard, trying to make it make sense. Cue a quick flashback. Originally, Kyle just wanted a small loan. Something practical, reasonable. But the moment he asked, Abel didn't hesitate. He handed over the full amount, and then some. And here's the kicker. He told Kyle not to worry about paying it back. Just think of it as a gift, Abel said, completely casual, like he was offering a cookie instead of enough money to buy a fleet of horses. Kyle had expected negotiations, conditions, maybe even a lecture. We got instead real, honest generosity. In this family, that's a rare thing. And it hit him harder than he expected. Back in the present, Leon Hart is still staring, baffled. But now his eyes shift to something else on the table. something softly glowing right next to the coins. A round, pulsing orb. His voice barely above a whisper, he asks, "What is that?" Kyle picks it up without a care in the world. This? Oh, it's a personal communicator. Leon Hart's knees almost give out. Personal communicators are legendary among magical devices. Ridiculously rare, insanely expensive, and usually reserved for royals or top-ranking officials. One of those could buy a mansion, with a garden, and staff, and stables. And here it is, chilling on Kyle's desk like it's a paperweight. Leon Hart's eyes go wide again, but Kyle quickly steps in to clarify. "Relax," he says, casually spinning the orb in his fingers. It's a simplified model, not the full version. This one's custom-made, just for Kyle and Abel. A direct line between the two brothers. Still outrageously valuable, but not quite mansion tier. Not that this helps Leon Hart feel any better. He's still trying to figure out how his young master went from probation to platinum and private comms overnight. Leon Hart's still standing there like he's just witnessed a dragon hatch in the living room. Meanwhile, Kyle lounges back, totally unbothered by the mountain of wealth stacked on his desk. For Kyle, it's not about the platinum. It's about what it represents: trust, backing, and a solid alliance with the eldest brother. For Leon Hart, this feels like stepping into a different reality altogether. And let's face it, this is just the tip of whatever iceberg Kyle's steering straight into. After a long pause, Leon Hart finally pulls himself together, though the dazed look on his face hasn't quite gone away. Assuming things must have gone incredibly well with Abel, he asks for confirmation. Kyle gives a simple nod. "Yeah," he says. "He's as kind as I hope." Then, without missing a beat, Kyle picks up the heavy sack of platinum and casually hands it over. "Hold on to this for now." Leon Hart freezes. The weight alone tells him this isn't just pocket change. It's the kind of cash that could buy titles, influence, maybe even a small island. But eventually, with trembling hands and a confused look, he accepts it. What do you even need this much money for?" he asks, still trying to make sense of any of this. "The workshop's fully renovated, and we've got more magic and spirit stones than we know what to do with." Kyle flashes a sly grin. "I'm gonna make money. That's it. That's the plan. The platinum isn't for spending. It's seed money for something bigger. Something Kyle's clearly been cooking up. But the details? He's not sharing those just yet." Cut to somewhere else entirely. Urgel's locked in the middle of her training session, staff in hand, focused and determined. She channels her magic, trying to make the staff's tip glow bright enough to light the room. For a second, it seems like it's working. But then she looks up. The light's not coming from her staff. It's coming from Flappy, glowing like a magical lantern across the room. Urgel sighs in disappointment. Another failed attempt. As she mumbles about how she messed up again, she suddenly notices something odd. Kyle standing there too. And Flappy? He's perched right on Kyle's head, shining like a ridiculously cheerful headlamp. Urgel scolds the little creature. "Flappy, that's disrespectful." Kyle just laughs it off. "It's fine. I needed a hands-free flashlight anyway." Leon Hart, trailing behind, hears that and cringes so hard it looks physically painful. But before he can fire off a sarcastic comment, he stops in his tracks. His brows furrow. "Wait a minute, where are we?" Because somehow, none of this place looks familiar. Leon Hart scans the surroundings, his confusion quickly giving way to panic. "Why the hell are we in a dungeon?" he demands. Kyle, completely unfazed, just shrugs. "We saw a dungeon, so we went in." Leon Hart's eye twitches. That's not a real answer. They were supposed to be heading to Enfilum, the neighboring estate. That was the plan. Yet here they are, inside a dungeon, and Leon Hart has no clue how it happened. Kyle, as usual, doesn't seem to care. He casually mentions there just happened to be a dungeon on the way. So naturally, he thought they'd take a little detour. And to top it off, he lets out a smug little laugh. Leon Hart looks ready to explode. He sucks in a breath, trying to hold it together. "We're leaving," he growls. "This place is a death trap." But Kyle, not even considering it. Why turn back when they've barely scratched the surface? Leon Hart stares at him like he's lost his mind. Did Kyle forget the army of monsters guarding the entrance? Kyle, still grinning, waves it off like it's nothing. His mind's already miles ahead, probably imagining hidden treasure, rare loot, or whatever harebrained plan he's cooking up next. Meanwhile, Leon Hart's standing there, reevaluating his entire existence, wondering how he ended up chasing after this disaster-prone young master through a dungeon swarming with monsters. As they push deeper into the maze, Leon Hart starts to notice something. Fewer monsters. It's too consistent to be random. He knows what this means. They're nearing the domain of something much stronger. Probably a boss. He voices his concern, explaining that mid-tier monsters usually avoid areas dominated by stronger creatures. The signs are all there. That's when he suggests turning back. But Kyle, already walking ahead, eyes gleaming. He wants to fight the boss. Leon Hart is floored and furious. The realization hits like a brick. Kyle knew exactly what he was doing. That whole story about Enfilum? Barely half true, and Kyle doesn't even try to deny it. Cool as ever, he admits it. Yes, they do have business within Phelim, but if he'd been honest about the dungeon, they'd still be stuck at home, with more guards, and possibly with Adolf and Abel in the mix. And if those two got wind of it, chaos would have broken out before they even left the gates. But there's more. Kyle reminds Leon Hart that Urgel's training in spirit magic is under wraps. Only their father knows. And then there's Flappy, the little glowing spirit beast. If anyone else saw it, things would get complicated real fast. So no, this wasn't just about dungeon diving for fun. It was about keeping secrets buried and staying off the radar. Still, Leon Hart isn't on board. Sure, Kyle's roundabout plan dodges the political chaos, but it also puts them all at serious risk. He points out that Urgel's barely started learning spirit magic, and while Kyle's reached the second circle, that level of power won't be enough to guarantee survival down here. But Kyle doesn't let him finish. Don't confuse what I show at home with what I'm really capable of, he snaps. He brings up Hermamu, proof that his magic is far beyond what people expect. And Leon Hart saw it. He knows. Leon Hart starts to push back again, but Kyle doesn't give him the chance. We've got everything we need, he says confident. You're the shield. Urgel's support. I handle the rest. We're a full party. His grin says it all. He's daring Leon Hart to find a hole in that logic. Then Kyle's expression shifts, and the energy in the room drops. He looks Leon Hart straight in the eye and says, watch closely, and think hard about who you'll swear your loyalty to, me or my father. Leon Hart goes still. Did Kyle just say that? A 13-year-old, standing in a dungeon full of monsters, is asking him to pick a side. Kyle doesn't stop. He says a knight who's torn between loyalties is useless to him. He needs someone who stands with him. No hesitation, no divided ties. His voice is calm, but the meaning behind it cuts deep. Leon Hart tightens his grip on his sword. Silence settles between them. Kyle doesn't press. He just waits. He knows exactly where Leon Hart's allegiance stands for now. The Marquis, Remton Celterian, is still the one Leon Hart truly serves. Even after everything, that bond hasn't broken. But Kyle's in no rush. He's already seen the flicker of doubt. That pause? It's all he needs. Because Kyle's not just planning for today, he's playing the long game. And when the time comes, he's sure Leon Hart will make his choice. And when he does, Kyle won't just gain a bodyguard. He'll earn a knight who's his and only his. Right now, they're deep in enemy territory, but the real battle isn't the monsters. It's the loyalties being tested with every step forward. One way or another, this dungeon is just the start. The trio pushes forward, finally arriving at the dungeon's core, Minotaur's secret sanctuary. The air feels heavy, almost suffocating, as they stand before the boss room. At the center, looming like a statue carved from nightmares, sits the Minotaur. Its colossal hammer rests between its knees, and its sheer presence fills the chamber with silent menace. Just the sight of it makes Urgel tremble. Kyle says nothing. His eyes stay locked on the beast, focused and unwavering. This is what he came here for. The real reason he dragged them into the dungeon, no matter how many times Leon Hart warned him against it. To Kyle, this place is familiar. Not because he's been here before, but because he studied it through the fantasy defense game. It's designed for beginners. No traps, minimal monsters, easy to navigate. But the real draw isn't the layout, it's the boss. Defeating the Minotaur promises a ridiculous payout. For Kyle, that kind of reward with a small party? Too good to pass up. While Kyle is already thinking about the loot haul, Leon Hart's eyes narrow as he studies the creature. That's a Minotaur, he says, voice grim. He explains that it's far more powerful than an ogre. 3 times stronger, easily. One swing from its hammer could crush bone like twigs. And just because it doesn't use magic doesn't make it any less deadly. Its raw power is the real threat. Hearing that, Kyle snaps back to the moment and immediately starts laying out the battle plan. He's calm, methodical. Leon Hart will take the front line and pull the Minotaur's aggro, using his sword aura to brace against the hammer strikes. Kyle will support him with a defensive shield spell to keep him standing through the onslaught. But there's one move they absolutely must avoid: the Minotaur's enraged whirlwind charge. Kyle explains that once the beast enters that frenzy, it becomes nearly unstoppable. Defense won't matter. It'll plow through anything. The only way to survive is to bait it to the room's edge and wait for it to burn out. That's when they hit back and hit hard. Leon Hart listens closely, but something doesn't sit right. How does Kyle know all this? Before he can ask, Kyle shifts his attention to Urgel. He gives her simple instructions. Cast her buffs, then stay clear of the fight. But she doesn't back down. She shakes her head, refusing to just hide. She trained in spirit magic for a reason, and it wasn't to cower behind rocks. Kyle pauses, surprised, but then nods in approval. All right, he says, but your top priority is staying alive. As long as you're on your feet, we've still got a shot. He places a hand on her shoulder, his tone steady. He reminds her that both he and Leon Hart are counting on her. And for the first time, Urgel feels the weight of that trust. Heavy, but empowering. Pride flickers in her eyes. She's ready. Leon Hart stands off to the side, watching the exchange between Kyle and Urgel with narrowed eyes. Something doesn't add up. For someone who's supposedly never set foot in a dungeon, Kyle's understanding of combat roles and boss mechanics is way too sharp. From healer priorities to the Minotaur's exact attack patterns, it's all too precise. He finally speaks up, voice sharp. Are you sure this is your first dungeon? The question hangs in the air like a blade. Kyle stiffens. His mind scrambles for an answer. He realizes he's been too careless, letting knowledge slip that no normal 13-year-old should possess. Trying to cover it up, he blurts out that he learned a lot during the goblin raid and the ogre fight. But Leon Hart isn't buying it. You learned as much from people who couldn't even handle an ogre, he shoots back, voice full of doubt. He's not letting this go. Kyle feels cornered. Leon Hart's too close to the truth that he's not the real Kyle at all. Panic simmers beneath the surface. He tries to laugh it off, but the tension is already there, heavy and crackling. And in the back of his mind, the worst-case scenario starts playing out. What if Leon Hart figures it out? What if people start thinking he's been possessed by something? A demon, maybe? After all, how else does a spoiled young master suddenly become a combat genius? In a world like this, there's only one solution for something like that. A pyre, a crowd, and a very unpleasant end. Determined not to let that nightmare come true, Kyle quickly scrambles for a new excuse. He tells Leon Hart he read about the Minotaur in a book. A big one. Maybe even a few. He reminds him of all the time he spent in the library and tosses in a detail about sneaking into the restricted section to read military strategy manuals. There's a long pause. Then finally, Leon Hart lets out a laugh. You've been studying monsters and magic? No wonder you're like this. He grins wide, genuinely impressed now. The Marquis is going to be proud. You've come a long way, young master. Kyle forces a smile, laughing along with him, but inside he's still tense. The danger's past for now, but he knows he'll need to be a lot more careful going forward. Not want to be left out, Urgel jumps in with her own wave of praise, showering Kyle with compliments. Kyle, relieved that his bluff worked, can't help but be a little stunned at how easily Leon Hart bought the story. But he knows better than to get too comfortable. Quick lies only go so far. Next time, he'll need a real backstory to lean on. With the awkward moments smoothed over, they move on. Urgel takes point, beginning her pre-battle routine. She raises her staff and casts Light's Empowerment, boosting their health and defense, while amping up both mana and sword energy by 30%. Then comes Light's Healing, a steady regenerative spell that mends wounds over time and restores their strength. Kyle watches carefully, impressed. Her magic has leveled up significantly since she first started training. You've really grown, he says, smiling at her. Urgel giggles softly, her face lighting up with pride. Now it's time. Kyle gives the signal, and Leon Hart charges. Sword drawn. He aims a crushing blow at the slumbering Minotaur. But the instant the blade is about to land, the Minotaur's eyes snap open. With a guttural roar, it lifts its massive hammer, effortlessly blocking the strike. The two lock eyes, knight and monster, before the real battle begins. Leon Hart immediately feels the difference. His body moves faster, hits harder, and holds steady. The buffs from Urgel and Kyle's shield spell are working like charm. The Minotaur snarls, its voice echoing through the sanctuary. Who dares wake me? You'll all pay with your lives. It promises to crush any who come for its treasure, declaring vengeance on every intruder in sight. But before the beast can finish its tirade, a blast of ice slams into its face. The Minotaur stumbles back, stunned, snarling as it scans the room for the attacker. Kyle steps into view, a smirk stretching across his face. That would be me, your friendly neighborhood dungeon thief, he says, mockingly polite. Without waiting for a reaction, he fires off an ice lance, the sharp projectile slicing through the air toward the beast. The Minotaur grunts, blocking it with its hammer, eyes narrowing in frustration as it tries to pinpoint the smug young mage dancing just out of reach. That's when Leon Hart strikes. Taking full advantage of the opening, he dashes in and slices cleanly across the Minotaur's side, drawing first blood. Red sprays through the air as the beast roars in pain. Kyle's voice cuts through the chaos. Eyes up, Minotaur. My knight's just getting warmed up. Together, Kyle and Leon Hart push the assault, unleashing a relentless flurry of attacks. The Minotaur staggers, barely managing to keep up with the onslaught. He doesn't stop taunting. Come on, don't slow down now. My knight hasn't even shown you his real strength. His voice is calm, but his grin says it all. He's enjoying every second. The Minotaur, now boiling with fury, lets out a roar that shakes the walls. You'll all regret entering my domain, it bellows, raising its hammer with a vengeance. It locks eyes on Leon Hart, whose mid-leap, blade aimed right for the beast's head. Kyle spots the danger in an instant. Without hesitation, he casts Stone Sill, a powerful shield spell, just as the hammer comes crashing down. The impact sends shockwaves through the dungeon, the sound of metal on magic ringing out like a thunderclap. Even the Minotaur flinches, stunned that its strongest blow didn't pulverize its target. Under the shield, Leon Hart isn't nearly as composed. He's drenched in sweat, his arms trembling from the force pressing down on him. The protection spell held, but just barely. Without Kyle's perfectly timed cast, he knows he'd be in pieces by now. From where he's crouched, Leon Hart starts putting all together. Kyle's spells aren't just strong, they're precise. Every move lands at exactly the right moment. It's not luck. It's like he knows the Minotaur's entire playbook. And for the first time, Leon Hart doesn't just trust Kyle. He believes in him. Then Kyle's voice slices through the tension. Leon Hart, move now. Without hesitation, Leon Hart rolls out of the way. Kyle slams the ground with a new spell, Ensnare. Roots burst from the floor, wrapping around the Minotaur's legs, locking it in place. The beast snarls, trying to break free, but it's stuck. Kyle wastes no time. With a flick of his wrist, he launches a barrage of magic missiles, each one striking with pinpoint accuracy. The Minotaur roars as the blasts hammer into its body, smoke rising from the hits. It looks like it should be finished, but then the smoke clears. The Minotaur is still on its feet, burned, bleeding, but very much alive. It stands tall and takes a deep breath, its sudden calm more terrifying than any of its roars. Do we win? Urgel whispers. Kyle's gaze hardens. No. Then, the Minotaur begins to laugh. It's low, guttural, and echoing, almost mocking. I'm impressed, little humans, it growls. But this is where your story ends. Without warning, it begins to spin, its ultimate attack. The whirlwind is everything Kyle feared. The hammer becomes a deadly blur, slicing through the air with bone-crushing force. The entire room trembles. Dust explodes into the air. Debris is flung in every direction. Kyle doesn't hesitate. His instincts flare. Split up, he shouts. He turns to Leon Hart, barking orders. Pull it to the edge, wear it down. The battle's far from over, and now, it's a race for survival. Leon Hart doesn't flinch. He knows exactly what he has to do. The moment Kyle casts haste, a surge of speed pulses through his body. Right behind it, Urgel adds Blessing of Light, wrapping him in a layer of radiant protection. Energy rushes through him like a storm, and without a second thought, he sprints toward the raging Minotaur. Mid-charge, Leon Hart hurls his sword like a javelin, aiming straight for the beast's throat. The blade strikes, but the Minotaur's hide is like armor. The sword bounces off with a sharp clang, barely leaving a scratch. But it does something else. It infuriates the monster. Its glowing eyes fix on Leon Hart, and with a roar that shakes the walls, it stops spinning and charges. Hammer raised. No hesitation. Leon Hart bolts. As the chase begins, Kyle and Urgel duck behind an ancient stone altar, watching every move. Kyle's eyes stay locked on the Minotaur's movements. Then, out of nowhere, he starts counting down. 30 seconds. It's all part of his plan. Kyle calculated the whirlwind's duration ahead of time. Half a minute of chaos, followed by total exhaustion. The challenge isn't defeating the Minotaur now. It's surviving until it burns itself out. While Kyle counts with eerie calm, Leon Hart is anything but calm. He's dodging death with every breath, sprinting full tilt as the Minotaur barrels after him, hammer swinging just inches from his back. Each attack shakes the floor, and each miss is a near-fatal one. 5 seconds. Urgel yells, her voice laced with panic. Leon Hart grits his teeth and digs deep, pushing past the ache in his muscles. He keeps running, dodging, ducking. One final hammer swing crashes down, just shy of his head. Then thud. The Minotaur groans, its momentum breaking. It staggers, drops to its knees, and finally collapses. The massive hammer slips from its grasp and hits the stone floor with a deafening clang. Leon Hart skids to a stop, breathless, drenched in sweat. The moment he stops, Kyle's haste fades, and the timing couldn't be more perfect. The spell ended right as the Minotaur fell. Leon Hart's eyes widen. Was it luck, or did Kyle plan this down to the last second? He doesn't get time to ponder. Damage time, Kyle shouts, stepping into the open. His eyes gleam with excitement as he unfurls a glowing magic circle in front of him. The spell switches into user control mode, bypassing the normal casting limits. Pure energy ignites in his hands as the arcane circle pulses with power. This is real magic, Kyle mutters almost in awe. He doesn't hold back. Streams of radiant energy form into spears, waves, and blasts, crashing down on the stunned Minotaur with relentless force. The chamber erupts in flashes of light and sound, the dungeon walls trembling as Kyle unleashes everything he's got. While Kyle's attacks thunder across the battlefield, Urgel spots something that makes her heart skip. Leon Hart's arm, gashed and bleeding from an earlier blow. Without saying a word, she steps toward him, her staff glowing with a warm light. Healing light flows from her hands, bathing his arm in golden magic. In moments, the wound vanishes. Leon Hart looks down in disbelief. No pain, no scar, nothing. He turns to her, stunned. "Thank you," he says, his voice sincere. "You've done more than enough." Urgel gives a small, bashful smile, brushing off the compliment. But inside, she feels it. A real sense of purpose. She belongs here. As she finishes her spell, the battle reaches its climax. Kyle unleashes the final volley of magic, and with one last roar, the Minotaur crashes to the floor. The ground quakes with the impact. Silence falls. It's over. The dust settles, revealing the beast's hammer lying forgotten in the rubble. Kyle exhales slowly, scanning the room. Everything went exactly according to plan. Then, like a switch flipping, Kyle bolts to the treasure chest, eyes wide with joy. He doesn't just open it, he embraces it, smothering it with kisses like a long-lost lover. Urgel and Leon Hart exchange a look. They've seen a lot today, but this is new. "It's all mine," Kyle murmurs, practically in a trance. Sparkling, beautiful, glorious treasure. He finally opens it. Light pours out, illuminating a pile of gemstones, enchanted artifacts, and rare magical items. Kyle's grin stretches even wider. He activates his insight skill and begins scanning the loot. First up, the Sword of the Rhino. Crafted from rhino bone and reinforced metal, it's built like a tank. Its special ability, Rhino Strength, boosts physical strength by 10%, and its durability is off the charts. Kyle's eyes gleam. It's the perfect weapon for Leon Hart. He doesn't say it out loud yet, but in his mind, it's already his knight's new blade. Next, Lul's necklace. Delicate and glowing with natural energy, it holds two effects. Nature's Blessing, which stores raw energy, and Clear Mind, which lets the wearer absorb energy faster. Kyle doesn't hesitate. This one's for Urgel. He hands it to her without a word. Urgel's eyes widen. "For me?" she asks, stunned. "Of course," Kyle says casually, already diving back into the chest. Then he sees it, the Staff of Bravery. It practically radiates magical power. Not only does it boost casting speed, but its Memorize attribute lets him store up to 3 spells, even 2 circle ones, ready to cast without draining mana. Kyle's grin returns, wider than ever. Jackpot! Kyle's grin stretches ear to ear as he clutches the Staff of Bravery. This is it, the perfect artifact for a mage. In fantasy defense, it was considered top tier, almost game-breaking. Now in his hands, it's the real deal. With this staff, weapons are the least of his worries. While Kyle loses himself in the joy of his new toy, Leon Hart inspects the Sword of the Rhino. Just holding it, he can feel the enchantment pulsing through the blade. It's powerful, refined, the kind of weapon any knight would dream of wielding. But instead of pride, guilt gnaws at him. He thinks back to when Kyle asked about his loyalty, when he couldn't give a straight answer. And now here he is, receiving a weapon forged for someone who's already made their vow. He doesn't feel like he's earned it. Not far off, Urgel stares down at Lul's necklace. It's beautiful, brimming with natural energy, but she hesitates. Accepting something like this feels like taking on a debt she may never be able to repay. Kyle watches them both, completely confused. What is wrong with these two? He mutters to himself. With a sigh, he decides it's time to clear the air. These aren't gifts, he says plainly. They're tools. Tools we need to get stronger. His tone shifts, calm but serious. Time isn't on our side. There's something dark looming over the Celterian family, and when it hits, we need to be ready. He also makes one thing crystal clear. This loot stays secret. If word got out, the family would swoop in with rules, protocols, and redistribution nonsense. That would only water everything down. They don't have time for red tape. "I'm trusting you both," Kyle says, looking at them straight on. "Keep this between us. That's all it takes." Leon Hart silently nods and grips the sword tighter. In that moment, he makes a quiet vow to prove he's worthy of that trust. Urgel clutches the necklace to her chest, a spark of new resolve flickering in her eyes. With that, Kyle snaps back into motion. "All right, let's go. We've got business in Infilum." A few days later, the group arrives in the granary region of the neighboring estate. But the reception is off. No red carpet, no formal greeting, just confusion and nervous glances. Inside the estate, a voice erupts in frustration. What on earth is going on? The source of the outburst is a man with striking purple hair, Count Frantel Neron, Lord of Infilum, and he's clearly spiraling. The unannounced visit from someone bearing the Celterian family crest has thrown the entire house into chaos. The Count paces, wringing his hands, barking orders at his overwhelmed staff. Who exactly came from the Salterian family? No one has a straight answer. All they know is this. Whoever's here is carrying a symbol that only direct disciples of the Salterian bloodline are allowed to bear. And that changes everything. Count Neron's nerves are already on edge. The buzz around the Salterian succession has grown impossible to ignore, and none of it bodes well. People say the contenders are like walking disasters, dragging chaos in their wake. Most noble families, Infilum included, have quietly agreed to steer clear of the Salterians until the storm passes. So when Neron gets word of their arrival at his estate, his heart sinks. He wants nothing more than to avoid the whole mess. But he can't just leave high-ranking visitors at the door. Forcing himself to stay calm, he pastes on a polished smile and heads out to greet them. But as soon as he sees who's waiting, the Count's diplomatic facade cracks. Standing there, cool as ever, is Kyle Salterian, the youngest and most notorious of the Salterian brood. Neron's mouth hangs open in disbelief. Meanwhile, Kyle is already making himself at home, helping himself to refreshments like he owns the place. He glances up mid-snack and says with a grin, "Pleasure to meet you, Count Frantel Neron," as if this wasn't a completely unannounced drop-in. The Count is speechless. He prepared himself for Abel, the dignified heir, or even Adolf, the sharp and scheming second son. But Kyle, the wild card of the family, the infamous fourth son who leaves chaos in his wake, he never even considered that possibility. Before he can stop himself, Neron blurts out, "What is he doing here?" Silence. Leon Hart stiffens, hand inching toward his sword. The air turns heavy with tension. Even Neron realizes, too late, how badly he's messed up. But Kyle just chuckles, unfazed. "It's all right," he says, sipping his tea casually. "I know what people say about me." He doesn't deny his past. He admits he was reckless, a walking headache for his family. But things changed after he faced Hermamu, a brutal magical ordeal that forced him to grow. He's focused now, determined to be stronger, and ready to support his family, not drag them down. Neron stares, stunned. He's always seen Kyle as a hopeless case, a source of endless scandal. Hearing this version of him feels surreal. With a shaky voice, he asks, "You really defeated Hermamu?" Kyle lifts a hand and conjures a glowing magic circle in the air, clean and precise. "I've been training hard," he says. "I want to earn my place. I want to be useful." The Count watches him, completely thrown off. This isn't the wild, impulsive boy everyone warned him about. This Kyle is composed, focused, and undeniably skilled. A young man reborn. For the first time, Count Neron begins to question everything he's heard about the youngest Salterian. As Kyle continues his composed conversation, the Count can't help but reevaluate. The boy clearly understands the sensitivity of the moment, and it's obvious he came prepared for it. Watching Kyle, Neron notices something that throws him off even more. This isn't the wild-eyed delinquent he'd imagined. Kyle's eyes are clear, sharp, and calculated. His posture, his tone, even the way he listens, all of it screams discipline and intent. The rumors couldn't be more wrong. This wasn't some wayward noble playing games. Kyle Salterian was serious. "Your father must feel at ease now," the Count finally says. "Especially with the family's first wizard rising from a house famed for its swords." Kyle smiles, modest and polished. "You're too kind, Count Neron," he replies smoothly. But even as he speaks, his thoughts are already racing ahead, laying the groundwork for his next move. The Count narrows his eyes slightly, intrigued. "Surely you didn't travel all this way just to make conversation, young lord?" Kyle laughs lightly, dodging the question with practiced charm. But the Count has it right. This visit isn't a casual one. After offering a brief apology for the sudden drop-in, Kyle lays his cards on the table. With the Salterian succession looming, he explains, moving discreetly is essential. Neron gives a knowing nod, fully aware of the political landmines a misstep could trigger. Then comes the real reason. Kyle needs to buy grain. A lot of it. Infilum, as the North's biggest supplier, is his best bet. Neron raises a brow. "But your family already has a standing agreement with us. Do you need more?" Kyle nods. "Yes, but this isn't for the household. It's for his own use. He's been working on magical experiments, and he needs a private stock of grain to continue." He's vague on the details, but he emphasizes it's a one-time arrangement. Though if all goes well, it could turn into something regular. Kyle also points out that Infilum's had excellent harvests lately. Their surplus is likely becoming a burden. Why not offload it and profit? Then, just as the Count starts mulling it over, Kyle plays his ace. Leon Hart steps forward and places a small box on the table. He opens it slowly. Inside, stacked neatly, are platinum coins. The room goes still. Neron and his assistant freeze, eyes locked on the gleaming treasure. "Platinum?" the Count gasps. "How in the world does someone your age have that kind of money?" Kyle remains completely composed, even as the room buzzes with disbelief. With a confident smile, he gestures toward the box. "What do you think of this as payment for the grain?" Count Neron tries to hide his excitement, but his eyes betray him. We've had trouble managing the overflow, he admits quickly. Selling the surplus would be a relief. And of course, I won't ask about your research. Wizards have their secrets. Kyle nods, satisfied. I appreciate that, Count. But just as things seem settled, Neron pauses. Still, even if I won't ask about your project, I do need to ask this. Where exactly did this money come from? You're still young, and if the source is questionable, it could create serious problems for everyone involved. Without hesitation, Kyle replies, there's no need to worry. The funds came from my eldest brother, Abel. The Count visibly loosens up at that name. Abel Saltirian's name carries weight. His reputation is spotless, his conduct admired across noble circles. If Abel's backing this, there's nothing to fear. With the deal locked in, Kyle secures not just the grain, but also cements his standing as more than just the Saltirian family's wild card. Still surprised, Count Neron glances at the young lord. So it's true? Abel's supporting you in this? Kyle gives a sly grin. There's no one else I'd call my brother right now. That simple line says it all. And it's exactly what the Count needed to hear. If Kyle isn't aligned with Adolf, then this visit doesn't carry the usual political landmines. In fact, it might just be an opportunity. Strengthening ties with Kyle could mean building a bridge to Abel himself. With that in mind, Count Neron decides to fully support the transaction, but of course, not before they discuss numbers. Let's say 7 silver per pack, the Count offers, getting straight to business. Kyle leans back slightly, calm as ever. For silver, he counters. You're sitting on old grain. It's not exactly in high demand, and the longer you keep it, the more it costs to store. Neron frowns, thinking it over. After a short pause, he responds, 6 silver. Kyle doesn't flinch. 4.5, he says with a friendly smile. Any more than that, and I'd lose sleep over it. Leon Hart watches the back and forth unfold like a tennis match, stunned. He never imagined Kyle had such a sharp head for negotiation. The haggling stretches on, both sides pressing their limits. Eventually, Kyle leans in and offers a middle ground. Let's call it 5 silver per pack. Count Neron takes a moment, weighing it silently, then nods. Fair enough. With that, the deal is done. Later, back in their quarters, Leon Hart finally speaks up. I didn't know you could bargain like that, he says, half impressed, half suspicious. Don't tell me you picked that up from book 2? Kyle pauses, just for a second, but quickly recovers. Of course, he replies smoothly. There's a book for everything if you know where to look. Leon Hart gives him a look, but doesn't press further. Then he recalls something Kyle mentioned earlier. You said you came here to make money. Is buying grain part of that plan? Kyle nods. The idea is simple. Buy low, store it, and sell high once the demand spikes. Nothing fancy, just smart timing. But Leon Hart doesn't buy it just yet. The grain market's stable. The estate already has more than enough for the next year. Kyle's eyes glint with certainty. That's true for now. Leon Hart frowns, sensing something's off. What exactly does Kyle know? He points out the obvious flaw. Selling old grain won't make much. It's not exactly a luxury item. But Kyle isn't fazed. Insurance isn't for good times, he says. It's for what comes after. To most people, that would sound like empty optimism or a strange waste of money. But Kyle isn't like most people. He knows exactly what's coming. In the original fantasy defense timeline, a freak weather disaster hits right after the succession ceremony, plunging the region into a famine so severe that even the nobility struggle to survive. Grain prices explode. Food turns into currency. And when that day comes, no one will care about freshness, only availability. Kyle smiles to himself. That future is his to exploit. While others stay blind to what's ahead, he's already 2 steps ahead of the crisis. All he has to do now is keep his secrets and dodge Leon Hart's questions. But before he can think of another excuse, Leon Hart speaks again, his tone surprisingly calm. I get it, he says. Everything you've done so far has had a purpose. I'll trust you on this one too. Kyle blinks, completely taken aback. This is the same overly suspicious Leon Hart who'd once looked at him like a walking disaster. And now, he's trusting him, openly. Almost on instinct, Kyle pulls up Leon Hart's favorability meter. The number staring back at him nearly makes his jaw unhinge. 50. When they first met, it was deep in the negatives. Seeing that kind of turnaround nearly brings a tear to his eye. He really trusts me, Kyle mutters, overwhelmed, barely keeping his composure. Leon Hart eyes him, unimpressed. You're being a bit much. Before Kyle can come up with a response, the door creaks open and Urgel steps inside. Young master, she says, Count Neron would like a word with you before dinner. Caught off guard, Kyle nods and follows her through the halls. When he enters the room later that evening, he finds the Count deep in conversation with a young girl. Her hair, a soft violet, instantly gives away her relation to him. Come in, Neron says warmly. There's someone I'd like you to meet. Kyle steps forward and freezes. The girl turns and offers a graceful smile. I'm Iris Neron. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. But for Kyle, this isn't a first meeting. Not even close. His brain short-circuits for a second as he stares at her, completely thrown. She looks exactly as he remembers. In a flash, Kyle's thoughts spiral. Why now? Why here? What's she doing in this timeline? Because Iris Neron isn't just any noble girl. Back in fantasy defense, she was a top-tier early game mage. Cute, powerful, and a favorite pick for beginners. Iris had legions of fans. She was dependable, at first. But there was a catch. Her attitude? Arrogant, condescending. She had a taste for extravagance that could drain a player's entire savings. And then there was her affection system, infamously tied to diamonds. Players would shell out a fortune trying to win her over, only to regret it once her true colors showed. Now, standing face-to-face with that very same Iris, Kyle struggles to keep his poker face on. She may be smiling politely, but he knows better. That smug confidence? It's all too familiar. As the game went on, and the roster filled with broken Tier S and SSS rank magicians, Iris fell off hard. Stuck at A rank, she quickly became obsolete. Combine that with her diva-level attitude, and most players dumped her without a second thought. Kyle remembers it vividly and winces internally. She was barely worth the effort back then. Why would now be any different? But here she is, in the flesh, and just as intimidating. Now, Kyle's not just dealing with a high-maintenance mage. He's dealing with a very real attempt at noble matchmaking. Count Neron, blissfully unaware of the daggers his daughter's shooting across the room, chuckles and says, Iris is turning 11 soon. You're close in age. I figured you two might get along. Kyle shoots a glance at Iris. Her face says it all. Absolutely not. Still, the Count presses on, bragging about her magical prowess. He suggests they could learn from each other. After all, they're both young talents diving into the arcane arts. Kyle fights the urge to groan. This is the last person I want as a study partner, he thinks, keeping his face locked in a polite smile. He knows rejecting this meeting outright would be a diplomatic disaster, so he plays along. Iris, for her part, doesn't hide her disapproval. Her look is sharp, judging, and about as warm as a glacier. Still, Kyle steps forward, putting on his best noble boy charm. It's an honor to meet you, Lady Iris, he says with perfect politeness. I'm Kyle Celterion, fourth son of the Marquis. He gives a respectful bow, his voice light and friendly. I'll be counting on your guidance. Behind that perfect smile, Kyle quietly activates his insight skill. Time to find out what I'm actually dealing with. And the results hit hard. Companion of Mana. Magical Brain. Kyle nearly stumbles. Companion of Mana. His heart skips a beat. That talent was god tier in fantasy defense, showing up in only 0.01% of magicians, and always tied to SSS grade units. It was leagued beyond his own mana delay. In the game, Iris never had anything close to that level of ability. But the favorability stat? -40. Kyle winces. He expected frostiness, but this is something else. She doesn't just dislike him, she despises him. Even so, that talent, it changes everything. In the game, Iris had always been passed over because of her personality and limited growth ceiling. But here, in this world, things aren't quite so simple. With Companion of Mana in her arsenal, her potential is off the charts. Enough to rival even the top-tier mages, if she could be convinced to use it. Kyle quickly pieces it together. Iris, like Abel and Urgel, must have hit her stride in this new reality. She's no longer an A-rank throwaway. If Companion of Mana is legit, then she's sitting on SSS grade potential. And with that kind of talent, her awful attitude might just be something he'll have to tolerate. No matter how much of a headache she is, Kyle thinks, there's no way I'm letting someone like her slip through my fingers. Just as he steels himself, Iris strikes. I've never even heard of you, she says coldly. Everyone talks about Abel and Adolf, but you? Kyle's polite smile holds steady, but inside he's grinding his teeth. So this is how she wants to play it. She keeps going, not missing a beat. You're just a first circle mage, right? I'm already in the second circle. So, how exactly do you plan to keep up? Count Neron stiffens, clearly horrified by his daughter's bluntness. But Kyle? He doesn't flinch. Twisted brat, he thinks, keeping his voice smooth. That's true. I'm only at the first circle. Then he drops the hammer. But I only started learning magic 3 months ago. The room goes quiet. Iris's smirk wavers, the smug superiority in her eyes faltering. She knows exactly how hard it is to form a magic circle, let alone in such a short time. Even the Count can't hide his shock. For just a second, Iris is speechless. But she bounces back fast, too fast. Well, I suppose that's impressive, she mutters, trying to regroup. But starting at 13? That's late. Everyone knows the proper age to begin is 10. Kyle's patience is wearing thin, but he stays composed. He can see what she's doing, poking and prodding, trying to provoke him. Still smiling, he answers coolly. You're right. I did start late. I had Hermamu. I only just recovered. That shuts her down. Iris freezes as the words hit. She knows what Hermamu is. Everyone does. A disease that not only kills but destroys mana sensitivity. Surviving it is unheard of. Overcoming it is nearly impossible. Her lips part slightly, but nothing comes out. Kyle watches the shift in her face. For a moment, there's no arrogance, just genuine shock. But of course, she catches herself. Crosses her arms. Pouts. Do not get the wrong idea, she blurts out. It's not like I'm impressed or anything. Kyle raises an eyebrow, biting back a sigh. Of course not, he replies, voice dripping with dry sarcasm. The tension cools for a moment as the verbal sparring reaches a pause. That's when Count Neron, clearly desperate to pull his daughter back from the edge, steps in. Iris, he says, voice low and firm. Do you even understand what Hermamu means? He goes on to explain. Only those with immense magical potential can survive the illness. It's why anyone who defeats Hermamu is seen as a prodigy. A born genius among knights and mages alike. Count Neron beams with pride as he praises Kyle's strength. To overcome Hermamu at 13. Truly remarkable, he says, glancing at Iris in hopes of sparking a little admiration. Kyle is bound to become even stronger. You do well to learn from him, his resilience, his discipline. But Iris doesn't budge. She scoffs, arms crossed. What could I possibly learn from someone beneath me? He's still just a first circle mage. Kyle doesn't flinch. He saw this coming the moment she opened her mouth. That arrogant streak? Classic contempt for the weak behavior. Honestly, it just confirms what he already knew. She's the perfect challenge. She's going to crash hard if no one humbles her, he thinks, hiding a sigh. Might as well be me. With quiet resolve, Kyle steps forward, his tone still calm, but sharper now, steady and commanding. You shouldn't judge people by surface-level strength, he says coolly. Iris's smirk twitches. The sudden change in his presence throws her off, and when Kyle locks eyes with her, her bravado visibly falters. I'll prove I'm not weaker than you, he says, his voice low and unwavering. For the first time, Iris hesitates. She expected him to grovel or get defensive, not step up like this. Kyle doesn't give her a second to recover. And once I do, he continues, you'll have no choice but to stop looking down on me. Her composure cracks. How do you plan to prove that? She stammers, trying to recover her swagger. Kyle smirks. A duel. The air changes instantly. Count Neron blanches, stunned as the atmosphere thickens with tension. He hadn't seen this coming. Not at all. Kyle calmly lays out the rules. If I lose, I'll admit you're stronger. But before he can finish, Iris cuts him off with a sneer. Fine. But if I win, you'll kneel and kiss my feet. The room goes dead silent. Count Neron nearly chokes. Iris, he shouts, his voice full of disbelief and outrage. Her demand isn't just rude. It's outrageous, humiliating, and completely inappropriate. But Kyle? Unbothered. In fact, her ridiculous challenge only fans the flames of his confidence. If she wants to be that bold, she'd better be ready to face the consequences. The Count, now visibly anxious, rushes forward, clearly trying to stop this before it spirals further. He knows full well Kyle isn't just any young mage, and Iris, blind in her arrogance, has no idea what kind of storm she just invited. But the match is already set in motion. There's no turning back now. Kyle locks eyes with Iris, his smile still intact. Then it's settled, he says, his voice steady with confidence and just a hint of menace. And right on cue, Iris, full of that trademark smug energy, tosses out the most absurd line yet. You're gonna have to lick my feet anyway. Kyle stares, blinking once. Did she really just say that? I read it in a book, she adds proudly, as if that justifies anything. Kyle, completely thrown off, mutters, what kind of book even says something like that? Enter Count Frantel Neron, purple-haired, perpetually exasperated, and now visibly horrified. He immediately jumps to the worst conclusion. Not those restricted romance novels again. The man looks like he's about to pass out from sheer secondhand embarrassment. Iris, of course, plays the innocent card like a pro. I would never, she insists. Eyes wide, voice trembling, total crocodile tear performance. It's almost impressive. And then Kyle, absolute menace that he is, just shrugs and agrees. Sure, I'll lick your feet if you beat me. The Count nearly faints. What are you even saying? Don't agree to this madness. But Kyle doesn't back down. He's not planning to lose. Not now, not to her. In fact, he's got his own conditions ready. If I win, Kyle says calmly, you'll do 3 things. Accept me as your teacher, stop looking down on people weaker than you, and never act like this again. Iris hesitates, briefly thrown by the boldness of it all. But it only lasts a second before she scoffs. You're a first circle mage who just picked up a wand 3 months ago. I'll humor you. And with that, she storms off like an insulted noble swan. Behind her, Count Neron lets out a long, defeated sigh. He turns to Kyle. offering an apology that feels like it's been brewing for years. Iris has issues. She's always been gifted, so the family spoiled her rotten. Now she can't relate to kids her age, and, well, she's basically friendless. Kyle nods, surprised at the wave of sympathy creeping in. He gets it. A few months ago, he was her, entitled, aimless, and completely unaware of how badly he needed a wake-up call. Then the Count hits him with something unexpected. Please, during the duel, don't hold back. She needs to lose. She needs to learn. Kyle raises an eyebrow, then grins. Oh, he wasn't planning to pull any punches, but now? Now he's got official permission to blow her ego straight into orbit. Meanwhile, across the estate, Iris is pacing like a cat with its tail on fire. The nerve, the arrogance. Who does that boy think he is? But in the middle of her tantrum, a scene flashes through her mind. Kyle, calm and confident, leaning in close. It's the kind of dramatic beat straight out of one of those books she definitely doesn't read. Her cheeks burn before she even realizes why. Wait, is he kind of handsome? She shakes her head furiously. No, he's just a first circle loser. A peasant with a pretty face. That's all. But no matter how much she denies it, something's changing. Deep in her system, her favorability meter toward Kyle ticks upward, just a bit. And the best part? She doesn't have the slightest clue it's happening. After the absurd mess of foot-licking duel conditions, Kyle finds himself walking the mansion halls with Urgel and Leon Hart, hoping a little stroll will help him shake off the chaos. Just a normal walk, until Leon Hart decides to stir the pot. With a casual tone and that usual mischievous smirk, Leon Hart drops a theory. You know, maybe Count Neron had another reason for introducing you to his daughter. Kyle raises an eyebrow. What kind of reason? Leon Hart doesn't even hesitate. Marriage proposal. Cue Kyle's soul leaving his body. What? The idea hits him like a slap. Marriage? To Iris. The walking ego machine with a superiority complex and diamond addiction? Absolutely not. Leon Hart shrugs, unfazed by Kyle's full-body recoil. Think about it. Iris is 11. That's exactly the age nobles start tossing around engagement plans. It's all politics, age gaps, personality, personal trauma. None of that matters to these people. It's about families making deals. Kyle stares dumbfounded. That's insane. What kind of world even is this? Leon Hart just chuckles. The noble kind. Suddenly, it all clicks in Kyle's mind. The polite invitation, the magic bragging, the awkward introduction, none of it was random. He thought he was here to buy grain. Turns out, he walked straight into a matchmaking ambush. But even with that revelation, Kyle doesn't falter. If anything, it hardens his resolve. If the Count's trying to push me toward Iris, he mutters, then I definitely need to teach her a lesson. Leon Hart throws up his hands. Just saying, don't humiliate the poor girl. If there's even a chance she ends up your bride, it's better to play nice. But Kyle's already made up his mind. Nope. If that's what's at stake, then it's even more important she gets knocked off her high horse. I'm not marrying anyone who treats people like dirt. Urgel, who's been quietly trailing behind them, finally speaks up. Her voice is soft, but there's no hiding her unease. Engaged her eyes are wide with disbelief, and something else. Disapproval, maybe? Worry? Either way, she's clearly not thrilled by the idea. Time skips forward. The next day arrives, and the tension is so thick you could slice it with a mana blade. Kyle and Iris face off in the estate's private training ground. It's all very official. 1 round, magic only, no serious injuries allowed, though, judging by their faces, that last rule's more of a guideline. Leon Hart stands off to the side, arms crossed, acting as referee. If things get out of hand, I'm stepping in, he warns. Neither of them responds. Kyle's eyes are sharp, focused. It looks like he's about to dismantle a long-term strategy, not duel an 11-year-old. Iris, meanwhile, oozes overconfidence, already picturing her victory pose and wondering which foot Kyle will kneel to first. This isn't just a match. It's a showdown of pride, principle, and pure stubborn will. And it's about to begin. Before anything goes down, Leon Hart steps in to restate the rules and make sure both sides are on board. Once both give the nod, Leon Hart raises his hand and kicks off the duel. The second the match starts, Iris goes straight for the jugular. Wand in hand, she launches a blazing fire arrow, fast and fierce. No hesitation. She's aiming for a quick win. Kyle doesn't flinch, not even a twitch. He watches the incoming spell like it's no big deal, quietly impressed by how fast she cast it. For her age, that's no small feat. But Kyle's not just any rookie mage. Right before the spell hits, he casually lifts his staff and casts wind. Just a breeze, enough to blow out her fire like it was nothing. Iris's reaction? She's livid. That calm look on his face? She takes it as a slap in the face. Like he doesn't think she's worth getting serious over. And if there's one thing Iris can't stand, it's being dismissed. So she goes all in. She fires off another wave of fire arrows. Faster, hotter, angrier. She's not holding back anymore. Still, Kyle's got it handled. With a single, smooth move, he conjures a huge magic shield. The arrows explode against it in a burst of heat and light, but the barrier holds strong. Kyle doesn't take a scratch. Even with her relentless firepower, Kyle can't help but notice how much potential Iris has. She's only 11, but the way she fights? That's real talent. But admiration isn't going to win her the duel. Kyle knows what's at stake, and he's not here to play nice. And Iris? She doesn't care about praise. She's here for one reason, to prove she's stronger than Kyle. But from the way things are going, that's going to take a lot more than raw firepower. Iris had one mission: embarrass Kyle so badly he'd be begging at her feet by the end. But Kyle? He's playing a different game. One where she walks away with a lesson she won't forget. After dodging and blocking her fire spells like they're child's play, Kyle decides it's time to show her what real magic looks like. One flick of his staff, and a glowing magic seal forms in front of him. This isn't just any spell, it's the spell. Kyle's signature move, Magic Missile. Need a reminder of how strong it is? First time he used it, he cut a massive tree clean in half. Yeah, it's that kind of spell. No wonder Count Franel Neron, watching from the sidelines, practically jumps out of his seat. Wait, is he double casting? The Count can't believe it. Double casting's a technique even veteran mages struggle to master. And Kyle, supposedly a first circle mage, is pulling it off like it's just another Tuesday. Back in the fight, Iris sees the missiles coming at her fast. She throws up a magical shield, and, for a second, it looks like she's got it under control. The impact hits with a huge bang, bright lights, booming force, the whole show. But then it all goes south. The blast knocks her clear off her feet, and as she hits the ground, she realizes something's wrong. Really wrong. Her barrier didn't just block the attack, it got absorbed. She's wide open. She scrambles up, ready to cast again, only to freeze. Kyle's staff is already aimed straight at her forehead. Game over. He doesn't gloat, doesn't say a word, just lowers his staff with that same calm expression. Leon Hart announces the result. Lord Kyle is victorious. Simple. Final. Done. Kyle turns and walks away, while Iris stands frozen, stunned. She can't believe it. She's a second circle mage, stronger, more experienced. Kyle was supposed to be the easy win, but he didn't just win, he dismantled her. The humiliation hits hard. Anger, disbelief, and frustration twist inside her. She refuses to accept it. So, she blurts out the first thing she can think of. You just got lucky. Silence. The whole room stiffens. Her father, Leon Hart, the referee. Everyone heard the duel. Everyone saw what happened. Lucky? No one's buying that. Still, Iris won't back down. She claims she wasn't at her best and demands a rematch. And Kyle? No sarcasm. No smug reply. Just a quiet nod. All right, he says. Let's go again. Then the knockout line. But this time, I'll make sure it's even clearer. Round 2 is coming, and Kyle's about to leave no room for doubt. Iris is fuming. Kyle, agreeing to the rematch without flinching, just pours gasoline on the fire. This time, she tells herself she's got this. No more mistakes. She's going to win. Spoiler, she doesn't. The duel kicks off, and before she can even blink, Kyle disarms her. Her wand goes flying, and she's left wheezing, completely drained. And the worst part? That makes 5 straight losses. Yeah, 5. At this point, it's not even a contest. It's a one-way beatdown. Kyle walks over, calm as ever, and says exactly what everyone's thinking. You're just going to keep losing. Let's end it here. But Iris? She's had it. She drops to her knees, fists clenched, groaning in sheer frustration, and then the dam breaks. Tears. Not the quiet, dignified kind either. This is full-on sobbing. The kind of meltdown that turns heads and silences rooms. You'd think someone just stole her soul. It's loud. It's messy. It's pure chaos. And Count Franel Neron? It looks like he wants the floor to swallow him whole. This isn't what he had in mind. Sure, he hoped Iris would learn something from losing. But this emotional disaster? Yikes. He rushes to her side, caught between embarrassment and fatherly guilt, trying to calm her down while she wails into his chest. Kyle just stands there, awkward and silent. He's not sure what to do. Offer a hand? Say sorry? Pretend he's invisible? Truth is, he does feel kind of bad. Maybe he overdid it. Maybe. Then again, he didn't force her into 5 rematches. She kept pushing. He just kept winning. Later that night, Kyle heads back to his room, still mulling it all over. That's when he spots a box on his bed. It's the outfit Count Neron had sent for the evening banquet. Kyle eyes it, unimpressed. Seriously? It's just dinner, he mutters. But Leon Hart shows up to set him straight. This isn't just dinner, it's a formal event. And yeah, Kyle has to dress the part. Still, Kyle's baffled. After everything that happened, after that meltdown, why is he even invited? Shouldn't the Count be furious? Leon Hart has a theory. The Count probably likes Kyle even more now. Why? Because Kyle didn't just win, he dominated. That kind of strength earns respect in noble circles, enough to make the Count more interested in linking their families. Kyle's not so convinced. He's pretty sure Iris hates his guts now, and honestly, he's not eager to find out. He didn't even look at her after the duel. And that wasn't strategy. It was fear, pure and simple. Leon Hart, naturally, has his own take on things. With that ever-smug grin, he pokes at Kyle, suggesting maybe, just maybe, Iris has a little crush. Kyle shuts it down instantly. Not a chance, he scoffs. Romance? At his age? Hard pass. But Leon Hart just chuckles, shaking his head. You really have no idea, do you? Eventually, with Urgel's help, Kyle gets dressed for the banquet. And wow, he pulls it off. Leon Hart even gives him a rare compliment. While Urgel looks like she might just melt on the spot. Seeing himself in the mirror, Kyle starts to feel a little more put together. Straightening his collar, he decides it's time to face the music and head down to the banquet hall. He steps into the room, dressed to the nines, and is greeted warmly by the hosts. They admit they've been waiting for him and thank him for coming. Kyle responds with a polite bow, keeping things formal and respectful. Then, two young men approach him. One, with striking purple hair and a familiar look, introduces himself as Lehman. The other, older and more composed, is Myers, Count Neron's eldest son. Kyle nods in greeting and mentions he hopes the dinner goes smoothly. As the three start chatting, Count Neron watches from a distance, clearly pleased with how things are going. But then, he realizes something. His daughter still hasn't arrived. His smile disappears, and he immediately sends a servant to check on her. Kyle catches this and starts to feel uneasy. After what happened earlier, he's sure Iris is skipping the banquet because of him. The guilt creeps in, and for a second, he wonders if maybe he pushed too hard during the duel. But then, the room quiets. All heads turn as Iris enters with her maid. Her gown shimmers with every step, her jewelry catching the light just right. She stops at the entrance and formally announces herself to her father. And then, her eyes meet Kyle's. Time slows. Just for a moment, it's like the entire banquet disappears. Iris blushes, her confidence faltering as she realizes just how good Kyle looks in formal wear. The realization hits hard. He actually looks handsome. Kyle, on the other hand, is caught off guard. He expected anger, maybe tears. He didn't expect this. She looks nothing like the girl who went on a fire-slinging rampage earlier. She looks stunning. Neither says a word, just locked in a silent stare, each lost in their own swirl of thoughts. Iris is mentally screaming at herself for blushing, while Kyle's still trying to process how this elegant young lady is the same one who swore she'd crush him an hour ago. Thankfully, Count Neron jumps in to break the tension. Beaming with fatherly pride, he compliments Iris on how stunning she looks and announces it's time for dinner. And in true Count Neron fashion, he doesn't miss the opportunity to stir the pot. He seats Kyle right next to her. Kyle immediately freezes. Red flags go up. This is trap written all over it. He's worried Iris might still be on the edge, and the last thing he wants is to trigger another scene. Maybe she'll start crying again, or worse, blow up mid-meal. To be safe, Kyle activates his inside ability to get a read on her mood. What he sees leaves him stunned. Favorability, -10. Hold on, -10? That's higher than before. Way higher. The last time he checked, it was buried somewhere 30 points lower. How did it jump so much after everything that happened? Kyle's left scratching his head. Did the duels, somehow, win her respect? Or is there something deeper brewing beneath that fiery exterior? Either way, it's enough to keep him curious and cautious. Dinner begins, and the tension still lingers. Not outright hostility, but something heavier. Quiet glances, lingering thoughts. Count Neron, clearly pleased with his matchmaking efforts, watches the two like a playwright waiting for his story to unfold. Kyle, still turning over that favorability spike in his mind, replays the day. All he remembers is her sobbing in public and losing 5 times in a row. That's not exactly date material, he thinks. But maybe it's her vanity trait kicking in, admiration mixed with pride after seeing someone stronger than her. Whatever the reason, at least she's not glaring at him. That's progress. The meal itself? Surprisingly good. The food's top tier, the mood surprisingly calm, and Iris, she's on her best behavior. No haughty comments, no stormy attitude. Kyle starts to relax. Maybe this won't be a disaster after all. Then it happens. Iris turns to her brother Myers and politely asks him to pass the pepper. Kyle, being the ever-aware observer, notices there's a pepper shaker right next to her plate. Figuring she just overlooked it, he reaches out to hand it to her. Wrong move. Their hands brush, just briefly, and Iris practically jumps out of her skin. Her entire face lights up like a warning beacon. She snaps her hand back like he just zapped her with lightning. Kyle blinks. I was just giving you the pepper. Silence. The entire table pauses, eyes darting between them. Kyle calmly sets the pepper down in front of her like nothing happened. Iris, face still burning, mutters a soft, humiliated thanks, while clearly battling the urge to disappear under the table. Kyle pretends not to notice. Iris broods in silence, clearly mad, but not at him, just at herself. And so the awkward dance continues. Kyle can't help but ask himself, why is she acting even more difficult now, when her favorability actually went up? The numbers say she's warming up to him, but her mood feels colder than ever. Then the next morning hits, and things get even weirder. Iris shows up at his room, unannounced. Kyle's heart skips a beat as he stares at her, completely caught off guard. Leon, Hart, and Urgel freeze like background props, trading glances like, did this really just happen? Kyle manages to collect himself long enough to invite her in. They sit down across from each other, teacups in hand, but the silence between them is thick enough to cut with a knife. Kyle fumbles for words, eventually blurting out, didn't expect you to come to me first. Iris sets her cup down and cuts straight to the point. You need to keep your promise. Kyle blinks. Promise? She doesn't flinch. You said you'd be my teacher if you won. So teach me. No hesitation. No awkward small talk. She leans in, eyes sharp and voice calm. I want to know what makes your magic so powerful. Your technique is completely different from anything I've studied. I've read every book I could find, and none of them explain what you did yesterday. Kyle freezes. He knows where this is heading. She's starting to figure it out. His magic isn't standard. It's not in the books because it comes from secrets he's been guarding carefully. Now Iris, driven by curiosity and armed with a sharp brain, is dangerously close to the truth. He can feel the sweat forming as his mind scrambles for a response. Teaching her might risk exposing everything. But turning her down? That'll only make her dig harder. Behind him, Leon, Hart, and Urgel exchange another glance, silently asking the same question. What's he gonna do now? Iris doesn't let up. She leans forward, rapid fire with the questions. Where did you learn this magic? Did you create it? How can you double cast like that? Forget calm tea time. She's practically shouting now, even slamming the table with both hands. She's not backing down. Not until she gets answers. Kyle, cool as ever, lifts a hand to stop her. All right, relax. Let's not flip the table, okay? He takes a breath and gives her the reality check. What you're asking, it's basically you asking to become my disciple. That stuns her. She blinks, clearly not expecting him to frame it like that. Her purple hair practically crackles with disbelief. But Kyle's not finished. If you want to learn from me, he says with calm authority, you'll have to fix that attitude of yours. And just like that, the real fun begins. Iris stares at him like he's speaking an alien language. Fix her attitude? Seriously? Kyle, completely unbothered, lays it out like he's reading from a personal development manual. 1. Stop looking down on people. 2. Stop being so stubborn. 3. Count to 3 before you explode on someone. He even says it with a smile, like he's doing her a favor. Iris? Not amused. Her face twists into disbelief. Is this guy serious? Then, snap. Her hands slam the table. You're spouting nonsense, she fires back. Even my father doesn't talk to me like this. Kyle shrugs, unfazed. That's great. But if you won't change, I'm not teaching you. Your choice. It's the ultimate checkmate. And Iris, who's never heard the word no in her life, is boiling. She's ready to go off again, but then Kyle drops the truth she's been itching to confirm. Yeah, he says plainly. My magic's unique. I invented it. You won't find it in any book, and no other mage can teach it. And then he leans in, delivering the final blow with surgical precision. This is a one-time offer. You want to learn from the source, then play by my rules. He doesn't gloat. He just waits. Cards on the table. All in. Iris grits her teeth. She huffs. She puffs. And you can practically see her fighting the urge to flip the entire table over. But deep down, she knows the truth. No one's forcing her to do this. It's her call. And that's the part that stings the most. She's lived her whole life with a world wrapped around her finger. But this time, if she wants the knowledge, his knowledge, she's the one who has to bend. After a long, tension-filled pause, full of glaring, fuming, and probably a few mental death threats, she finally gives in. She nods, begrudgingly, barely, but it counts. Kyle naturally is loving it. He flashes that smug little grin, the kind that says, yeah, you lost this round. But he's not done yet. Just so we're clear, he adds, voice cool and casual, only acting decent when I'm around won't work. This isn't some weekend project. You're signing up for a full personality makeover. Because Kyle's no rookie when it comes to Iris's antics. He knows all the tricks. So, with the flair of someone who's been 10 steps ahead all along, he drops his trump card. He snaps his fingers. In a flash, a glowing parchment appears in midair, floating between them like some kind of magical contract. Iris's eyes go wide. What is that? She demands, instantly sensing that whatever it is, it's probably going to make her life harder. She's not wrong. Kyle flashes a knowing smirk. It's a magic contract, he says coolly. Everything we just agreed to? It's written down, right here. All you've got to do is sign. He hands her a fancy feather pen, the kind that screams noble obligation, and just as she's reaching for it, he drops the real kicker. Oh, and if you break the contract, you'll trigger an absolute penalty, the kind enforced by the ancient gods. Boom. That does it. Iris's annoyance vanishes, replaced by sheer horror. Divine penalty? Not even magic can override that. This isn't some idle deal sealed with a handshake. It's binding, brutal, and impossible to dodge. She stares at the glowing parchment, then blurts out what everyone's thinking. Why do we even need this for a simple agreement? And then it hits her. Kyle doesn't trust her. Not even a little. Kyle doesn't flinch. Yeah, he says bluntly, I don't trust you. No sugarcoating. No dancing around it. This is just to make sure you don't accidentally forget our deal later. Check. Mate. Iris has no way out. No argument. No loophole. The only thing left for her to decide is whether she wants to swallow her pride or walk away from the magic she's dying to understand. But just when she thinks she's hit her limit, Kyle hits her with another revelation. The contract, he says. Your father gave it to me. This entire setup, he's the one who approved it. Iris freezes. She's stunned. Her own father, the one who's coddled her since birth, is siding with Kyle? Kyle lays it all out. After their duel, Count Neron had practically sprinted to him, handing over a rare family heirloom, one of only 2 ancient magic contracts in the entire house. The Count had grinned, said Kyle was exactly what Iris needed, and made his one request. Teach my daughter well, no matter how stubborn she gets. And stubborn she is. But the fact her father was willing to hand over such a treasure, that says everything. As Kyle wraps up the story, Iris's expression goes from shock to fury. She calls him a liar, stands up with fire in her eyes, and storms toward the door, dead set on confronting her father herself. Kyle just watches her go, sighing. Seriously, he mutters under his breath, already regretting nothing. But before she can cross the threshold, he raises his voice. If you walk out that door, the contract's void. I won't teach you, and you'll never see me again. That stops her cold. Like lightning through her spine, the words hit hard. Her steps falter. For all her rage, it's clear she doesn't want to lose him. Not completely. She stands there, stuck between pride and regret, her thoughts spinning as she realizes what's really on the line. Kyle doesn't let up. Make your decision. Sign and learn my magic, or leave now and miss this chance for good. The pressure's on. Iris is stuck between her pride and the future she wants so badly. Kyle stands firm, watching her struggle. He knows this moment could make or break not just her, but what they might accomplish together. Her SSS class potential means nothing if she doesn't shape up. He won't deal with a ticking time bomb. Time drags as she hesitates. Then, finally, she reaches for the pen. Kyle tenses, expecting her to go all in. But to his surprise, she pauses and starts reading the contract. He blinks. She's actually reading it. That's not what he expected. He half thought she'd storm out, fueled by her pride. But no, this time she's serious. She's in. As she signs, the parchment glows softly. Kyle quietly exhales. She's still rough around the edges, but maybe there's hope. She doesn't rush it, either. Every line gets her full attention, like she's deciphering a code. Kyle watches, mildly entertained. Take your time, he says, relaxed. I'm party 1, you're party 2, easy enough. Then her eyes land on a line that stops her cold. One of the contract's penalties is a stomachache. That's it. All that intensity, and the consequence is a bit of tummy trouble. She glances at Kyle, incredulous. Really? She shrugs it off. If that's the worst, she can handle it. Kyle just smirks. She won't be laughing when it kicks in, he thinks. But her calm doesn't last long. Clause 7 jumps out at her, and the confidence fades. Combat training? That's where she draws the line. She looks up, frowning. Do I really have to do this? Kyle doesn't sugarcoat it. Of course. What's the point of mastering powerful spells if you're too afraid to actually use them? If you want my magic, prove you're ready to fight for it. Then, with an unexpected shift in tone, he asks, why do you even want to learn magic? That question catches Iris off guard. She stops, contract still in hand, eyes frozen on the page. After a moment, she speaks, no attitude, no posturing, just honesty. She admits that, at first, it was all about being better than everyone else. As a kid, she craved the attention, the applause. Beating others in magic and watching them fall behind gave her a rush. That's what pushed her forward. But something changed. Lately, it's not just about winning anymore. She actually likes learning magic. The late nights, the endless reading, the little victories when something finally clicks, it's all exciting now. She's not just doing it to be the best. She's doing it because it makes her feel alive. Kyle's stunned, mouth slightly open, he just stares. For once, she's being real, and it blows him away. The fire, the competitiveness, the curiosity. It's the perfect storm for someone who could become truly great. He grins, finally understanding what makes her tick. That's what I needed to hear, he says. Now he's sure. He He made the right call. Then Iris says it, loud and clear. I want to be a combat magician. I want to grow stronger and learn even more powerful magic. Kyle nods with a proud smile. Now they're speaking the same language. Without another word, Iris signs. The contract glows, and the pen lifts from her hand, floating straight over to Kyle. He catches it, scans the parchment, and nods. It's done, he says. Welcome aboard. He extends his hand, a friendly gesture to seal their new partnership. But Iris just stares at it like it's a trap. Kyle chuckles. It's just a handshake, a gesture of trust. I'm hoping you'll be someone I can count on. But instead of shaking, Iris panics. She's 11, innocent, and way too imaginative. And in her head, a handshake means something else entirely. Marriage. Absolutely mortified, she backs off wide-eyed. She doesn't bolt right away, though. Instead, she stammers, asking what he meant by it. Kyle's about to clarify, but before he can get a word out, she blurts out something awkward about looking forward to their companionship, and then dashes out the room. Door slams. Conversation over. Kyle just sits there, stunned. What just happened? He mutters, still trying to wrap his head around Iris's dramatic exit. That's when Leon Hart, his ever-watchful bodyguard, chimes in from the side. Might want to be more careful with your words, Master Kyle. You're kind of good-looking. You might be giving off the wrong impression. Kyle nearly chokes. Good-looking? What does that have to do with anything? Leon Hart just shrugs, not even trying to hide the smirk. And as if things couldn't get more awkward, it turns out someone else caught wind of the whole scene. Urgel, Kyle's maid and fellow student, had been quietly observing the entire exchange. And let's just say that marriage talk? Yeah, it hit her harder than she'd like to admit. She doesn't say a word, though. She's just the maid, right? At least for now. Later that night, Kyle's kicked back, reading in peace, until Urgel walks in and casually drops a verbal nuke. Master Kyle, are you going to marry Lady Iris? Kyle, mid-sip of water, sprays it all over the place. What? Where did that even come from? Urgel keeps tidying the bed like she didn't just send his brain into a tailspin. Kyle, flustered, tries to pull it together. We're kids, Urgel. I'm 13. She's 11. We're way too young for that kind of talk. He grumbles to himself, clearly annoyed. Why is everyone in this town so obsessed with marrying off children? It's weird. Noticing his irritation, Urgel finally pauses, realizing she may have overstepped. But just as Kyle's about to return to his book, she gives it one more shot. So, you're really not thinking about marrying the Count's daughter? Not even a little. Kyle closes the book with a sigh and looks at her seriously. No, Urgel. I've got way too much going on, surviving, dodging rebellions, trying not to die. Romance isn't even on the list right now. Ask me again in, say, 5 years. Urgel goes quiet, but inside something clicks. 5 years, she repeats in her head. He'll be 18, and I'll be 17. Perfect. She doesn't say that, though. Instead, she flashes a tiny smile and drops a not-so-subtle hint. You know, Master Kyle, my mother is really beautiful. Kyle raises a brow. Okay, Urgel flashes a grin, which means I'll grow up to be beautiful too, just like her. That's when Kyle's brain short-circuits. He freezes, eyes wide, mind scrambling to keep up with what she just implied. Before he can even begin to form a response, Urgel calmly says good night and strolls out like nothing happened, leaving Kyle behind, stunned, speechless, and red as a tomato. He stares at the door she just exited through, jaw slack, completely rattled. Did she was that no way, but maybe? His thoughts are a tangled mess. One thing's clear, he did not see that coming. Sitting there in the silence, cheeks flushed, he mutters to himself, why are kids in this world so ridiculously mature? Urgel's words replay over and over in his head. That confident line about growing up to be beautiful, it lingers. And somehow, without meaning to, Kyle starts to blush again. She already kind of is, he thinks, and the second the thought crosses his mind, he nearly groans. Yep, the blush is back, full force. Is a tiny crush. Maybe, but there's no way he's figuring that out anytime soon. Just as he's getting caught up in that fuzzy feeling, reality kicks in. He remembers what she said about her mother. The Barons, Urgel's noble family, fell apart in a single tragic collapse. Her father and brothers gone. Only her mother and little sister left, scattered somewhere in the world. The thought wipes the smile off Kyle's face in an instant. He realizes Urgel probably still worries about them, even if she never says it out loud. Maybe she doesn't want to burden him, or maybe she feels like she can't. Either way, Kyle makes a silent promise to himself. I need to find out what happened to her family, he thinks, eyes sharpening. No more what-ifs. Fast forward a few days, it's time to leave. As the carriage rolls away from the Infilum estate, Kyle offers a final wave to Count Frantel Neyron and his family, thanking them for their warm welcome. Back inside, Iris isn't exactly in the best mood. Arms crossed, she scowls at the floor, grumbling under her breath. Why'd he leave in such a hurry, anyway? Her father catches the attitude and, with a knowing smile, throws a little jab. Don't tell me you've already grown attached to young Kyle. Iris instantly turns scarlet. What? No way, she snaps, spinning away with a dramatic huff. She claims she's just mad he didn't teach her a single spell before vanishing. That's all. But the truth? She's bothered. She actually enjoyed having him around, even if she'll never admit it out loud. So instead, she tosses out a defiant line. Next time he shows up, I'm not even answering the door. And then, bam, a sudden, sharp pain hits her gut. She doubles over, groaning. Her father and brothers rush over, alarmed. Iris, what's wrong? Clutching her stomach, she lets out another groan. Count Frantelneron's eyes go wide as it hits him. The contract. The clause that forces Iris to think 3 times before getting upset. It's the penalty, he mutters. He quickly crouches beside her, voice urgent. Calm down, Iris. You gotta stay cool. Breathe. Think before you react. The pain stops if you do. But Iris, in true Iris fashion, fires right back. Why shouldn't I be mad? She snaps, just before doubling over again as the pain digs in deeper. Tears prick her eyes, equal parts anger and humiliation, as she grits her teeth and curses one name in particular. That stupid jerk, Kyle. Meanwhile, miles away, Kyle lounges comfortably in his carriage, wind gently ruffling his hair as the countryside rolls by. He lets out a relaxed sigh, but then pauses. A faint, almost comical chill creeps up the back of his neck, like someone's hurling insults at him from afar. He grins. Iris, he mutters with a smirk. Yep, the contract's doing its job. He leans into the window, watching the scenery with an amused look. No guilt, not even a flicker. This is exactly what he wanted, to give her a reason to chill out before she explodes. But peace never lasts long around here. The second Kyle steps foot back at the estate, he's hit with unexpected news. His eldest brother, Abel, dropped by while he was gone. And he didn't come empty-handed. No, Abel brought with him a colossal shipment of grain from Infilum. Kyle freezes. Wait, grain? From Infilum. That's his move. He just stocked up there to prepare for the upcoming famine. So what's Abel doing? He doesn't have to wait long for answers. When the brothers meet, they go for a walk, catching up as they stroll through the estate grounds. Kyle, still reeling, wastes no time. Why'd you buy grain from Infilum? Right now, of all times. Abel stays calm, as always. With a casual shrug, he explains, I just had a good feeling. After hearing about your trip, something clicked. It felt right. So I made the call. Kyle squints, skeptical. There's no way he should have known. Unless, no. That's impossible. After all, Kyle's the only one who knows the future, thanks to his reincarnation. Still, he has to ask. Okay, fine. But how much grain are we talking about? And that's when Abel drops the real bomb. About 100 times what you bought. Kyle freezes in place, jaw practically unhinged. 100 times? Are you kidding me right now? Panic sets in. Not because Abel blew the family fortune. No, if anything, this is going to make them rich beyond belief once the famine hits. Kyle's freaking out because moves like this can throw the entire storyline off track. And in this world, unpredictability can be dangerous. But Abel? Cool as ice. He shrugs off Kyle's reaction like it's no big deal. Calm down, he says with an easy smile. If it turns out to be a mistake, I'll take full responsibility. It was my call. Kyle lets out a deep sigh. That's not the problem, he mutters. He tries to explain that they won't lose money. Far from it. When grain becomes scarce, they'll be sitting on a literal gold mine. But in the back of his mind, Kyle's spiraling. How is this guy so stupidly lucky, he thinks. He's like one of those people who buys a lottery ticket on a whim and wins the whole jackpot. As if reading his thoughts, though totally unaware, Abel casually adds, I've never bothered with lotteries. That kind of thing is beneath me. Kyle nearly facepalms. Of course you haven't, he thinks bitterly. You were born into money, and now you're just stumbling into more of it. Some people really do win the game of life from the starting line. While the brothers keep talking, the scene shifts. Out in the estate's training grounds, steel sings through the air as someone slices through imaginary foes with crisp, practiced motions. Each strike lands cleanly, every movement perfectly controlled. The man training is none other than the head of the family, the Marquis himself. Despite his age, Remton Celterion shows no signs of slowing down. His sword glides like it's part of him. Sharp, focused, relentless. But the rhythmic clashing halts when Kyle walks in, carrying a stack of fresh towels. You called for me, father? Kyle says, stepping into the room. Remton turns, surprised. He hadn't even sensed Kyle's approach. That alone earns his son a point of silent respect. Taking a towel, he wipes the sweat from his brow. So, he begins, voice steady. How was your visit to Infilum? Kyle stands tall, responding without hesitation. It went well, father. Count Frantelneron was incredibly hospitable. Remton nods, clearly satisfied. Good. Then, without missing a beat, he adds, I received a letter from the Count this morning. He mentioned you'd be teaching his daughter magic. One brow lifts in quiet amusement. Kyle gives a simple nod, confirming the news. He keeps it brief, explaining how the deal with Iris came about, mostly a mix of persistence on her end and circumstance on his. The Marquis listens in silence, but something about his expression shifts. He's heard the whispers about Iris Neyron, none of them exactly glowing. Just as he's about to say something critical, a memory flickers. Back when Kyle was younger, let's just say he wasn't winning any Model Noble awards either. That thought draws a dry smile from the Marquis. She's unique, he says instead. Kyle picks up on it instantly and chuckles nervously. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Still, Rimton surprises him. Instead of pushing back, he actually approves of the decision. Teaching her will be a worthwhile challenge, he says with a nod. You'll learn something valuable in the process. Kyle agrees out loud, but in the back of his mind, he wonders if his father really knows what kind of chaos he just signed him up for. Once the Iris topic is settled, Kyle shifts gears. Did the Count mention anything else in his letter? The Marquis pauses, brow furrowing in thought. A moment later, he snaps his fingers. Ah yes, there was one more thing, an engagement proposal. Kyle freezes. Engagement? He echoes, disbelief written all over his face. Rimton waves the idea off with a flick of the hand. Yes, the Count suggested a match between you and his daughter. But don't worry, I dismissed it immediately. He explains that early engagements aren't a Celterian tradition. Not even Abel or Adolf, his older brothers, are engaged yet. You, the youngest, being betrothed first? That'd be ridiculous. Kyle lets out a relieved breath. I thought so too. I got enough on my plate, studies, training, trying to catch up after being sick for so long. Marriage is the last thing I need to think about. Then, a little more cautiously, he asks, could you maybe handle that part? I'd rather not get involved with turning it down myself. Rimton gives a short nod. Consider it handled. Kyle bows slightly in thanks, grateful to have that weight off his shoulders. As their talk wraps up, the Marquis turns to leave. But just as he reaches the door, he stops, glancing back over his shoulder. One more thing, he says. I've never intended to force you into a political marriage. Kyle blinks. Really? He asks, a bit thrown. That kind of freedom isn't exactly normal for noble houses. Rempen's face is unreadable. Your future should be your choice. Just don't waste it. The tone shifts, quiet, almost intimate, as Rempen's voice softens in a way Kyle's never heard before. It catches him completely off guard. Then comes the confession. It wasn't about status, Rempen says, his eyes distant. Your mother, our relationship, it was never about rank or approval. Kyle listens, unsure where this is going, until his father adds something that makes him freeze. We were never formally married. Not because I didn't want to, but because she didn't. There's a weight in those words, a sorrow that's been buried for years finally surfacing. Rempen doesn't rush. He speaks slowly, like the memories are delicate, like saying them out loud could shatter something. And then, the scene pulls us into the past. A quiet room, years ago. Kyle's mother, glowing with life as she rests a hand over her pregnant belly, sits across from Rempen. Her eyes are gentle, but her expression is resolute. I don't care about your background, Rempen says firmly, trying to persuade her. I've arranged for you to be given a concubine's title. The retainers have approved. We can do this. But she simply shakes her head, a bittersweet smile on her lips. It's not that simple, Rempen. You know it's not. Her words strike deeper than any refusal he's heard before. She explains how she once served the late Marquis, Abel's and Adolf's mother, as her closest and most trusted maid. That loyalty, that history, runs too deep. She was more than a master to me. She was a kind soul, and I owe her more than I could ever repay, she says softly. How could I look her sons in the eyes, wearing the title that should have been hers? I won't do that to them. Rempen wants to argue, to reason with her, but she cuts him off with a look, one full of conviction and grace. I don't need status. I don't need titles or houses or politics. I just need you. Your love for me and our children. That's enough. Her voice shakes just slightly as she adds, promise me, Rempen. Promise you'll protect us. Promise you'll love us. Rempen, overwhelmed, gives his answer without hesitation. I swear it. I love you. I love our children. And I will protect you, no matter what. The flashback dissolves, fading like a memory half forgotten. Back in the present, Rempen's face is calm, but his voice carries the lingering echo of something heavy. We loved each other deeply, Kyle, he says. That was enough for her. And eventually, it was enough for me too. Kyle sits quietly, letting his father's words settle. For once, the Marquis isn't speaking with authority or strategy. There's something deeply human in his voice. His gaze is firm, unwavering. When you choose a spouse, yes, think of the family. But don't let titles or bloodlines blind you. Love matters more than any of that. Then another surprise. One that Kyle never expected. I know I haven't done much for you, Kyle, but that ends here. From now on, I'll support whatever path you take. The words are simple, but the way Rimtun says them, with conviction and something bordering on remorse, makes Kyle pause. This is new. The cold, intimidating figure he grew up with suddenly feels real. Vulnerable, even. But Kyle's no fool. As the warmth of the moment settles, he starts putting the pieces together. The affection? It's real. The support? Sincere. But there's more behind it. Renton's not just a father, he's a strategist. And Kyle knows that supporting his youngest son, especially with the political minefield of noble marriages looming, isn't just an emotional decision. It's a tactical one. If Kyle were to form a powerful marriage alliance right now, it could rattle the delicate balance within a family, especially with succession still undecided. Keeping Kyle unentangled is the smart play for now. Classic Rimtun. Kyle muses silently, lips curling into a faint smile. Out loud, he keeps it respectful. Thank you. I'll be heading to the library, father. He bows, calm and composed, then turns and walks away. As Kyle's footsteps fade, the scene lingers on the Marquis. He stands there, unmoving, lost in thought. There's something nagging at him, something left unsaid. It's the silence around Aisha. Kyle never once mentioned her during their talk. Not her name, not her memory. And even now, he still doesn't call Rimtun father. That unspoken distance hits harder than anything Kyle could have said. Rimtun feels it deep in his chest. A quiet ache he can't ignore. With a heavy sigh, he reaches into his tunic and pulls out a small, silver locket. Inside is a single image. Aisha, smiling softly, forever frozen in time. His fingers brush against the worn edge of the picture. His voice, barely above a whisper, breaks the silence. Do you resent me too, Aisha? Regret weighs down his shoulders, memories blurring with the years. Meanwhile, Kyle walks the long halls of the estate alone, his mind far from the rows of books ahead. His father's words echo in his thoughts. That promise of unconditional support, the change in tone, the emotion in his voice. Is it real? Kyle wonders. Or is it just another piece of his game? He doesn't have the answer. Not yet. Kyle shakes his head, trying to push the clutter of thoughts aside, but his mind quickly jumps to something else. He completely forgot to mention the dungeon spoils when he spoke with Rimtun. That whole talk had been hijacked by talk of his mother and Duke, and now, circling back to the subject feels awkward. He sighs, unsure how to bring it up again without it seeming forced. To make things worse, he recalls telling Leon Hart to keep the dungeon spoils under wraps, especially around the Marquis. But now he's not so sure that was wise. Leon Hart's loyalty isn't exactly set in stone. It wavers between Kyle and his father, which makes the whole situation feel like walking a tightrope. Well, whatever happens, happens, Kyle mutters under his breath. If Leon Hart talks, he'll deal with the consequences later. For now, he's got studying to do, so he picks up the pace toward the library. But just as he turns a corner, he runs into someone he didn't expect, Duke, his older half-brother, and Aisha's eldest son. Of course, Kyle thinks, staring up at the tall figure. It's been a while since they crossed paths, and Duke looks noticeably different. Only 2 years older, yet Duke's build is far more developed. No surprise, given his early training as a knight. He recently earned his title as a lower-ranked knight too, which is no small feat. Kyle feels a twinge of envy, though he keeps his face unreadable. Duke doesn't bother with pleasantries. Why are you out here? He asks sharply, clearly unaware that Kyle's confinement was lifted. Kyle calmly explains. His involvement with the subjugation squad had been acknowledged, and that recognition led to his release. But as he speaks, he watches Duke's expression shift. The disbelief is obvious. You? Recognized? Yeah, right, Duke snaps. You're probably playing some angle again, pretending to be all mature. Kyle blinks, taken aback by the nerve. You want to talk, he thinks, biting his tongue. Duke's own history isn't exactly clean. This exchange is more than just a tense encounter. It cuts deep, exposing the fractured dynamic of the Salterian family. And now, we dive into the painful memory that fuels Duke's resentment. It was the night Aisha died. Duke knelt by her bedside, hands gripping the sheets as tears streamed down his cheeks. The room was quiet, except for the sound of his sobbing. He was the first to find her, already gone, and the weight of that moment would stay with him forever. The door bursts open without warning, and Kyle storms in, loud, brash, completely out of place. Back then, he was still the arrogant, reckless headache everyone wished they could avoid. Why is it so dead in here? He says, his voice dripping with indifference. He doesn't even glance at the bed, doesn't notice the stillness. Instead, he starts grumbling, arms crossed. Shouldn't everyone be throwing a party now that I'm back? Duke slowly lifts his head, face soaked with tears, hands still clinging to the sheets. His voice cracks as he forces the words out. She's gone, he says. Mother, she's dead. Kyle freezes in place. That smug look wavers, just for a second. Something flickers behind his eyes like the weight of those words might actually sink in. For a brief moment, he looks almost human. But then, the moment shatters. Kyle lets out a soft chuckle. It builds into laughter, low and unsettling. Wow, I really didn't see that coming, he says, grinning. Honestly thought I'd kick the bucket before she did. That's all Duke can take. He shoots up, grabs Kyle by the collar, and slams him against the wall so hard the impact echoes through the room. His voice is low and venomous. You bastard, he growls. How dare you laugh? How dare you say that? His grip tightens as the fury pours out. You have any idea what she went through because of you? She worried about you every single day. While you were out starting fights, stealing, doing whatever the hell you wanted, she was breaking down trying to fix you. Duke's voice grows louder, shaking with rage and heartbreak. You put her through hell. He chokes back another sob. You're the reason she got sick. You're the reason she's not breathing right now. His hands tremble as he shakes Kyle again, eyes burning. You killed her, Kyle. You did this. All she ever wanted was for you to be okay. And you. But Kyle shoves him off with a yell, stumbling backward. His face twists into something between guilt and defiance. Get off me, he snaps, voice cracking. It's not my fault. He points a shaky finger, his anger spiraling. You want to point fingers? Blame her. She's the one who brought me into this world like this. Sick, broken. She's the reason I've always been like this. Duke doesn't hold back. His fist crashes into Kyle's face with a heavy thud, cutting off whatever tirade Kyle was about to unleash. The hit sends him stumbling backward, clutching his cheek in silence. Don't you dare speak about her like that, Duke says coldly, his voice barely above a growl. Not after everything she gave up for you. Kyle glares up at him, blood pulsing in his jaw, but says nothing. The sting from the punch and the weight behind Duke's words is enough to keep him quiet. Then, just as the tension hits its peak, another presence steps in. Adolf. Their second brother appears without warning, sliding into the scene like he's been waiting for the perfect moment. Whether he's here to play peacemaker or stir chaos is anyone's guess. Both Kyle and Duke freeze. Kyle, especially, breathes a quiet sigh of relief. Perfect timing, he thinks. Where the hell did he come from? But deep down, he already knows Adolf's probably been lurking in the shadows, listening in on every word. Adolf doesn't waste time. Duke, he says, wearing a knowing smirk, you really shouldn't be throwing punches in Father's house. Bad form. Duke's jaw tightens. He doesn't argue, but the tension in his shoulders gives him away. Through gritted teeth, he mutters a half-hearted apology. Not to Kyle, but to Adolf. But Adolf isn't done. You should apologize to Kyle, he adds, voice syrupy sweet, laced with fake concern. The room tenses all over again. Duke's expression darkens. I'm not apologizing to him, he snaps, shooting Adolf a sharp look. Adolf arches a brow, clearly entertained. Now, where have I seen that kind of pride before? He says mockingly, as if the answer isn't painfully obvious. Kyle catches on immediately. He's been watching us. This was all planned. He thinks, his suspicions growing. Before the situation spirals again, Duke abruptly turns and leaves without another word. His footsteps echo down the hall, leaving behind a thick silence. Kyle stares after him, his thoughts a mess of frustration, guilt, and something he can't quite name. Adolf watches him carefully, the amusement fading just a touch. You okay? He asks lightly. Duke wasn't always like this. Kyle nods faintly, his tone low. I get it. I made a lot of mistakes. I wouldn't trust me either. Adolf tilts his head, studying him like a puzzle piece that doesn't quite fit. Then, stepping in closer, he lays a hand on Kyle's shoulder and whispers, but I do. There's something eerie in the gesture, but Kyle doesn't sense it. Instead, he feels relief. He nods, managing a small, cautious smile. Thanks. Adolf isn't finished just yet. Switching gears, he drops something completely unexpected. He's been training Duke in swordsmanship. He's been learning from me for a while now, Adolf says offhandedly, like it's no big deal. But honestly, even with all the practice, he's still pretty average. The bluntness of it catches Kyle off guard, though he doesn't let it show. Adolf continues without missing a beat. Now you, he says, gesturing toward Kyle with a glint in his eye. You're a mage who managed to take down Hermamu. That's a whole different league. Kyle raises an eyebrow, caught somewhere between surprise and amusement. Is he really trying to flatter me by trashing Duke? He thinks, biting back a smirk. Adolf leans in just slightly, still wearing that slick grin. I'd have a lot more fun teaching someone like you, he adds. And if Duke's being difficult, well, I can always push him aside. Kyle doesn't hesitate to sidestep that trap. Thanks, but I'm still only a first circle mage, he replies politely. I've got a lot to figure out before I start juggling anything else. The words are courteous, but the meaning's clear, not interested. Before Adolf can try another angle, Kyle takes a quick step back and heads off toward the library. Behind him, Adolf watches with a knowing smile. He's not irritated. If anything, he's amused. Kyle's rejection only confirms what he's already beginning to see. The youngest brother is getting sharper, more careful, more dangerous. With a low scoff, Adolf mutters, still learning, huh? We'll see about that. Kyle reaches the end of the hallway and, unable to resist, glances back. Sure enough, Adolf is still standing there, unmoving, eyes locked on him. The intensity of that stare makes Kyle shiver. What's he really after? Kyle wonders, suddenly uneasy. Adolf offering to train Duke, of all people, just doesn't line up. Duke's always been mediocre with a sword. Nothing special. And Adolf, he's never been one to lift a finger unless there's something in it for him. It all feels off. Kyle's thoughts drift to the original fantasy defense storyline. In every single route, no matter the choices, Duke never makes it past the rebellion. His death is a fixed event. That realization creeps in slowly. What if Adolf was the one pulling the strings in every timeline? The thought is chilling. Kyle knows something doesn't add up. There's more to Duke than I've seen, he thinks. And Adolf knows exactly what it is. Whatever that secret might be, it's big enough to make even Adolf play teacher. With new questions swirling in his mind, Kyle silently vows to watch both of his brothers more closely than ever before. While Kyle is busy piecing together his latest mystery, the scene shifts to a quieter corner of the world, the outskirts of town. Here, far removed from noble halls and political games, the air feels lighter. Modest homes line the riverside, flowers sway in the breeze, and the peaceful rhythm of everyday life hums in the background. In this tranquil setting, Leon Hart walks alone, a small box tucked under his arm. His journey here isn't just a casual visit. It's part of a duty, one that began with a report and a choice. A flashback draws us back to the day Leon Hart returned with Kyle from Infilum. He'd met with the Marquis, ready to give a full account of the trip. As expected, Rimtun Celterion was pleased. Leon Hart's summary aligned with Count Frantel Neyron's glowing letter. Kyle had behaved admirably. But then came the real question. Did anything else happen? Leon Hart froze. The words were simple, but the meaning behind them was clear. The Marquis wasn't just asking for surface-level details. He was fishing for signs of trouble. That's when Leon Hart found himself caught between two loyalties. Kyle had asked him to keep the dungeon and its spoils under wraps. But hiding the truth from the family head was dangerous in its own right. After a long pause, Leon Hart made his decision. No, sir. Nothing unusual, he replied calmly. He mentioned only minor monster sightings, nothing worth worrying over. The Marquis seemed satisfied, offering a few words of gratitude. It puts my heart at ease, knowing you're watching over him. Now, walking through his childhood neighborhood, that conversation replays in Leon Hart's mind. A trace of doubt flickers across his face. I chose to protect Lord Kyle's secret, he thinks. But was it the right call? His thoughts are interrupted by a familiar voice calling his name. He turns to see an older man holding a fishing rod, his father. For the first time in a while, Leon Hart smiles. Before long, they're sitting by the water, lines cast into the gentle current, falling into an easy rhythm only family can share. How long are you staying? His father asks. Just half a day, Leon Hart replies. His father sighs. Half a year since you've been home, and that's all we get? Leon Hart chuckles softly, promising to come by more often. He knows his family has been waiting. The conversation shifts when his father brings up a certain rumor. I've been hearing the young masters finally turn a corner, he says. That's true. Leon Hart's hand grazes the hilt of his sword, the one Kyle gave him, and a faint smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. He nods without hesitation. It's true, he says. He's grown into someone dependable. There's pride in his voice, quiet but unmistakable. For a brief moment, he allows himself to feel it fully. As the calm waters ripple in front of them, the mood shifts. The conversation grows heavier, more personal. Leon Hart opens up, the words spilling out like they've been sitting on his chest too long. I didn't plan on staying this long, he says, eyes fixed on the current. It was only supposed to be a temporary assignment. Watch over Lord Kyle for a bit, then return to the Celterion Knights and climb the ranks. But plans changed. And here he is, still at Kyle's side, with no clear path ahead. His father studies him quietly before asking, do you still want to go back? To the Knights. Leon Hart hesitates. The question hits harder than expected. For a man who's always known where he's headed, that pause says it all. I don't know, he murmurs. It's the first time he's admitted it out loud, and it feels strange. As the silence settles between them, a memory resurfaces. One of those nights on the road with Kyle, a quiet campfire, flickering light, and the kind of conversation that sneaks up on you. Kyle had suddenly said, I've been thinking about getting you a new sword. The comment caught Leon Hart off guard. A new sword? What for? Kyle didn't skip a beat. Your current one can't keep up with you. It's not built to handle the aura of someone at your level. If you ever went all out, that blade would snap. Leon Hart had been speechless. Kyle's assessment was spot on. He'd always held back in battle, afraid of pushing his sword past its limits. But what stunned him more was how Kyle knew all that. He must have looked confused, because Kyle just gave a casual shrug. I've been studying. A maid should understand aura too. What Kyle didn't mention was that his insight came from another life, one where fantasy defense gave him knowledge far beyond what he should have known. But even without explaining, his message was clear. Leon Hart needed a sword worthy of his strength. And if not for being stuck in a long-term guard post, he would have earned one already. Kyle had felt it, that guilt gnawing at him for holding Leon Hart back all this time. Without saying a word, he reached behind him and pulled out a sheathed sword, the metal gleaming even in the low firelight. Holding it out, he gave a small smile. "Here," he said, "you've earned this." Leon Hart stared, caught off guard. His eyes flicked from the sword to Kyle, struggling to make sense of the moment. "Why?" he asked, almost in disbelief. Kyle's answer was quiet but firm. "Because you're my knight. It's my job to make sure you're prepared." Those words hit Leon Hart deeper than he expected. My knight. He'd never heard anyone say that, not even the Marquis. In the Salterian household, he'd always felt like just another name on a list. Surrounded by veterans who had served Remton since youth, he'd never quite fit in. He wasn't as skilled, didn't share their history, didn't carry the same weight. He was useful, nothing more. But that night, hearing Kyle say those words, it made him feel like he mattered. Not as a servant, not as a tool, but as someone who belonged. Now, sitting by the water's edge, fingers brushing the hilt of that same sword, Leon Hart replays his father's question. Have you changed your mind? He still doesn't have a definite answer. But what he does know is that serving Kyle feels different. With Kyle, he's not invisible. He's not replaceable. He's seen. The weight of that realization pushes him to speak. He opens up, letting the words spill out. The uncertainty, the guilt, the torn loyalties. For so long, he kept it all buried. His father listens without interruption, eyes steady, and finally replies with calm clarity. Do as you wish. Leon Hart blinks, surprised by the simplicity. You've always followed through with whatever you set your mind to, his father continues. You'll make the right choice. You always have. Then, as if to remind him who he's always been, the old man shares a memory, one Leon Hart hadn't thought about in years. He talks about the early days, back when their family held the title of a nominal barony and had no means to hire a swordsmanship tutor. Still, at 15, Leon Hart had decided, on his own, to take the Salterian Knight entrance exam. No training, no connections, just raw determination. You shouldn't have passed, his father says, his voice filled with pride. But you did, because that's who you are. And in that moment, Leon Hart feels something shift. He may not have found the answer yet, but somewhere, deep down, he knows it's already there. He just hasn't seen it clearly. Not yet. Leon Hart fell quiet, his father's words echoing in his mind. The older man, noticing his son deep in thought, added one last note of encouragement. You don't need to worry about us. The Marquis isn't expecting repayment, and you're not the only knight under his banner. Just think about what you really want. Leon Hart gave a slow nod, letting the words sink in. It's not that simple, he replied quietly. Still, there was truth in what his father said. And with that, a small weight lifted, like he was finally inching toward some clarity. After a pause, Leon Hart turned back to the water, his thoughts now drifting toward Kyle. I'm the only knight he really has, he murmured. The idea stuck in his mind, slowly anchoring itself. And as if the moment called for it, the still surface of the water suddenly broke. A fish had taken the bait. His father broke into a grin. Looks like a big one. Go on. Take it, he said, handing Leon Hart the rod. Give it all you've got. Leon Hart matched the grin and jumped into action, driven by a new sense of purpose. Later that evening, the scene shifted to Kyle, now in conversation with Adolf. Lately, Adolf's curiosity about Kyle had been growing, especially after hearing that Abel, the eldest brother, had recently paid him a visit. When Kyle brought it up, Adolf's reaction was immediate. What? Abel came to see you. He burst out, visibly agitated. And you're just now telling me? Did you accept whatever deal he offered? Kyle stayed cool, brushing off the tension. Relax. I said no, he replied. Then, with a playful smirk, added, if I'd said yes, I probably wouldn't be mentioning it at all. But behind that calm facade, Kyle knew things were more complicated. The head librarian already had suspicions about where Kyle's loyalties lay. Rumors would start soon, if they hadn't already. Still, he played his role flawlessly, keeping Adolf distracted and reassured. I was surprised Abel showed up at all, Kyle continued. He's never spoken to me before. Honestly, the guy's intimidating. He leaned into the idea that there was a natural distance between him and the eldest son, not just in age, but in presence. I can't say I'm comfortable around him, Kyle added, subtly casting doubt on Abel's intentions. Adolf gritted his teeth and nodded. That's just like him, he muttered. He doesn't move unless there's something in it for him. If he's talking to you, he's already planning something. Adolf didn't hold back, diving deeper into his rant as he continued tearing down Abel's character. He's just pretending to be the caring older brother, he sneered. But it's all an act, Kyle. He sees your progress in magic, and now he wants a piece of that. His voice sharpened, laced with resentment, as he launched into a full-on character assassination. Fueled by the idea that Abel might be gaining influence over Kyle, Adolf doubled down, determined to twist the narrative in his favor. "You remember how things were," he said, leaning in like he was revealing something sacred. "When you were sick, when you were dying, where was he? Nowhere. He didn't even glance in your direction." Adolf's words were cold and cutting. "And now he wants to play the role of the concerned big brother? Give me a break. That man only ever thinks about himself." Kyle listened silently, his expression composed. He threw in a subtle nod here, a flicker of hesitation there, just enough to convince Adolf that his speech was landing. But in truth, Kyle could hardly take him seriously. This guy really thinks he's got it all figured out, Kyle thought, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. He wasn't about to tip his hand, though. Instead, he let Adolf believe he was pulling him in. Seeing the reaction he wanted, Adolf relaxed slightly. To him, Kyle's quiet agreement meant victory. The fear that Abel might be drawing Kyle away was beginning to ease. He needed Kyle more than ever. The damage to his side of the power struggle had been catastrophic. The collapse of the Fifth Legion, the death of Viscount Jerome, it had left him bleeding influence. Kyle wasn't just some pawn anymore. Even as a first circle mage, he stood out. Adolf could see it. He's got something special, he thought. Just give it time, and he'll become a major force. And Adolf was determined to keep that force under his control. But across the table, Kyle watched him with the faintest trace of amusement. Internally, he scoffed at Adolf's desperate sermon. So now he wants to play the noble mentor? He thought, his gaze sharpening. Funny, neither of them gave a damn about me when I was nothing. The truth, as far as Kyle saw it, was simple. Both Abel and Adolf were after the same thing. The only difference was that Abel didn't bother to hide it. And that, at least, was something Kyle could respect. Kyle couldn't help but smirk at the irony. He knew he was just as calculating as his brothers, spinning his own web, manipulating them to serve his goals. But unlike them, Kyle wasn't chasing power for its own sake. He had a bigger aim in mind. If he wanted any chance of defeating the dark immortal looming over the continent, he needed the full force of the Celterian family behind him. And that meant Adolf had to go. I'll play his game, for now, Kyle thought, eyes narrowing. But he has no clue I'm setting him up to fall. Just then, Adolf broke through Kyle's thoughts with a new question, his voice tinged with both curiosity and suspicion. "By the way, I heard Abel bought a huge stockpile of grain from Infilum. You know anything about that?" Kyle shifted smoothly, masking his surprise with practiced ease. "Grain?" he repeated, tilting his head slightly. "I did buy a bit for my own studies, but not much. Just for magic experiments." That caught Adolf's attention. Magic experiments? Kyle gave a casual nod. Yeah, some rituals work better with certain grains. Maybe Abel's doing something like that, too. He let out a short laugh, though I doubt it. He doesn't even have a magic circle. Adolf kept digging, prodding for anything useful about Abel's mysterious purchase. But Kyle, ever the tactician, gave him nothing. Just vague answers and harmless deflections, keeping his brother chasing shadows. When Adolf realized he wasn't getting anywhere, he switched tactics with a well-practiced smile. "It's good to see you dedicating yourself to magic," he said, trying to sound supportive. "Keep going. Grow stronger. You'll need that strength to help your big brother someday." The message was clear. Adolf didn't see Kyle as an equal, just a piece in his larger plan. To drive it home, he handed Kyle a thick tome on advanced magic. The weight of it was more than just paper and ink. It was a silent command. "You'll be useful sooner than you think," his look seemed to say. Kyle took the book, his expression mild and grateful. "Thank you, brother," he said smoothly, masking the disgust behind the words. Adolf walked away, pleased with himself, certain that he'd tightened his grip on Kyle. But Kyle, still smiling, was already plotting his next move. The scene then shifted, cutting to Urgel, who stood firm outside a door, her posture rigid with intent. She had caught wind of something involving Daisy, and now, face to face with the blue-haired senior maid, she didn't hesitate. Her voice came cold and sharp. "Do you look down on me, too?" Daisy's reaction is instant, her voice rising defensively. "Of course not," she snaps, then quickly crumbles under the pressure, spilling the truth. She hadn't chosen to spy for Adolf. She was forced into it. Her family was being held hostage, and she was trapped. "Adolf's terrifying," she says, voice shaking. "He'll cross any line to get what he wants. I didn't have a choice." Urgel listens without a word, her expression unreadable. And when Daisy finishes, Urgel gives her answer, sharp and final. "Don't ever show your face to Kyle again." Daisy flinches, frustration flashing in her eyes. "I wish I could," she mutters bitterly. Then she adds with a sting in her voice, "You're lucky. No family to use against you." That lands harder than Daisy probably intended. Urgel doesn't respond right away. Her eyes lower, the words settling deep. For a moment, The air between them is heavy with silence. Then Daisy turns and slips away, leaving Urgel standing alone. As the quiet settles in, Flappy floats up beside her, glowing faintly. The little spirit hums its usual nonsense, but Urgel understands it perfectly. It's nudging her, urging her to ask Kyle for help, to search for her missing family. She considers it just for a moment. I can't ask him that, she murmurs, voice barely audible. I don't even know if they're still alive. She knows too well what usually happens to women sold into slavery back in her homeland. If Kyle hadn't stepped in, she might have shared that same fate. The thought is crushing, but she pushes it down, steadying herself with a breath. No, she says quietly. I'll get stronger. He saved me. I won't waste that. Meanwhile, Kyle is deep in training, reaching a turning point in his spell work. He raises his hand, a magic seal glowing bright as fire begins to surge from it. First a flicker, then a roaring flame that whips around the room, licking toward the ceiling. Urgel and Flappy watch from a distance, wide-eyed. With complete focus, Kyle channels the blaze into form, compressing the fire into a blazing arrow. In one fluid motion, he unleashes it. The arrow tears through the air and slams into a training dummy, exploding on impact with a violent burst that shatters it into debris. The room falls silent again, save for the faint crackle of flames fading away. Kyle studies the outcome, fist clenched in quiet victory. This wasn't just a solid hit. This was a major leap forward. Suddenly, a system alert flashes in his mind. Congratulations. You've reached second circle magic level. Fire arrow skill mastery, 100%. A wide grin spreads across Kyle's face. Hitting max proficiency with fire arrow and unlocking second circle magic? Huge. And the timing? Couldn't be better. Urgel rushes over, unable to hold back. You did it, she cheers. You've earned a break after all that grinding. But Kyle shakes his head, eyes gleaming. No time to rest. I've got plans. Urgel raises an eyebrow. Plans? What kind of plans? His grin only gets bigger. I'm heading to Prienus to scout for talent. The name alone stops her cold. Prienus? She echoes, not sure she heard right. Before she can ask more, Leon Hart steps in, his tone leaving no room for debate. Absolutely not, he snaps, arms crossed. You're not going there. Kyle frowns. Why not? Leon Hart doesn't hesitate. You know why. For a split second, Kyle's confidence slips. The guilt on his face says more than words ever could. Urgel glances between them, completely lost. Wait, what am I missing? Kyle lets out a slow breath. He can't argue. Leon Hart's right. Prienus isn't some average city. In the fantasy defense world, it's basically Las Vegas turned up to 11. Non-stop gambling, parties, shady deals, wild auctions, and temptations around every corner. Definitely not the best environment for a young mage trying to stay on track. Leon Hart's glare sharpens. That place is a trap, and you've already been burned once. Don't pretend you forgot. Kyle winces. He definitely remembers. The last time he was there, let's just say it didn't end well. And judging by Urgel's expression as she watches the tension rise, she doesn't know the full story, but she knows enough to tell it's not pretty. Leon Hart doesn't hold back, reminding Kyle of every ridiculous, cringeworthy detail from his last trip to Prienus, and Kyle can only take it, thoroughly humbled. Leon Hart folds his arms, voice razor-sharp. Don't tell me you've already forgotten what happened the last time you went to Prienus. He pauses for effect, then adds, let me refresh your memory. You blew all your money at the casino. Lost your clothes, your pride. You almost ended up in a slave auction. Kyle's face drains of color. The memory hits like a slap. He opens his mouth to reply, but Leon Hart keeps going. If I hadn't stepped in, you'd be long gone, either sold off or buried. Ring any bells? You swore to me you'd never gamble again. Kyle's jaw works uselessly. Nothing comes out. He's too stunned and way too mortified. Perfect, he thinks bitterly, just what I needed. My worst moment dragged out like a public performance. Try to recover. He switches gears fast. It's not like that this time, he insists. I've got a quick stop to make. I'm just going to the arena. In and out. Big mistake. Leon Hart's eyes narrow like a hawk. The arena? His voice spikes. What's next? Gladiator bets. Kyle blinks. Wait, what? No, that's not. Too late. Leon Hart's already worked up. The arena's 10 times worse than the casinos. That place is crawling with crime, bloodsport, and scumbags. You think losing a shirt was bad? Try walking out of there in one piece. He slams his fist on the table, making everything on it jump. You're grounded. You're not setting foot outside this mansion until I say so. That's final. And with that, he storms out, doors slamming hard enough to shake the walls. Kyle yells after him. Leon Hart, come on. But the night's gone. Now stuck in his room, Kyle paces like a caged animal. I have to get to Prienus, he mutters. I can't let this slip away. Just then, Urgel steps in like she's been planning something the whole time. Want help? She offers sweetly. I could try to distract him, Or maybe sneak something into his soup? Kyle freezes, blinking at her. What? No. Are you serious right now? She tilts her head, completely unbothered, like this was the most normal suggestion in the world. Kyle groans, rubbing his face. Let's not poison anyone today, okay? Shaking off the chaos, he starts to think out loud, pacing again. Didn't expect Leon Hart to be this stubborn, but I can't afford to wait around. The reason for his urgency? Kyle's tracking someone. A target from the fantasy defense game. Kimu, known in the real world as Saren. The second Saren's image pops up. It's clear, this isn't your average player. With razor-sharp features and an intense stare, he's the kind of guy you don't want to bump into unless you've got a solid plan. Saren is more than just a top-tier character in fantasy defense. He's the main protagonist, a powerhouse with unmatched stats and sky-high potential. His core abilities center on swordsmanship, but with the right training, his skill tree branches into dangerous and versatile specialties. Maxed out, the swordsman path turns him into a near-invincible force, making him a game-breaking asset. Kyle knows exactly what's at stake. Recruiting Saren, nicknamed the Sword Demon, isn't just a smart move. It's critical. With Saren's raw combat skill, Kyle stands a real chance against the Dark Immortal, Katter. But before that can happen, Kyle has to find him. And that means going exactly where he doesn't want to be. The Pryaenis Underground Arena. Cut to the arena. The energy is insane. Cheers, stomping, wild anticipation. The arena itself is huge, carved in stone, the crowd packed to the rafters and buzzing with excitement. An announcer steps forward, arms spread. Thank you for waiting, ladies and gentlemen. The moment is here. The undefeated champion of Pryaenis Arena. Down in the pit, 3 armed gladiators wait, eyes flicking nervously to the iron gate across from them. They're armored, ready, but clearly rattled. Fear clings to them like sweat. The gate begins to grind open. And now, the Sword Demon, the announcer roars. Out walks Saren. He doesn't strut. He doesn't showboat. He just steps forward, cool as ice. The torchlight bounces off his blade as his orange hair catches the glow. Lean, composed, and disturbingly calm, he doesn't look like much, but that's exactly what throws people off. From the stands, someone scoffs. You gotta be kidding me. That's the champion? I paid for this. A regular sitting nearby chuckles. First time here. The newcomer sneers. It's a kid with a toothpick. What? Are we watching warm-ups? The regular leans back, still smiling. Just watch. That toothpick has dropped more bodies than you can count. Some guys cry just looking at him. The other man laughs it off. Yeah, sure. 3-on-1. This'll be a joke. Then don't blink, the regular replies. You'll miss everything. Saren walks to the center, sword at his side. His face is blank, distant, like he's not even there. But then, his hand tightens around the hilt. His eyes sharpen. The shift is instant. The quiet boy vanishes. Standing in his place is something else entirely, cold, focused, and lethal. A predator ready to strike. The gladiators know exactly what's coming. The second Saren makes his move, they scatter, each one bolting in a different direction. But there's no escape. The arena's walls are high, and they're locked in with the Sword Demon. Saren explodes forward, his speed unnatural. He closes the gap in an instant, and with one swift slash, drops the first man. Blood sprays across the sand. The body crumbles. The crowd gasps. The last 2 fighters freeze, pale and trembling. Saren turns slowly toward them, his blade now dripping red. A cold smirk crosses his face. Who's next? Panic hits hard, and they break apart, sprinting in opposite directions. Saren doesn't chase, he stalks. Calm, precise. This isn't a battle. It's a hunt. He catches the second man mid-stride. One clean strike and it's over. The last gladiator turns to fight, swinging wildly in desperation. Saren doesn't flinch. He cuts through the man's defenses like paper, finishing the job in a brutal blur of motion. When the final body falls, silence hangs for a beat. Then the crowd explodes. Sword Demon! Sword Demon! They roar, voices thundering through the arena. Saren stands alone, soaked in blood, unmoving in the center of the carnage. The organizer steps into view, arms raised. Another crushing victory for our undefeated champion, he booms, feeding off the frenzy. The crowd loses it, riding the high of violence and bloodshed. Even the skeptic from before can't look away. He leans forward, stunned. That kid, he's insane. But while the crowd celebrates, Saren is crumbling. Their cheers echo around him, but they don't reach him. Behind the title, behind the blood, is a boy crushed by what he's become. A killer, a slave, a spectacle. Every victory, every life taken, only feeds the corrupt men who keep him trapped. The screams for more, the never-ending demand for blood. It all weighs down on him until he finally drops to his knees, the sword slipping from his hand and hitting the ground with a dull clang. He stares at the dirt, motionless. He's not a warrior now, just a hollow shell, a prisoner in his own body. But the crowd doesn't notice. They don't care. To them, Saren's suffering is just part of the show. And so, the chants go on. Night falls, and Saren is back where he always ends up, chained in a dark cage deep beneath the arena. Iron cuffs lock his wrists and ankles in place, leaving no room for resistance. He's slumped against the cold steel bars, struggling just to breathe. His gasps are uneven, shallow, and for a second, it looks like he might not make it through the night. One hand reaches weakly toward the gate, a silent plea hanging in the air. Footsteps echo through the dungeon. Two men step into the dim light, spectators from earlier. They've paid for a rare pass to see the champion up close. But what they find stops them cold. He looks like he's dying. The first man whispers, eyes wide as he stares at Saren's battered body. The regular doesn't flinch. Nah, kid's still growing. He burned through a lot in that last fight, but he'll bounce back. The newcomer can't believe what he's hearing. Bounce back? From this? Alone? That's not normal. That's not even human. He turns to look again at the boy in chains. He really is a monster. As they leave, the conversation shifts. Where the arena even find someone like that? The newcomer asks, still shaken. The regular shrugs. No one really knows. He's been bouncing from arena to arena. No parents. No family. Just a name. The newcomer raises a brow. He has a name? Yeah. The regular says, glancing back one last time. Saren. Meanwhile, back in Kyle's room, the young mage is piecing everything together. Documents, records, scraps of data, all pointing to one undeniable fact. He's 13, Kyle says quietly, looking over the info with a furrowed brow. Same age as me. Urgel sits nearby, watching him closely. He's not some mythical warrior, Kyle continues. He's just a kid forced into this hell. He leans back, drumming his fingers against the table. They call him the sword demon in Prienus, but that's not who he is. The guy has real talent, skill, and more than that. He could be a game changer for us. Urgel doesn't interrupt. Her face says it all, concern, but also support. If I can reach him before he moves on, Kyle says, he might join us. He could be the key to taking down the Dark Immortal. But I gotta act fast. Kyle stares out the window, eyes locked on the distance, his voice quiet but certain. This isn't just about saving Saren, he thinks. This could change everything. The scene shifts to a quiet dinner table where Kyle, Urgel, and Leon Hart are eating together. As Kyle and Urgel glance at Leon Hart, they're both taken aback. He's devouring his meal at an unexpected pace. Confused, they keep watching him, and noticing their stares, Leon Hart looks up, puzzled. Later that night, Kyle quietly slips out of his room. As he moves toward the hallway, he finds Urgel waiting just behind him. Kyle pauses, glances around, and asks, "Is anyone around?" A voice responds, "No, sir." Leon Hart's already asleep. The carriage is ready at the rear gate. Kyle scans the area, then nods. Good. Everything's set. We just need to get out through the side corridor. But suddenly, Kyle freezes. A chill runs down his spine, and sweat forms on his brow. A voice cuts through the silence. "Why are you sneaking out this late?" Leon Hart stands behind him. Kyle stammers, "I should be asking you the same thing." With his arms crossed and a serious look, Leon Hart replies, "You even made me take medicine." Kyle and Urgel both flinch at his words. Leon Hart narrows his eyes. "Did you really think a sleeping pill would work on me?" Kyle curses internally. I underestimated a high-ranking expert. He can't believe Leon Hart resisted the enchanted drug. That potion should have knocked him out for hours or longer. Leon Hart presses him. "What exactly were you planning, Kyle? You drugged me. Try to sneak off alone. Are you heading to Prienus?" His gaze shifts sharply to Urgel. "And you're the head maid. You should have stopped him. Why would you go along with this?" Kyle quickly steps in. "Don't blame Urgel. She's not at fault. I convinced her to come. This was all my idea, not hers." Leon Hart's eyes and turns back to Kyle. Prienus isn't what it used to be. Its security's gotten worse. And even back then, it was the worst place on the continent, full of corruption and danger. Especially for someone like Urgel. That place is no place for her. He pauses, then adds, "Sure, with your magic, you could blow up the entire city if you had to, but is that really the kind of chaos you want to unleash?" Kyle is silent for a moment, then grins. "Actually, yeah, that's exactly what I plan to do." Leon Hart blinks. "Wait, what?" Kyle looks at him with resolve. "You're right, though. I can't do it alone." He reaches out his hand. "I'll be straight with you, Leon Hart. I'm going to destroy Prienus' gladiator arena, and I'm freeing every last gladiator slave locked up in there." Leon Hart's eyes widen. A drop of sweat rolls down his face. Kyle continues, voice firm. "But to make it happen, I need you with me." Kyle's expression turns serious as he looks straight at Leon Hart. "I know this might feel sudden, but I've been thinking about it for a long time. I can't sit back and watch kids my age suffer like that anymore. I just can't." A quiet pause followed. Then, Kyle asked plainly, "Leon Hart, will you help me?" Leon Hart's face flushed slightly, caught off guard by the question. Kyle, watching him, thought to himself, since I'm planning to free Saren, rescuing the others isn't a lie either. Urgel, watching the two, beamed with joy and clapped her hands. You're both amazing. The scene jumps ahead a few days to a bustling club packed with people. Some played cards, drinks were flowing, and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. At one of the tables sat Kyle, holding up his cards with a smirk. Royal straight flush. The dealer confirmed. Lord Kyle wins again. Groans and mutters followed as the man next to him added, "That's another win for Lord Kyle. Unbelievable." Kyle leaned back, grinning wide. His winning streak had been going strong all night. So much so, they'd already changed dealers 3 times. The scene briefly flashes back to a few days earlier. Kyle was still trying to persuade Hart, who finally gave in. But he added firmly, "Urgel's not coming with us." Hearing that, Urgel was visibly shocked. Kyle explained, "Even after convincing him, we won't charge straight into the gladiator arena. Not yet." Back in the present, Kyle sat at the card table, thinking, if I can't go to the arena directly, then I'll make them come to me. Suddenly, a man began clapping from the crowd, as expected of Lord Kyle. Truly impressive. And to top it off, a noble with incredible luck. It was Riddle Remington. He walked up with a sly smile and asked, "So, how about another round? Go all in." Kyle tossed his cards on the table and stretched. "Card games are starting to bore me," he said, voice sharp with excitement. "Isn't there something a little more thrilling? With blood and screams." Riddle froze for a second, then smiled. "Oh, there's something like that." He turned and gestured for Kyle to follow. Kyle nodded to Hart. "Make sure you collect all the winnings." One of Riddle's subordinates leaned over and asked, "Are we really letting him take all the stakes?" Riddle waved him off. "Just give it to him. We'll take it back soon enough." Then, flashing a crooked grin, he added, "Let him win a few more rounds. Then we'll make sure he loses everything." The scene cuts to Viscount Remington, speaking to his son with a worried look. "Kyle Saltarian is coming here. Do you know why?" Riddle shrugged. "It's probably nothing. Maybe he's just here to gamble again." He grinned and added, "Don't worry. I'll handle that idiot myself. There are rumors going around that he's changed, but I don't buy it for a second. He's always been a walking disaster. Probably just got tired of pretending to be good and snuck out for some fun." Riddle leaned in slightly, voice filled with smug confidence. "Once he shows up, I'll pamper him a little. Let him win some cash, stroke his ego. He'll leave feeling all proud of himself." The Viscount nodded. "I'll leave it to you, Riddle." As his father turned away, a twisted thought crossed Riddle's mind. "I'll strip him down to nothing." Back in the present, Kyle and Hart follow Riddle through a hidden corridor. Eventually, Riddle turns to them. "This place isn't open to just anyone," he says. "But for you, Kyle, I'm making an exception. A special favor." He smirks. "You understand what kind of loyalty that takes, right?" Kyle, a little thrown off, replies, Sure." Riddle laughs. "You'll love what's waiting inside. Whatever you want, we've got it." Kyle smiles back, calm and collected. "I'm really looking forward to it." But in his mind, Kyle was thinking something else entirely. "Yeah, I can't wait. I'll watch every last thing you treasure go down in flames." Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more.